The horizontal stream is up. Let me get.
Hopefully, my mouth is moving with my words.
It's
Hopefully,
synced. It's synced up pretty good, actually. Yeah, yeah.
not bad.
We should be good there. I'm gonna get the TikTok going, and then once the TikTok's live, let's see. I'm gonna say Jesus did not exist. Boom. And then just join up on the TikTok like you're a TikTok guest, so people know that we're live together.
Okay,
We should be ready to go after that.
this should be good.
All right. People are starting to load up. There you go. I see you in the TikTok guest request. This is the first time I'll ever get to mute Jaren. Muted.
Do it.
Actually, I planned this. I'm just going to mute you the entire time.
And just say you're the one saying that he did exist, and you're like, "Well, sorry, Jared, I can't hear you." I don't know.
Welcome in, friends. Hey, today I'm actually arguing with Jaren on the
With
mythicist position. Yeah, I'm not against Jaren's position today. I'm actually arguing in favor of Jaren. So some of you will probably hear me saying things you've never heard me say, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. Nevertheless, I'd like to showcase Jaren's material here on my channel because it's something much different than what I'm doing, and I think it's really good material. And I've said it before. I think mythicism is like a really strong debate position because it's actually pretty hard. It's almost nearly impossible to prove that Jesus actually did exist. So I'm happy to have Christ before Jesus. Before we get Jesus Warrior, with it's already in the guest box. You've probably talked to Jesus Warrior before. We'll grab them in a
names. I apologize.
We'll grab them in a minute. But nevertheless, Jaren, tell us a little bit about your channel before we get started and about your book and kind of how you came to this position before we bring in some people to debate.
Yeah, sure. And I apologize because I am coming off of a little bit of allergies. So if I got to mute every once in a while or cough, I apologize. But yeah, Christ Before Jesus is the name of my channel, name of project, and name of my book. Me and my co-author, we have taken a look at the Greek New Testament, the oldest manuscripts that we can find there for it, and tried to figure out when it was written. Initially, we were trying to see when the Christology claims of Jesus were heaped upon him and why and who did it. Um, and over time, we realized that the natural Jesus or this historical Jesus that we thought was always there, there's just no evidence for him. There's actually evidence against him. And we started to see that the New Testament is actually written in the second century. Then we employed something called stellometry, which is a peer reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis, which seeks to attribute authorship. And we took a look at the Greek New Testament, chopped it into pieces, chapters, 2 chapters at a time, 3 or 4 chapters at a time. And it lined up with, at least in a couple times, some mid to late second century authors. So in this particular path that we've gone down, we've noticed a whole bunch of different things like Paul and the rest of the disciples, different elements in the story that are out of place in time. And yeah, so our work is over the dating of the New Testament and dealing with the ramifications of it, like Jesus and Paul not existing.
Nice. A lot of people have heard the claim that Jesus didn't exist. I think the claim that Paul didn't exist is going to be a fun one that a lot of people aren't like they haven't heard about before. So
Right.
I'm definitely excited to get into this. I've got 4 super chats, and we're going to get Jesus Warrior right in here. So no more delay. From the Skaters, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'll start reading my Bible more. After you told me more about Hosea 13, I felt like a dummy and I was embarrassed. Can you forgive me? I'm not perfect. You know what, Skaters? That is a heartfelt apology. And especially after I called you hard to the carpet last night, you know what? Apology completely accepted, and everything bad I say rescinded. That took a lot of balls. And Handsome Cat says Luke 14:26 says hate Christians say mean love less. Yeah, that's a cope. This is based on there's a passage in the Greek Septuagint when it talks about Leah and Rachel that seems to imply that he loved one of them less, and we see this word in that passage. So people are just saying, well, it must mean the same thing. It's not actually a good argument. It's not really based in good lexicography, and I don't even agree that the translation from the Greek Septuagint should mean love less. So it's not a strong argument. I don't know of any of my New Testament or Greek professors that would have thought that that was a strong argument. But I get like if you're reading this and you want to soften it somehow. Jesus warrior, nobody's afraid of you. We're about to bring you up, and you dropped out of the guest box. So maybe don't be a coward and get back in the guest box, and we'll pull you up. I told you I'm reading 4 super chats first. Hunter Girl says, here's to hoping there are some decent debate today, not squibbling children. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, they're probably going to be squibbling children because Jesus Warrior is here. However, that being said, hopefully we'll have a little bit of robust debate. You never know. Sometimes you get people in here that are actually here for a good
Did
discussion.
you say robust?
Oh yeah.
Well, speaking of bust, and also
Mm.
speaking of rock hard,
Oh shit.
I've got a god of my own over here made of rock.
Oh hell yeah.
Straight from Egypt. This is Serapis.
That's what
So
I'm fucking talking about.
there we go. So Doug's got a rock cousin, I guess, over here in Serapis.
That's what's up. I see. I knew there was something to Serapis, but Jesus, Jesus Warrior dropped out of the guest box. So Jesus Warrior, we'll give you a minute to come back, and if you don't come back, somebody else will probably take your place. Nevertheless, Gretchen says Justin is finally a mythicist. Big W, Jaren. Sorry, Gretchen, I'm actually not a mythicist.
We'll get you there. We'll get you there.
But I do love Jaren's work, and I really like the idea of arguing from this position. So we're going to make it work tonight. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I won't be putting forth any arguments for a historical Jesus tonight. Jaren will probably be doing most of the talking with me as a supporting character, as this is a position that I'm going to be weaker in, and Jaren is the expert. So I'll be deferring to him for just about everything. If somebody brings up some bullshit nonsense from the Old Testament, I guess I can jump in. But nevertheless, we'll see what we get. We don't. Jesus' word didn't come back. They're not in the guest box, so I guess I'll read a couple super chats. Y'all, if you have questions for Jaren, send them up. I'll read the super chats while we're waiting for a guest to load up, and Jaren can answer your questions about mythicism. This is a topic, again, that he's done extensive research on, and I think he's got a very compelling argument. Sir Gamelot says, "Say hi to your mom for me." Sir Gamelot, I don't know why. I don't know your name. Do you think my mother knows Sir Gamelot? Like they're gonna.
Well, I don't know if you've hung around my channel for more than a few minutes, but I tend to talk about people's moms every once in a while. As people say, I match energy. So, I mean, if someone's giving me a hard time or something like that, and we just need to go ahead and drop them down and move on, I just tell them to let them know or let their mothers know that I say hi.
That's not so bad. I'm getting, you can drop them while you're also dropping on their mom. You get a 2 for
Yeah.
1. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
fair
They're
enough.
nice ladies, most of them.
Most of them, yeah. The
Most.
ones that you don't like, you just took out for dinner and didn't call back, I
Yeah.
assume.
Nice seafood dinner and never call her again.
Well, friends, before we read more super chats, the link, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, is tiny.cc/DZ live. It's on the screen. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need your email address. It's not like where you have to have a particular service. You don't have to have a Google. You don't have to have a TikTok. You don't need anything. You just got to punch that URL into your phone or your PC or your tablet, and we'll bring you into the guest queue. And when you come in, it'll ask you to select a microphone and an earpiece. You'll just make sure to select the right ones, and you'll be good to go. So there's no barrier to getting into the guest queue. If you're on TikTok, you don't need the link on the screen. You can just hit that guest request button, and we'll get you into the conversation. So we can take you on TikTok, we can take you on Google, we can take you on Twitch, whatever method works for y'all. And you're right, Bear. I think this will be great tonight. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Like I was saying, so we're waiting for guests to load up. I realize that there's a bunch of them that are probably gonna be terrified to address this topic. But we might have one guest right now just popped in. So we'll get, without delay, get the conversation rolling. Maybe. There we go. How you doing 1v1? One v one. Are you okay? 1v? Anything? Oh, they're already
Is your
gone.
mom okay?
You know, with Jan around, you better go check on her.
Yeah. You might wellness check there. Oh God.
What's
Oh,
up,
well,
buddies?
I guess we'll get graphics in here. My graphics, can you turn down your audio just a little bit so it doesn't echo? You're muted right now, graphics.
Yeah. So you do, I just wanted to say, you guys do realize most credentialed historians disagree with you, right?
Do we care?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody in your life knows that you two are uneducated clown shoes just before you start.
Actually,
You guys are just trying to make money because you
Actually, just to be clear, I actually do have a biblical
most
education.
historians.
I've got a bachelor's
You guys
degree
are-
and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Yeah, you're a
So
liar.
calling me uneducated is actually not the best.
Where's your degree from?
You want to go there? So
Where's your degree from?
Bethel University and Ashland Seminary.
And you're going to stand on the claim that the biblical Jesus never existed. That's your scholarly consensus.
Can you prove that he did?
Yeah, we have extra biblical evidence of the existence of Jesus.
All right, what is it?
Get into it.
If you don't know that, listen, you guys are
Actually,
such jokes, bro.
We do know.
Yeah, you guys have fun, clown shoes.
So you can't prove it then.
All right. Well,
we actually both know the evidence. I think the question is whether or not the evidence is
any good,
validated or any good.
Yeah.
You can teacup and cry all you want. What a great Christian. I bet he's like thinks he's doing Jesus's work right now.
It sounded like you have had some experience with dealing with graphics before.
No, I don't think I know the guy.
Oh, okay. No, so he came up on my live one time, and he was saying that he goes, "Yeah, I've looked into what you do. You do stylography."
Stylography.
I said it's stylometry, but I mean, I just corrected him a little bit, but he was adamant that he was correct, that it was actually stylography, and I'm like, no, that's just like the act of writing, like putting something down, like chiseling or something. You could do that with stylography. It doesn't make any sense, and so I tried to point out that it was a simple mistake that he made, but that's fine. But he just kept doubling down and just wouldn't let it go, and then made a video about how I use stylography and stylometry. And I'm like, those are two completely unrelated things.
On the Dunning-Kruger graph, he's like at that peak. Right before you get that nice trough. Yeah.
Yes, and that's exactly what I said. I made a response video. It's actually pinned on my TikTok. And at the very end, I said he shouted that entire video at me from the peak of Mount Stupid.
That's fucking crazy. The peak of Mount Stupid.
Oh, he was a lot of fun.
Absolutely a lot of fun. Okay, well, friends, we're going to read a couple super chats while we're waiting for a guest to load up. If you've got a question for Jaron about his book, about his position, about mythicism, now's a great time to super chat it before the guest boxes get full. As I say in the beginning of like all the live streams, if you wait for the last hour to get into the guest box, we probably are not going to have time to get you. Some of these conversations are half hour, 45 minutes, even an hour long. And while I get that nobody wants to be the first guest, if you wait till 2 hours from now to get into the guest box, you might actually not be got. So now's a great time to get into the guest box or send your questions in for Jaron. Lake says, I read Christ Before Jesus a week ago. Love the theory that the Q source is Marcion's gospel. Justin, do you happen to know good books on Enoch? Kind of. I mean, there's two editions of, I'm going to move the super chat too, so it's not blocking your face, but there's two editions of the Book of Enoch. Both of them I really like. One of them is done by James Vanderkam and another scholar, which I apologize, I can't remember the name of. It's a yellow book. You can get it at most of the common bookstores. The other one you could find in James Charlesworth's Old Testament pseudepigrapha. He's got the multiple variants of it in here. So he'll have the Ethiopic and he'll have the other variants of first and second Enoch. You can actually compare and contrast. So it's kind of like a critical edition. And he's got notes. He's got study notes. He matches them up to various Bible verses. It's a really good edition to read. The one by James Vanderkam is very good as well. He is professor emeritus at Notre Dame, and he specializes in apocalyptical literature. In fact, he wrote this one. On the same topic, Vanderkam wrote Enoch and the Growth of an Apocalyptic Tradition, which traces the foundation of the Book of Enoch, like where it came from, why we have it, how it influenced the religion. So this is a really good background. It is by the Catholic, the Biblical Quarterly. James Vanderkam worked at Notre Dame, so obviously he's publishing in Catholic journals. But nevertheless, world-renowned scholar, amazing. Fair question, though. And Birdkeeper says, didn't get a chance to say it last night, but I did know you and Sarah were not dating. She was just on and wishing you both well individually. Rock hard for that. I wasn't sure. A lot of people thought for the longest time that we were because it was fun to pretend. But nevertheless, Sarah and I support each other's work and we'll continue to do so. And we also, as remember, we do a podcast together every week. So go to the Ex-Evangelical podcast and check it out. Also, from Skeptics and Scoundrels, great to see you tonight, buddy. Says, if Jesus wasn't real, then why do you talk about him so much? Checkmate, mythicist. What's your response to that, Jaron?
King me. If we're playing chess or checkers, I guess that's the only thing I can say.
Fucking cooked.
Yeah, I will say that it is a common question that I get. Like, if he didn't exist, why do you care? But I mean, there's plenty of people who have atheist lives who talk about God not existing. And my most common retort to that or response to that is if there were meeting places, multiple within a stone's throw of my house, that got together twice a week and talked about how Harry Potter existed and how we can telepathically communicate with him and the laws and the rules that he gave in his books or his teachings or whatever that other people wrote down years later, filled with magic and historical problems and inaccuracies. If that was somehow something that influenced how we were supposed to talk with each other or think or treat each other or vote every year in an election booth, then I would be on TikTok explaining that the boy who lived didn't.
Also, we've got some people in the TikTok guest or TikTok chat shouting that Jesus was real. You might think so. You're welcome to pop up into the guest box and maybe tell us why you think Jesus is real, and we can go over the sources and see what we find. But I think Razor might be ready to go, so let's grab Razor and we'll see if we can get a good logical reason why Jesus existed. How you doing, Razor?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? You hear
I'm doing
me?
well. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey.
Razor, are you at
Okay,
least 18?
Yes, I'm 18,
And you believe Jesus was real?
I don't. I'm gonna say he was a person. There could have been a person there. I don't know, like if the qualifications, if he was like some sort of major prophet, he's a god or nothing like that. But I actually had a question for us. Is it Jared?
Jaron. Yeah.
Jared. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that, Jared.
No
yeah. I listen to the line a lot. And I was catching up with Godless Engineer, and there's another guy with a PhD on there who also is a mythicist. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know the other guy per se, but I know Godless, yeah.
He had Carrier on recently.
Godless?
Oh, Carrier. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Carrier. Yeah, that. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got his own take on Jesus not being real, and yeah, he spins it around. He says stick with the consensus scholarship, and you obviously are not doing that. And
right.
I'm kind of thinking about the technology that you use.
The consensus scholarship is that Jesus existed, so why would Carrier be saying that?
Yeah, Carrier's a mythicist. He doesn't follow the consensus either.
Yeah.
The last time he had it on when they were talking about when Bart Ehrman did that, when he came on, there were like 6 or 7 people. They were doing like a comment on the video after that, and even Carrier said, "Listen, I mean, you guys got to he was telling the audience, go with what you feel is right and stick with consensus scholarship if you feel that my evidence isn't good enough.
Oh, he's just saying like if you don't agree with me, then at least just stick with
Yeah,
consensus stuff. Yeah, other scholars. Okay,
that's what it
that's fine.
sounds
Yeah,
like.
he's a PhD, and I get it. You don't want to take away from the tens of thousands of other people that all agree that this guy may have existed.
Uh,
And my
I
question to
guess
you is: so
I can't really speak for Carrier too terribly much. But it sounds like he was just kind of saying if if you don't agree with me, at least agree with someone who's studied it.
That's what it
right, or
sounds like. He's saying like if you don't accept my position, then the next best position would be what the consensus of the scholarship is. But
Yeah,
that,
I
right,
mean, I agree with that. If you're not going to be a mythicist, at least be an atheist.
right.
right,
So
yeah.
Chuck, I don't know if we disagree with that necessarily, but we're just doing debates. We're not doing a Q&A, at least
Oh, you're
not in
not
this.
okay. So
No.
Jesus did not exist. Prove me wrong. Okay, great. All right then. If you guys
All
gonna
right.
just do debates, I'll check in later.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Yeah, sure. All right, bye.
All right. Well, let's get. Oh, fuck. Truth Teller was in the box and they left. A lot of Christians chirping in the comments, and they're only in the guest box for like 5 seconds at a time, or the guest queue, 5 seconds at a time.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how it goes. It's run of the mill. The amount of people that will just like pop up on my screen and say, "Oh, hey, like this person's requesting up. Do you approve them?" I'm like, "Yes," and then it'll just, "Sorry, this person is disconnected."
Right.
Like, oh, okay, cool. Well, they had something to say, but they probably mulled it over. They thought of it for a few seconds, and they're like, "Actually, nah."
The devil took it from them.
Yeah, that's what it
That's
is.
what happened. Yeah.
Now, I like to also remind everybody in the chat, if you believe in the Bible, if you are a Christian, a Bible believing Christian, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe and what gives you this faith that you have against someone who is questioning it or demanding an explanation from you, and do so respectfully.
Yeah, exactly. We can go over Colossians if you got a concern with not knowing how to behave properly. Well, let me grab some super chats. I think there might be some questions in here. I'll scan through them. Peter says, oh, grammar joke. I love a good grammar joke. Why don't nouns conjugate? Because they decline. Oh, fuck. All right, hold on. That's good. We don't really decline nouns that much in English, but we have to do it in Greek and Hebrew. For those who didn't take foreign languages, declining noun is kind of like unconjugating a verb. You have to determine like the gender, the tense, and all that. That's called declining a noun. It's a good joke by any stretch of the joke ruler. It says for anyone who has had to go through endless declension and conjugation tables. Yep, Peter, I'm with you actually. When I was in school, there was like memorizing declension tables and conjugation tables was like half the battle. In fact, I still got them floating around. I got on my shelf behind me. I've got the Greek and Hebrew strong verb charts.
That sounds like a joke that would come from Canada. Yeah,
it has to. It's true. Herbie Sean, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. And also, while we're waiting for guests to load up for them to get the courage of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, make sure you're going to the title of this video. I've got a link to Jaren's YouTube page in the title of this YouTube video. Make sure you're clicking on it and following the account. If you're watching on TikTok, you can see his little box down here in the corner. Make sure you're clicking on that and following Jaren on TikTok as well. And Andy says, I find the mythicist position to be quite logically sound, and I'm very excited for this. I mean, logically sound for sure. I mean, has anyone ever accused you of like violating the laws of logic with mythicism?
I'm sure they've attempted to. Whenever it even remotely sounds like some kind of weird philosophical thing, I just shut that down real quick. But I don't know if I've ever had anybody say you're. Well, it's more about like you're denying history or something. Um, there is a fairly common thing that I get, I'd say maybe once every couple days, where someone will say, "Oh, you're denying all of history." Sometimes they'll say to deny Jesus is to deny everything in the past. And usually, what I'll just say to that is, okay, if you want to go ahead and deny everything from the past and shake hands on that and just say, hey, Jesus and Paul didn't exist, and neither did Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan and all these different people, then let's go ahead and do that. Would you like to do that? And they will generally say no. And I'm like, well, I don't either. So don't worry about that weird slippery slope fallacy or concern at all. It's just not going to go anywhere. So I typically I try to just bring it around to just sticking on topic and just looking at that individual evidence for these people. But ultimately, yeah, I don't know if I've ever really ran into anybody saying you're violating the laws of logic or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do feel like at the very least, our argument is pretty sound.
Mhm.
Like you said earlier, even if you don't agree with mythicism, it is very hard to prove that Jesus actually did exist.
Yeah.
And something that my co-author Matthew said about a month ago to me that I really felt was important to repeat was that at the core of our argument, we are saying that scholars have been scholars and historians for years and years have more or less been giving an arbitrarily high level of reliability on the church traditions and church historians, like ancient historians or ancient church fathers, and that's just not really what we do. We press them a little more and say, well, what's the supporting evidence for these claims? So we just don't give the church tradition as much reliability or sense of reliability as we thought or other people have done.
Plus, like, there's other people in history, like the quality of evidence for figures like Alexander and Julius Caesar and things like the quality of evidence is drastically different. Like, we've got writings from people that lived at the same time period, people that claim to have met them. We've got letters like have their like names on them. We've got seals from them. We've got like busts and sculptures of them. And so the types of evidence is actually just drastically different than the type of evidence we have for Jesus, where it comes later. It's not contemporary. Some of it we know is edited for sure, like Josephus's stuff. And even like the accounts that we have appear to be anonymous. They weren't really people who knew Jesus, as far as we can tell.
Right.
But yeah. So, friends, if you think that Jesus was real, that he actually existed, we would love to hear from you. And listen, this is not actually a God versus atheist debate. That's not actually what's happening. I know everyone's here thinking this is like, well, only Christians can request up. Actually, if you're not a Christian, you can still request up. If you want to debate that Jesus was a real historical person, you're welcome to request up, whether you're an atheist, a Christian, or you follow Islam, like whatever you think. Whatever your background is actually okay. Right now, the question is, did Jesus actually exist? And we'd love to go over those sources. But we're waiting for a guest to load up. I'll read a couple of super chats. I think we've got a couple questions in here. If you've got a question for Jaron on the position, if you need him to explain something, we'll read through the super chats and we'll answer any of those questions. Trust me, once we start getting into the literature, I think you'll have some questions. Your mom smells funny. That might be the case. It says, better not say anything bad about my mom. I wouldn't. Your mom's a lovely lady. We had a great time.
No promises from me. No guarantees. Just depends.
It looks like we got a guest in the guest box, new Joe. So we'll grab Joe there in just a second. Sir Game-A-Lot says, sorry, Justin. It was a reference to Jaron's channel. And you know what? He did explain that to me. I apologize. I didn't know that. That's on me. Now I know better, and I appreciate the clarification.
Oh gosh,
I'm definitely down for some your mom jokes. But welcome in, new Joe.
Hi.
New Joe, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus was
45? And no, I don't believe that.
Well, we're just doing debates tonight. We're looking for people who do believe he existed.
Oh. Well, I came on late then. Okay. I just I didn't I heard you say like some about whatever your opinion is on it, but I probably missed the part where you said only that side. So I do have a question. I have been told that there's no contemporary evidence that he existed. Is that an accurate statement?
That is very correct. Yeah.
Okay,
there's
so the next
forged
question,
evidence, like the pilot letters, they're completely fake.
Right. Yeah, you do have. Yeah, technically, yeah. There's the pilot cycles or the pilot cycle, most notably Acta Pilati, that shows up in like the 5th century, maybe 4th. There, yeah.
So not the faked, but what is the earliest evidence that he was real that is not in the Bible? Is it the
Not in the Bible. So,
that
like,
historian guy? So and I go ahead.
Non-Christian or just non-biblical? Are you interested in the first Christian who mentions it outside of the Bible, or it mentions him?
No,
Or are
no,
you
the other one,
outside of Christian?
non-Christian.
Non-Christian.
Yeah,
The first
thank you.
non-Christian source that talks about Jesus definitively, and there's no way around it, is Lucian of Samosata, writing about 166. He writes a book called The Passing of Peregrinus. And I would say that this comes out about 22 years after the first gospel is published, known as Evangeline, published in about 144. And this text is talking about a patricidal con man who got mixed up with the Christians in the early to mid 2nd century, grifted them, and they hailed him as the second coming of Socrates, is what he says. And he talks a little bit about the Christians and says that they worship a crucified sage. It's a very quick line, but the main point of the short story is this guy named Peregrinus Proteus, who, like I said, he unalived his father and then made it over to the Christian kind of communities, was involved there. After he got in trouble for unaliving his father and going to prison for it, the Christians would bring him food, and they would actually bribe the guards to let them go in and have sex with him in the jail, which is pretty wild. It's pretty pretty wild concept. But eventually he got kicked out of Christianity for supposedly eating the wrong food, which is why I believe that they started to include in like Acts, where Peter gets the sheet that comes down and starts talking about like different foods that you could eat at that point. But anyways,
Yeah, you can't be eating the wrong food.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, this guy, he, according to Lucian of Samosata, he wrote some books for the Christians and edited others. Near the end of his story, he says that this guy wrote letters to different cities, which I'm sure that you can imagine might be a pretty popular trope within Christianity, is letters to different communities.
Yeah. I question. Wow, I sound weird, but question. The Greek historian that often gets cited as like the first mentioning of Jesus, as far as I know, the guy was talking about Christians and not about Jesus as a real person. You know what I'm talking about? Because I can't think of it and I can't Google it right now because I don't know how to do that while using my phone.
I apologize. I'm not really sure. You're saying Greek historian?
Oh, I think Greek, but Roman.
Maybe Tacitus, maybe?
That's the one.
Tacitus. Yeah.
It's hard to it's hard to pick the clues out from the poor information I gave you. Yeah. What was his story with Jesus?
So in 116, he has a book called Annals, which is based off of his time as a senator, or at least the material that he had access to, the Roman archives, the Senate records. And he talks about how in 64, Nero blamed the Christians. He uses the word Christians with an E. And he says the Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome. They admitted guilt, and arrests were made of the first people who pled guilty. And then further arrests were made based on the information. There is a line that is interpolated into that, which talks about like where the Christians get their name. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense because it says Christ just with an I within that text. It also calls Pontius Pilate a procurator when he was actually a prefect. Judea doesn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed.
And that Tacitus, he wrote that. You said like 110, is that right?
Yeah, 116 is when that book comes out.
116, and then the other guy wrote like 160.
Oh, the Lucian of Samosata is in 166. Yeah.
Okay. And Lucian is the earliest non-fake accurate or whatever you use.
Yeah, non-Christian attestation to Jesus. Yeah, definitively.
Cool. So same team and all that, but you really you really helped me learn some things because like I hear it and the names and the dates like they keep changing because a lot of people give bad information, so I appreciate it. Also, you look great in a cowboy hat.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And it's a compliment, but your mom thinks so too.
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, my
No.
mom's
Let's
all into that, man.
go.
No, she be chomping at the bit. Well, that's a bad one to use, isn't it? Can we just delete that last 30 seconds of my speaking?
Yeah.
From
We'll
the
get it in
internet
post.
forever?
We'll get it in post. Yeah.
All right, good. Hey, thank you much. Have a great day.
All right, cheers. I get the sense there might be some jokes tonight. I'm excited for it.
To be fair, I don't really make a lot of jokes. I just make a quick comment and just drop them.
That's all you need.
That's all it is. Yeah.
We are still waiting for some qualified believers to request up. We are not doing a Q&A tonight, just so you're aware. You can super chat a question to us and we'll answer it when we get time between guests, which I assume there should be tonight, being that the guests are terrified to request up. I don't know why the Christians are actually afraid of this. Like, this is actually, just so we're clear on this is actually like the consensus position. Like, this should be the position. Like, whether or not Jesus was the Messiah or Christianity is true, that's a hard thing to prove. But like, if you've got the consensus of the field on your side, you should be able to come in and do this one. So let's see what we can get. But it looks like Famous Amos was first in, so let's grab Famous Amos and we'll rock and roll here. And then it looks like
Famous
Napoleon
Amos.
after that.
Oh my god, I love your work.
Didn't they? It wasn't like a cookie company at one point.
Yeah, it's the cookies.
That's what I thought. Would have a little trouble connecting.
Not
Maybe.
famous enough to get better Wi-Fi.
Yeah, obviously.
Infamous Amos.
Are you gonna load? There we go. Welcome in, Amos. Are you? Well, I already know you're at least 18. We've talked before. And your position, I assume, is that Jesus was a real person? Amos?
Oh, yeah, no, this was a mistake.
Yeah, you're 12, aren't you?
No.
Oh.
No, this was a mistake, Justin. I didn't mean to come up.
Oh, you're friendly. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
No worries.
So sorry. Get me out of here.
Thanks for tapping. I got your friend. They sounded really young. I'm like, is this a 12-year-old?
It did at first. You know, even if there's not very many people who will come up and defend it, or not defend it, but like, well, defend their position that Jesus did exist. It at least is somewhat heartwarming to know that there's so many people who are just like, hey, I either agree or I can say that this makes some sense. You know, it is a defensible position. So I guess, you know, my work is done. Is that how that works?
It's a fine position. Like, whether you disagree or agree with the position, it's a defensible position. So like, I'm excited to see where this goes. Let me grab Angelo and hopefully we'll get some debate going.
Today.
How you doing, Angelo? Are you at least 18?
Yes. I wish I was 18, yeah.
Yeah, I get you. And do you believe that Jesus was real?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a person, you know, not if he is unable to believe.
I don't know who he is,
Christ was, well, actually is a real person.
Sure. So let me ask you a question then. What do you think is the best evidence that Jesus was a real person?
Well, I mean, the history itself, I mean...
Can you be more specific?
Well, the history, the accounts that we have, there are too many to ignore. I mean, if a person ignores all the historical evidence and historical facts that we have regarding the person of Christ, he must be a donkey if he chooses not to believe.
We're asking you what that evidence is. Like,
a donkey that goes backwards, yeah.
Just saying that the evidence is there is not the same as presenting the evidence. What do you think the evidence actually is?
Is that what ass backwards means?
It's hard to know with this one.
A donkey that walks backwards? Is that ass backwards?
I just thought
you can say, yeah.
I just thought it was a funny way of saying the thing. Like when I played football, we would switch the beginning letters of certain phrases. Like rather than grab assing, we would do how do you even gas abbing? I just bullshit like that. That's what I assumed it was up
Let
to.
me, guys. I want to share something with you guys.
Well, what we're hoping
before you guys.
Well, what we're hoping you're going to do is that you'll provide us with something that we can talk about.
This evidence and prove us and this and that. It doesn't work, my friend. Look.
Well, that's kind of how debates work. Like if I made the claim,
you sound like an intellectual guy.
That might be the case. But Angelo,
I'm the donkey that goes backwards, and he's the intellectual guy. What kind of a one-way street is this?
No, I did not mean it towards you guys, but towards basically. Well, actually, yeah, it was towards you guys, but.
Well, my point is pretty simple. Like if I made the claim Angelo's mom is as big as a truck, I would need to bring measurements. If you're making the claim that Jesus is historical, we need the evidence that he's historical, or else we have no starting point.
Look. I wanna share something with you guys regarding this prompt that you have. Okay?
Is it going to be a source?
It's not going to be a source, but it's going to be sort of like an analogy.
I am going to reach up into the chocolate starfish to the elbow and present it to you.
Sounds like you're going to get dropped, and we're going to move on to somebody who might actually have something for us. You clearly didn't.
On their brain.
Yeah. All right, let's start with the next in line. I think Napoleon was next in line. And then after Napoleon was Chris, and then formerly known Dylan was next after that. So hopefully we'll get something. Also, I don't want to get too buried in super chats. If you don't mind, friends, let me read just like 5 or 6 super chats, because I think there are some that's kind of relevant to the discussion, and then we'll get these guests loaded. Now we got a bunch of guests in the guest box. I won't waste too much time on super chats. But Benny says, since Christianity never took off in Asia, besides the Philippines, which was conquered by Spain, is this a good argument against the Christian God? I mean, it can be. I mean,
I think it might be a good piece of evidence for like how these stories really resonate the most with people who can relate really easily to them.
Right.
And when you have like a culture that's really ingrained in an area in the world that doesn't really have anything to do with like the Mediterranean, they're probably like, why do I care about like Jerusalem or like the Levant? Like, why do I care?
Right. Yeah, we don't care about that sky carcass down there. And MB says, oh, is Justin a mythicist now? I'm sorry, I'm not, but I am arguing that position tonight, friends. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. Also, while I'm at it, this is funny. ASL, age, sex, location. Wait, what? Or is it AOL 1995 again? The rage bait is amazing. Are we doing rage bait? I thought we were doing a serious discussion topic. Oh, well. We the People says, Justin, I hope you have time to get around to Richard Carrier's On the Historicity of Jesus sometime, or have him on a show for a conversation. I do actually have the book. Denise was kind enough to send me the book like a year ago, and I haven't got unburied on my reading. I apologize.
I've got a book specifically that you might also find interesting there, Justin.
I own it as well. In fact, I'm going to read yours before Carrier's, to be fair.
You know what? I'll take it. Even if that's 2 years from now.
I'm still praying about it. Little Toenail says, did you convert Justin to mythicism? Sorry, I'm not, but I love the idea and the position. Congrats. Love you both. Watch CBJ lives on lunch, Justin live after work. Best crossover in history, Justin. You could definitely take notes on CBJ's soundboard. Actually, I think you're right. I've seen his soundboard, and it is better than mine. It's a really good soundboard.
Mythicist, guys.
Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll be convinced. Andy says, do you get the feeling that the wineskin unshrunk patch parable was added on to the bridegroom parable in Mark 2, 18 through 20? It seems to give an entirely new reason rather than support or reframe. I mean, my understanding is it's like you can't like he's suggesting you can't reform what came before. You need something like completely entirely new. Like you can't stuff the new stuff into the old stuff. So, and to me, that came late, because if there was an original Jesus, I think he would have been thoroughly Jewish. But it says in the passage, Mark 2:18, now John's disciples and the Pharisees were fasting, and people came and said to him, why do John's disciples and the disciples and Pharisees not wash or not fast? And Jesus said, the wedding attendants cannot fast while the bridegroom is with them. Can they? As long as they have the bridegroom with them, they cannot fast. The days will come when the bridegroom is taken away from them, and they will fast on that day. So my understanding is that Jesus is eschewing like the cultural Jewish practices, especially while the bridegroom is present, and that's right now. The bridegroom was supposed to return, and then he just didn't, which is part of the problem. But let's get Napoleon in here, and we'll get some discussion going. Napoleon, I already know that you're over 18 because we've talked before.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Jesus was a historical figure?
Yeah, I do, obviously, because I did say I was a Christian last night. I mainly don't expect I'm going to be here long, but I'll cite Paul. He didn't say what? You asked me a question?
You're not going to be here long on the planet?
Oh, no, on the stream, because I'm not good at debating.
Oh, I thought it was like, oh yeah, like don't worry guys, the rapture's tomorrow. We're not going to be here.
No. I'm not like that. Anyways, I'm gonna cite some. I mean, yeah, you guys know it. Tacitus, Josephus. I'm Tacitus. I think was forged. Likely, I do agree with that. Paul the Apostle mentions them as a recent historical figure. I admit he probably didn't.
Wait till you hear what my take on Paul is.
Yeah, okay, you're not gonna like this.
Okay, sure.
Boy, do I have some bad news for you.
No. Tell me after I get into it. I can't really cite. I'm not going to really cite the scholarly consensus because I don't really know what they say about the scholarly consensus in there. But there is a scholarly consensus on it. Maybe you guys can explain it a little better to me. But also, I guess I could also say if you're saying Jesus didn't exist, you can't say Socrates existed or Spartacus.
Well, to be fair, we don't know if Socrates existed.
Okay.
He very well could have been an argumentation character that Plato made up, but there's a lot of people outside of Plato's dialogues from the same time period that do talk about him. But again, there's actually a pretty widespread disagreement on whether or not Socrates was a real person.
Okay. I didn't know about that. All right. Next, I want to hear what this guy has to say about Paul.
Yeah. What makes you think Paul was real?
Me?
Yeah. You said wait till I hear. You hear what I have to say about Paul.
At least the version of the New Testament is presenting did not exist.
What? I mean, from what I'm going to cite scholars. I mean, why? But they do. They all 7 out of the 13 letters are generally agreed to be written by Paul.
Do you know why they consider those and not the others?
Because they add up in a grammatical sense in his beliefs. The other 5 kind of contradict each other and have different grammatical structure in the way they write.
Right. So, in other words, the style of the writing itself is indicative of who the author is, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So when you actually take a look at the epistles at the book level, and what that means is you assume that, say, Romans is one author, Ephesians is one author, First Timothy is one author, that kind of thing. If you compare those styles to each other, you will see that there's some similarities and some, dissimilarities there with other gospels, like the pastorals are very clearly written so late that they're nothing to do with, like, say, the book of Romans. But the problem is, if you and I, let's imagine really quick that you and I wrote a book together, and it's 10 chapters, and I wrote 5 chapters and you wrote 5 chapters. If someone assumed that our book was written by one person and they didn't split it up into pieces, they just ran it all together within what's called stylometric analysis, which is what analyzes the style of an author or a text. When we run that in the analysis, if we treat our book as one author, and then we put in like other works from me and other works from you, it's going to get all weird. Sometimes that book is going to appear with you. Sometimes it's going to appear with my stuff. It's going to jump all over the place. But if we divide it up into chapters, we will see that my 5 chapters will go with my works and your 5 chapters will go with your works. That is what we see when we dive in deeper and zoom in to the Pauline epistles. Even the ones that are authentic, when you cut them into pieces, you see that they are different authors within the text. And
Okay.
ultimately, like Romans and say Second Corinthians or like Second Thessalonians or something, or First Romans and First Thessalonians. We'll go with Romans and First Thessalonians. Those are considered authentic books of Paul, but that's only because some of the authors who wrote bits and pieces of Romans also wrote bits and pieces of First and Thessalonians. But overall, it's not from the same author. There are different authors within these texts, and they all get published in roughly about 144 for the first time. They're from Marcion.
I'd have to look at that and compare it to other ancient sources, because they didn't have the printing press then, and they were just literally copying words down from each other. So I'd have to look at other ancient sources, or you'd have to give me other examples in order to give some sort of argument to say like some pieces of Paul weren't written by Paul. For example,
you already said that some pieces of Paul weren't written by Paul. The first time that they're first published is in 144, and there's 10 of them. You said there's only 7, so that means at least 3 of them when they're first published were fake, according to you.
I still don't see. Okay, wait. I have to back up for a second.
But you already said that some of the styles don't line up, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So the first time that they're published, there's 10, and so that means at least 3 of them come from somebody who's not the same person.
Well, 7 of them do match up in a way, and I'm going to accept.
And I'm accepting that, but not in a way that would really make any sense for Paul being a person who's writing in the first century.
Then again, I'm going to
line up very close with writings around the time there in the 140s to 150s. Then again, I'm going to have to do more research on the subject to see other ancient sources. I need to compare it to other ancient sources. Yeah, the work that I would suggest, other than mine. If you want mine, that's fine. It's whatever. Christ before Jesus, yeah. But
are you a Bible scholar?
The thing is, so I'm a data scientist. That's why I'm talking about stellometry. So
I'm trying to get into data science. Actually, it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it is.
Very amazing. Go on.
But anyways, that being said, a work that I would recommend is a book called The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context. It's a book that came out in December of 2024. It's from Dr. Nina Livesey, and her entire life's work has been over Paul. And this is her most recent work for Paul, obviously. And it presents
that book name again. Say that source name again. I got to write that down.
The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context. Dr. Nina Livesey.
Yeah, I found it. I'll have to read it up.
Okay, yeah. And now it's a scholarly work, so it's a bit pricey. I will say that. You might be able to find it somewhere secondhand for cheaper. Hopefully.
No. I go on usebooks.com or whatever.
Oh, okay. Good deal. But that being said, not only does she say in this book and make a good argument that these letters of Paul are written by the Marcionite students, so the followers of Marcion, so different authors in the 2nd century, in the 130s, early 140s, and published in 144. But now, personally, she says that there is a good chance that Paul did not exist. Because at first she was thinking maybe they were writing in Paul's name because he was a real person. But there's no good reason to even think that Paul existed. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions him once.
Okay, I'm reading whatever the AI overview is saying. I know it might not be accurate, but I'm just reading it anyway.
Yeah, it's at least an overview of her work.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Now, she doesn't use data science. If you wanted somebody who talks a little bit more about data science there in regards to Marcion or Paul, I would definitely recommend the works of M. David Litwa. He is don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure he's a Christian. But M. David Litwa is a scholar Litva is a scholar who has reached out to me and my co-author because of our work on stellometry, and really worked alongside us to try to figure out how to run a lot of these texts there from the 2nd century and beyond and whatnot, using the oldest manuscripts or the oldest Greek versions that we have of the New Testament and whatnot, and trying to extrapolate like what was added later and everything. He believes that Paul's letters were definitely added to later in the 2nd century.
Yeah. Do you work for a big company, by the way?
Me? No.
Yeah. Oh, dang. I was
Like
hoping
on
I could
this
get your
stuff?
I was hoping I could get your LinkedIn and you can help me get a job.
Oh.
Because job
I
market
see what
sucks.
you're saying.
Dog
I see what
market
you're saying.
sucks balls right now.
Yeah. No,
All right,
no.
but
For the most part, I've been, just full disclosure, I've been fortunate to work for a number of different companies and throughout my career and everything like that, and I'm able to kind of focus a little bit more time, each day on this than really anything else. But I am a data scientist by trade. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, those are just the two subjects I wanted to talk about, which was Paul and the Socrates Spartacus point. You guys already delved into it, and obviously you referred me to other sources. So, and I obviously already said I have to read those and compare it to other ancient sources. So, I mean, that's really all I got. I'm not really gonna push any further. If this is a topic another day.
One thing that I would kind of point out is that people kind of think of the letters of Paul as real letters, and there's no chance in hell that they were real letters. They were massive.
Oh no, they're not real letters. I've listened to Bart Ehrman. Yeah, no, I've listened to Bart Ehrman, but I accept Bart Ehrman. I don't accept. Say what?
That was a common trope to write that way. One of the things that Nina Livesey points out in her book is that Seneca, writing in the 1st century, he has about the same lifetime as the supposed lifetime as Paul, and he writes 127 moral epistles there in the middle of the 1st century, and they're meant to be read as a collection. They're not real letters that were sent anywhere, but they were addressed to a fictional person. So just like with Paul, where no one says, "Oh, I just got one letter," they always say they have a collection because that's how they're meant to be read. It doesn't really make a lot of sense that they would be real letters or anything like that. And once you take away the concept of these being real letters that were sent anywhere, it kind of seems dumb that, Paul, like, why do you even have Paul as a real person anymore? If these aren't letters,
I mean,
if they're not real letters, what's the point of them?
Was he sending them? Wasn't he sending them somewhere? Like Romans, for example, wasn't he sending that to the Roman church?
They're not real letters. If you understand they're not real letters, then why does the life of Paul matter?
I mean, still, they can get a book and they can transport it somewhere.
So they're not letters, but they were sent places.
I don't know. Maybe it's like Amazon back in that day. Putting a book on a ship
on a mule,
and sailing it somewhere.
I guess.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. There we go. There we go.
Thanks for coming up and bringing some questions for us. I think we're going to move on to the next in line and try to get some robust questioning and debate going on. But best of luck on your learning journey.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, bud. Also, if you have questions, you can super chat us, or you could buy Jaren's book. If you go to Amazon, it'll still be on Amazon, Christ Before Jesus. And a lot of what he's going to say tonight, you'll actually be able to find in the book. So you don't have to sit here and memorize the live stream or watch it 10 times, although we wouldn't be opposed to watching the live stream 10 times. But go ahead and grab the resource that he's already provided. With that, let me grab a couple super chats. I'm going to get Chris Phoenix in here, and then formerly known as Dylan. And then the last, we had somebody that was in line that looked like they were ready, Patty Melt. So we'll grab Patty Melt after formerly known as Dylan, because they actually have their camera and mic plugged in and they're ready to rock and roll. So we like it when people are actually showing up prepared. Godwin, good to see you tonight, says, I haven't read Jaren's book yet. I'm mythicist agnostic. I'm not convinced Jaren exists. Fuck, do you exist, buddy?
I thought I did this morning, but I'm telling you, 33 feels rough. And I can only imagine getting to, what are you, 65?
I'm actually just a shy of 120.
Nah. Well, I'm pretty sure I exist. I think, therefore, I was.
I'm basically like one gray hair away from being a boomer. So what are we gonna do?
Oh man, Oh man, well, because I'm presenting on camera and everything like that. Oh, I'm constantly trying to find these white hairs and pull them out. Oh my god.
Pluck 'em. Remember when probably when both of us were kids, although it's slightly different time periods. Remember all the commercials for the comb in for men, where you can comb in
Oh
the
yeah,
stuff in your beard and it won't be gray
yeah.
anymore. Fuck that. I'm just gonna let it be gray. Chip, thank you for the super chat, buddy. It says really interested to listen and learn tonight. Mythicism seems unfalsifiable and historicism is plausible. I won't die on either hill, though. I think that's the right attitude to have. No matter which hill you're currently on, there's no need to die on that hill. Be open to new evidence and information so that you're always willing to grow and be better in your positions. And how 70, good to see us. In my opinion, the fact that Jesus wasn't the Messiah actually makes his existence irrelevant. Actually, that is the case. That's one of the reasons why I don't debate mythicism or dive into it as strongly, because if he was just a meaningless dude from the Levantine region, I can pretty much don't really care. So he might have been a bit of a scam artist that pissed off the powers to be at the time. I'll give him that. Perhaps. And it is funny, though, you can argue it the other way around.
Yeah, I argue it the other way.
If Jesus didn't exist, well, then he's clearly not the fucking Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I say. So, I mean, I use it the exact opposite direction. Like you typically will avoid the historicity conversation so that you can talk about other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I only focus on the historicity so I don't have to talk about the other stuff.
I get it.
I mean, this is really what it is. That's really what the only reason I would say that, if I may, that mythicism, or the only reason that I would choose to present mythicism first and deal with the other stuff maybe later if they establish Jesus or something, good luck. The only reason I do that path is because there are arguments that I've heard growing up, as a missionary and whatnot, and as someone, well ingrained within the Southern Baptist Convention and everything like that. You hear these arguments, especially from like Josh McDowell and shit, that say, hey, like we can at least establish a baseline of a real person. Okay.
Right.
And now that we've done that, let's then say, well, why were these disciples doing all these different things and dying for this belief? And it's like, oh, okay, slow down. And I feel like it kind of gets out of hand, or it can get out of hand, if you say, hey, I'll grant you the historical Jesus. And they're like, oh, okay, well, I'll take that inch. And sooner or later, it becomes a mile.
100%.
So I just don't even let them take it, is the way I generally go.
That's a smart thing. Chris, we're going to get you in here in just a second. I just want to try to grab a couple super chats so we don't get buried. Carpentry is real. And also Dylan, good to see you, my friend. Also, there's another Dylan in the guest box. I assume it's somebody else. Carpentry is real, and so are carpenter ants. Jesus was a carpenter, which makes him an ant. Ants are real, which means Jesus is an ant and also real. Checkmate atheists. Rock hard for dog. You know what? I guess I'm done here today. I'm cooked. But both of us are cooked. That's sound and valid. So
I
folded like a long chair.
I honestly have no what to do.
Genji, my friend, good to see you, and thank you for the spirit that says Litwell was an awesome YouTube channel. I actually didn't know anything about the YouTube channel. Now I'm gonna have to follow up on this.
One of his most recent videos, just a quick shout out to M. David Litva, is over First Clement, and he explicitly states that if you believe that Clement was somebody who was alive in the middle of the 1st century, then he did not write First Clement. First Clement, he agrees with us. Litva agrees with Matthew and I that First Clement is a letter that's written in the 140s, 150s, somewhere in there, which also means that is one less thing for Paul that I have to deal with, where people say that it was written before 144. No, we don't have any evidence of Paul prior to that.
And last super chat before we get Chris in here, Angry Amalekite Infant, good to see you tonight, friend, says, could you conduct a stylometric analysis of the Gospels versus relevant Homeric text to confirm or refute Dennis MacDonald's theory?
So, yeah, but not in the way that it's not going to do anything. So a stylometric analysis is really just trying to find the style of the author, or what Matthew and I call the author print, like the fingerprint of the author. And the author print of the Gospels are not, I mean, it's very clearly not going to be Homer. But if you believe that there are things or elements that influence the Gospels from Homer, that makes a lot of sense. That's perfectly fine, and that's something that you could just kind of find just taking a look at the literature and analyzing it on your own. But that's not really something stilometry would be able to find. The only way that it would be able to find anything is if you were to, or at least the way that we do it, using distance formulas, you might be able to find, like, if they take a string of words or a string of letters or something like that from Homer, you could say that, hey, they used 4 or 5, maybe 6 words in a row from one of the epics, so therefore they were taking from him. Otherwise, taking a look at the most frequently used words would just try to find if Homer was the author of the Gospels, and he wasn't, so it wouldn't really glean anything.
Fair enough. Let's get Chris in here, and we'll see what Chris has got. Maybe. There we go. Chris, thank you for being patient. Are you at least 18? And do you believe that Jesus is a real person?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Do you care if I turn my camera on real quick?
I mean, not really.
It's going to be his butt.
Doesn't really matter to me if you turn it on, but you don't really need it, do you?
I would just like to have it on real quick for this debate, since you guys have yours on.
I don't know. Let me look at your profile first.
By the way, while Justin is looking at the profile, do you mind if I do a quick little shout out to the book?
Yeah, do it.
Christ Before Jesus is available on Amazon. The ebook is just $3. It will always be $3. We are not moving that price. Inflation be damned. $3 is the price for the ebook. There is a print version and an audiobook version read by me and Matthew. And Matthew, my co-author, is actually in the chat on TikTok right now.
Yeah.
He's going through and saying a whole bunch of stuff down there. I have no idea. Probably talking about people's moms or something. Probably.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, Chris, you're welcome to turn your camera on, but there's about 1,000 people, actually right now, 527 people that are going to report you if you do something silly.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
So just to start off, go ahead.
Sorry. What do you think is the best evidence for Jesus's actual existence?
All right. Number one, I would say, would be obviously the Shroud of Turin. You can say it's been debunked as many times as you want to, but it would have taken approximately 34 billion watts of energy, depending on the model of assumption used, in a fraction of a second. So in order for that image to exist, it's been proven that in order for that to exist, it says on here, I'm reading something, it says that the total energy absorbed by the lemon fibers to produce the faint discoloration ranges from 2.86 times 10. There's a bunch of joules, depending on the fibers, it says potentially reaching, for the image formation, a pulsating intensity burst, potentially reaching 34 billion watts in a fraction of a second. Now, it's a nuclear event that took place on a shroud, right? Now, that image also is 3D. So if that was to be a painting or a recreation, it is actually.
It's not actually.
There's no way it is
I'm
actually.
I'm more than happy to show you why it's not.
Okay, I'd like to hear it. And I'll tell you why it is.
It's not. So which one do you want to address first? You made the claim initially about radiation, and then you went to the 3D nonsense. Which one would you like to address first?
So it's not nonsense. An image that defined can't even be recreated nowadays.
It's actually been recreated by at least 2 different scientists. One of them in Italy.
Okay.
Do you want me
Are you
to
talking about Luigi?
I was going to think of
in 2009 it was Luigi Marcelli.
Garlashelli, I think is the same person.
Garcelli.
Yeah.
Okay. I might be confusing him with a brand of ice cream.
But that was in 2025. You're talking about
it's actually a pretty difficult name to pronounce. But no, Garcelli didn't reproduce it in 2025. He did it like way back in 2008 or 9.
Yeah, it was 9.
Okay, still, regardless if it's 2008 or 9, that's now. Okay, the technology that would have been required for what they're saying, this was so-called.
Did the technology that they had in the 14th century change from 2009 to 2025?
Do you think they had X-rays then?
Well, it wasn't used producing X-rays. So
okay, do you think they had? Do you think they had the ability?
Would you like to hear how he did it? Because he actually tells you how he did it. He used methods that would have been available at the time period.
According to who?
According to him. According to history.
To
So according to the guy who's been proven, and there were people who were paid, and this has been proven, to disprove the shroud the first time.
Not Gary Shelley. He's just a university professor.
Also, the Christians are the ones who actually put up the payment. They said, if you can disprove the shroud, we'll pay you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to say that he was paid to do
that
it
was actually
means,
the Roman
the
Catholic
Christians
Church.
did it.
That was actually the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, that would be Christians. I don't know what to tell you.
So there's a definition between people who believe in Christ as their Lord and Savior, and if you have all these other pantheons like Mary and things like that, you can't necessarily call yourself a Christian.
Who do you think came out with the study that talked about like the light? Do you think those were Catholics?
You realize that underneath the catacombs in the Vatican, they have a picture of Satan, right?
Sure. Yeah, I was there last week, and I like.
Oh yeah.
Touched it and everything.
There's a walkthrough document.
This is conspiracy territory now.
But really quick,
it's
I'd
not
like to point out that
yeah, I did.
Are there eyelids visible on the Shroud of Turin, like the face that's on the Shroud of Turin? Are the eyelids visible?
There actually are. Yeah. Want me to put a copy of it on the screen?
Yeah. Well, to the guest, when you take a look at the negative image, are the eyelids visible? Like, do you see eyelids?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you do. Okay. What that means is that the sheet would have to be wrapped, skin tight, regardless of if it's a flash of light or whatever. Because fact of the matter is, from the eyebrow, the forehead, all the way to the nose and the cheekbones and everything, the eyelids are in the recess of the skull, or a recess of a skull, which means it would need to be pulled tight. And if we get an image, regardless if it's paint, blood, mud, dust, dirt, or a billion jolts of fucking magic energy, it doesn't matter. We would end up with a face that looks like this because of the fact that you are correct. A body is a 3D image, but a sheet, when laid flat, would be a 2D image. And just like the earth is a globe, and I struggle to say that because you've already said some crazy shit about the Catholics, so you probably don't even agree with that. But the earth is a globe, and when we lay it flat on a 2D map, there's always distortion. So the face of Jesus should be very distorted. We should not be able to see it the way that we do, and we would get the sides of the head. We get the front of the face, we get the back, but we get individual fingers, which is not something that we would get if we got any kind of X-ray or anything like that, because the sheet would need to be tucked in like perfectly between each finger and everything like that. Jess, they're on the screen there. We do.
I just have a question. Have you heard about the pollen types that were found on the shroud?
Have you heard about the DNA from the worm that's from the coast of Canada that they found on there? Did you hear about that one? Did you hear about the pollen that's also from Europe?
Okay, you understand.
Like there is pollen from trees from the Mediterranean, but there's also pollen from trees in South
Jerusalem
Africa.
And in the time of blooming, which is whenever
no, they are not able to date the time of the pollen.
Yes, they're saying that.
In fact, there's also the DNA.
They're saying that the
pollen
that was found is only found during the blooming. Is this a conversation, or are you just gonna blurt shit out, dude?
Well, this is
crazy. Are you that mature, or like are you immature? Still.
Chris, to be sure, you've been interrupting just as much as either one of us. So if you're gonna come up here being all angry, you're not gonna get a good reception, are you? Imagine being angry for Jesus.
I'm not angry. I'm just saying that you guys are hard-headed and you don't want to listen to any kind of. You have an answer for everything. Answer
because
why.
we looked into it.
Correct.
Okay,
It's
answer
kind of what
why.
you're supposed to do when you research something.
Okay, well, answer why. Just real quick. Why
do I have an
pollen
answer to everything? Because I've looked into it.
Answer why that pollen was found during the time in Jerusalem during springtime, which is the time that Christ was crucified. That's the same pollen that they found on the shroud, and it's only found in springtime, which is the time when Christ was crucified.
Sweet. I mean, why is there DNA from a worm off the coast of Canada on there?
Who went and passed the shroud around? You don't think that it was transferred?
You don't think that it could have been visited by somebody who visited from Jerusalem in the spring?
Chris, to be sure, Jaren's question is actually an answer to your question. If you would engage with it, you'd hear the answer. So the answer is buried in his question. Do you want to ask the question again, Jaren?
Yeah, okay. why would we find as well DNA from a worm that lives off the coast of Canada? It's because there
You don't think that possibly came
this shroud.
You don't think that possibly came from the people who were meant to disprove it and said that? Because this is documents that are coming out now in 2026. Yeah, dude, they can say anything to disprove it. People are easy. That's why people are called sheep. They're easy to lead astray.
You mean the sheep that believe that there's a picture of Satan under the Vatican? Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking...
Yeah, we've done
this. Go do your research. Look it up.
We have.
All right.
It's Lucifer, but yeah, they think, you know.
No, it's certainly not Lucifer. Lucifer has never been. Lucifer has never been the name of the devil. Not once ever.
Okay. Why are the Jesuits, if they're Christians, why do they, go out and they try to disprove Christ and they bring discord upon people?
The Jesuits are Christians, just like the rest of the Catholics.
No, they're not.
This is just
that.
I do know that you're wrong. The Jesuits are a section of Catholicism, they're Christians, just like you are. But this doesn't actually fix the problem.
Well, true Christians only believe in Christ as the Savior,
that's adorable. But we're talking about the shroud. So you want to focus?
Yeah, let's focus. Let's go.
Okay. So did you understand why Jaren is bringing up the other remains that are on it?
I understand why he is trying to disprove it. Yeah.
No. Why would there be DNA from a worm that lives off the
coast
of
me
Canada?
The evidence, like you were saying. Since you're saying you want evidence from me, show me the evidence of there being a worm, because I can find nothing on that.
Okay. All right. Well, again, it's
Google.
The same reason. What?
Don't use Google, because there's obviously going to be all kinds of stuff on there. I want an actual scientific dating and the name of the person.
How do you think I'm
going
to get to that?
Of course, you're going to use Google, right? That's fine.
But yep, that's what we're going to do. So anyways, that being said, let's see here. So the reason why we find this, there it is. Okay, so we're actually going to pull this up. This is from, so we have something from the National Institutes of Health.gov, and we also have something from,
yeah, because we can trust them. They gave us the COVID vaccine with nanotech in it and stuff. Yeah.
There's no nanotech in that.
Yeah, there is.
No, there's not.
That's also been proven.
No, it hasn't been proven.
It has.
I made the fucking vaccine machines, you idiot. I designed them in the fucking lab.
So
there's no nanotechnology in there, dummy.
Okay, so now we know who made it. Thanks for giving yourself away.
Yeah, you know who made the machines that produced the vaccines.
So you were part of it, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I was part of
genocide.
I was part of the line that made
the genocide.
I was part of the line that made the machines that make all vaccines. And I can tell you that they're not putting nonsense in those vaccines.
You were part of the genocide, now we know.
There's no genocide, dummy.
Anyways, the study itself, let's see here. It's called Uncovering the Sources of DNA Found on the Turin Shroud. This is from Gianni Barchiaccia. I'm going to butcher that because it's Italian and I'm not. Mm-hmm. That's probably the first person. It's the closest thing that I'm probably going to be able to actually pronounce. Let's see here. And this is from October 5th of 2015. And what they found on this shroud, let's see, a sequence corresponding to 694 BP of the CO1 gene was ascribable to a marine worm rather common in the northern Pacific Ocean next to Canada. They also found a southern gray shrike, a medium-sized passerine bird that is reported to be a resident in southern Europe, northern Africa, and the Near East. So they find all kinds of materials from all over the world because these are
When
things
was the first time the shroud was examined?
The first time it was examined by who?
In the
first time it's
given
even mentioned was the 1300s.
Given from the Catholics to the public to examine it. 2015. So you're basing it off of the lie.
No.
The year of the lie.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, it is. Look it up, dude.
No.
Look it
Because, I
up.
mean, multiple times to examine it? What are you talking about?
To examine the shroud.
It's been examined for a long time.
Scientific.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been examined like in the 1980s. Like,
No. I
definitely.
mean,
Before the 1980s,
the
it was
first
examined.
time.
Yeah, like the
when
Pauline
public was given
the
full
Pauline
access to
study
examine
was
it.
published back in the 70s. Did you bother to read?
recent.
Did you bother to read the study?
Yeah, but it's actually more recent than that.
It's not.
that they did it.
1973.
That was the
Not
that
to
was
mention
an old
a more recent
It's been
study would just allow
re-examined
for
in
more people to
2026.
visit it and it to possibly get things on it. Like, why would that
Yeah.
matter? Like, you'd just be shooting yourself in the foot there.
You got it. That's actually
let
what
me bring-
the
let me bring
original
Pauline from
research
Jerusalem.
says about it. So it's not from Jerusalem, it's
bring
from the
Pauline
Dead
from
Sea.
Jerusalem
It's not
so I
from
can try to-
Jerusalem, it's from the Dead Sea. So if you read the original research from 1973 and 1978, those two samples, it says that there's pollen from the entire region, even pollen from outside of that region. There's dozens and dozens of different pollens that are from and not from that region, and the ones that you're thinking of aren't from Jerusalem, they're from the Dead Sea region, which will grant you isn't that far from Jerusalem, but it's not from Jerusalem.
There's also
there you
plant DNA species found from Mexico, South America, Southeast Asia, Ethiopia.
If it's transferred from Jerusalem, it literally said
It's
when
gonna have
Christ was
something from
killed,
Mexico.
Joseph found his finest linen and wrapped it on Christ's body. Okay?
From
Joseph didn't
Mexico?
exist.
Another question is why would they perfectively
From Mexico.
You
His
don't
finest
realize
linen
that
from
plants?
Mexico?
No, man, you're just
Don't you know that first century Jerusalem was importing Mexican linens?
Yeah, that's what I thought they were, but I mean, maybe he knew.
Also, if you read the Gospels,
I'm talking
he
about in
wasn't wrapped in
Jerusalem.
a single cloth. He was wrapped in a series of cloth strips.
And a napkin was
that's not
placed over
correct.
his face.
Joseph
That's what
found
it
his
says.
finest-
That's
Actually,
what it says in the Gospel of John. It says
John
that there was
19,
a cloth on his face.
John 19:40, and John 25.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
are a
beginning of
collection of wrappings.
And they're
Would you-
separate. In John 20, it is explicitly said that the linen wrappings are separate from the sheet or the cloth that was on his face.
Okay, well, they're not strips like you said though. There was a
Are
cloth,
they separate?
which is
Are they separate things? Are they
the
separate
one on
things?
the face? You don't think that if there was a nuclear event, that the face of that person who came back to life would be able to be
There was
3D printed on the shroud?
There was no nuclear.
No,
don't think
there's
that?
two different.
But also,
There's two different pieces. That's what the Gospel of John says.
right.
Okay, and what I'm saying
if
is
you-
you don't think that if that
if
image
you
can
take a look at the rest
Yeah.
of the chapter there,
Yeah,
it'll
so
say in the verses after it, it'll say.
you got it. So there's a couple things that we're going to point out, but 3 times in John 20 it says that there were linen wrappings in the plural. A wrapping is something you wrap around something. That's what you wrap a dead body with. The practice in ancient times wasn't to put a sheet on a stone and then lay a dead body on top of it and then just drape it over top. That's not how you prepare dead bodies. So John's gospel is actually pretty accurate to how they would have wrapped a dead body, but there's also more than one cloth, one for the head, one for the rest. Do you remember which verse that is for the head cloth, Jern?
It'd be like verse 6 or 7 there. It's on the. If you click the full chapter
Yeah.
there, you'll see.
It's crazy that you're going to the Bible now
Yeah,
to
verse
disprove
7.
the shroud.
There it is. It's verse 7. Yeah, and the cloth that had been on his head, not lying with the linen wrappings, but rolled up in a place by itself. It is explicitly separate.
So
Whereas the shroud
Don't
is
you
all
think
one
it's
piece.
crazy that they're going to the Bible
So-
now to disprove
what-
what I said?
what we're doing is
Yes,
an internal
because
critique.
what
We
you
don't
said
believe the
doesn't line
Bible's
up.
true. This
Then
is
why
in-
are you quoting it? Why
this
are you
is an
referring
internal
to it?
because you believe it's true. See, that's how internal critiques work. You can use the worldview of the person you're talking to find the contradiction within their worldview. So if you think that the Bible is true, we don't. You do. And what that means
Throwing up
is
that
that you're.
666 at
What
me,
that
bro.
means.
You
This
know
is,
you're a Satanist.
This is 3, idiot. So
No, that's the
what-
666
this
the
is-
Masons use. We know
This
it.
is 3 and no.
Okay. It's an
Also,
Illuminati hand sign.
it's
but okay.
not.
It is.
It's not.
And I'm curious, bro. I just want to ask you this.
So
How
are
do
you
feel
are you
knowing
going
that
to address
all
the
these
fact
people
that the
who are
gospel
so
says
Jesus
that he was
is
wrapped in
rebels?
strips of linen?
Curious.
I didn't hear anything you said because you were talking while I'm talking. Are you going to address the fact that the gospel says he was wrapped in multiple strips of linen?
Yeah. How does that line up with the shroud?
You took it away, so I didn't even see it because you realized that basically.
Yeah, you weren't
haven't
paying
read your
attention
gospel.
apparently. It says the cloth that had been on Jesus' head, not lying with the linen wrappings, but rolled up in a place by itself, meaning there was a separate cloth that was on his head. Verse 6, Simon Peter came following him and went into the tomb, and he saw linen wrappings laying there, and the cloth that had been on Jesus' head, meaning there's multiple cloths and linen wrappings laying on the floor.
Okay, so you don't think that they would have taken that off when they wrapped him?
No.
No.
That's how you do it. That's actually how you're supposed to do it.
That's actually
in
not how you're
Jewish-
supposed to do it.
Then why would they need to mention that?
That's a lie. You don't know
there?
shit about Jewish
No, it's
tradition.
not. No, I do actually.
Prove it. Show me the source that says they're going to wrap them in one cloth after they've wrapped them in multiple cloths. Show me that. Christians get up in here and lying. It's crazy.
Real quick before I do that, I just want to ask you, how do you feel knowing that you damaged people's lives and gave them permanent health conditions that they'll never be healed from?
That's what Christianity does.
No. That's what you did with the vaccine, buddy.
Certainly not, buddy.
It is, actually.
Nope. And you'd be wrong.
Okay. Sure.
So about that evidence, what you got? You don't have anything?
I'm going to cite some sources like you did real quick.
Yeah,
I don't know it off the
All
top
right.
of my head.
Cite a source that says that they would take the wrappings off and just put one big sheet on them. And why it would even be necessary to mention the thing that was on his face if it had nothing to do with the body. Like, why would they even mention that in John? They're like, oh no, the napkin or the cloth that we put over his face it's not next to the things because we took it off of him. Oh no.
It says, in Jewish tradition, there was no single burial cloth used for all Jewish individuals.
Oh.
Instead, Jewish burial practices varied widely, with different customs and traditions, different groups and circumstances. And the talit katan, or burial shroud, is a significant aspect of the Jewish burial custom, symbolizing the transition from the physical world to the spiritual realm. It is crafted from simple, adorned fabric and reflects the Jewish value of humility and death. The burial shroud is performed with reverence, making it a significant moment and closure for family and loved ones. The Jewish burial shroud, or talit khan, has deep historical roots and is traditionally crafted from simple. It just says the same thing a couple times here, but it says the Jewish burial crowd connects to the needs of Jewish community since biblical times, creating a continuous thread of shared traditions over generations. Dressing the deceased in white folds, profound meaning in Jewish tradition, extending far beyond simple aesthetics. So it's just it's done different ways. Now,
well, you don't know what a talit is, and you do. Have you ever seen one? You ever seen a Jewish prayer? You ever see a Jewish prayer shawl?
Prayer shawl. Yeah.
Do you think that could cover Jesus' entire body?
Do you think that's one piece of cloth?
Yes, but it's not nearly big enough to cover your body. And also, there's a specific design for it. It has to have tassels. In fact, if you read the Bible, the commands in the Hebrew Bible for making the talit requires it to have tassels, and the shroud does not.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
In fact, here's a rendering of one talit. It goes over the head, it's draped, and it has tassels.
I'm going to show you something real quick, though.
Sure you are. I find that doubtful.
It says that Joseph did not use a linen cloth from his own family for Jesus' burial. Instead, he brought a clean linen cloth to wrap Jesus' body. Remember, they are in a hurry to bury the body, so they didn't have full time. It was not that. It says that he grabbed a clean linen cloth because he was a rich, wealthy man at the time, and he used it because they were in a rush to bury the body before the Passover.
Sounds like it got a contradiction then.
The face cloth was used in honor to protect the face before the burial.
Okay, so why is the shroud all one piece then?
Because they took it off and then they wrapped him in the linen.
It says that it was found rolled up next to him. Mm-hmm. That it explicitly mentions it because it's not on him anymore.
You roll it up once you're done and you're ready to place the person in the actual burial shroud.
So there's nothing on his face then? So we shouldn't see his face on the shroud? Because it's
The
separate
whole
from the
linen-
wrappings.
The whole linen was wrapped up in him, or on him. Basically, the face cloth was rolled up after they went and got the actual burial cloth that they were going to use because they didn't have one prepared
No,
and
you
they were
said
in a hurry.
rush. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were in a rush. They took the original face cloth off and left the body
Where does
there
it
while they
say
went
in the
to
Bible that they took the face cloth off?
Why was it separate? If
Because
whenever
he
the
got up
disciples
in the
saw-
story.
Okay, but wouldn't it still be inside the burial shroud then? It wouldn't just be
No,
laying
it's just
there
on his
separate.
face.
Okay, but if you take off that or ascend through that, right, it would still be inside of the burial cloth that created the image. Do you understand what I'm saying?
If
So
it's
it would
inside
still-
the burial cloth, then it wouldn't. Then it
They
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have
any
seen.
imprint of his
They
face
wouldn't
on
have
it.
seen two cloths. That's the thing. They would have seen only the burial cloth because it would have been still inside. You wrap somebody up in a blanket and you put a shroud underneath that, right? And then the person somehow disappears out of that. The shroud, the burial face cloth is still inside of that, so it would just be a cloth, meaning that they took time to take it off and roll it up.
Wait, when
and
did
then
they do
wrap the
that?
body. Why was it rolled up?
I said,
And
when
why
did
was the
they do
burial
that?
shroud not?
When did
Why-
they do that?
I'm not sure, man, but that's tradition. Is you don't leave the face exposed after the
That's-
death and
Oh,
someone's in
yeah.
the tomb.
Remember, he's
Yeah, this is a
He's
guy
an
that knows
expert in
Jewish
Jewish
tradition.
tradition,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's the one. Yeah, well, in
literally
John
says-
19, they wrapped him when they put him in the tomb. It says they took the body of Jesus and wrapped it with the spices in linen cloths, according to the burial custom of the Jews. So, according to the Bible, the burial custom was to wrap them in strips of linen. It says, now there was a garden in the place where he was crucified, and in the garden there was a new tomb from which no one had ever been laid. And then they lay him in there, in these wrappings. So when did they come
You
in?
realize different translations say different things about that. It literally,
It
some say
doesn't.
just the burial cloth. They do.
Sure,
Switch
show
to
me
a
that
different
one. Show me that one. Which
Switch
translation?
to a different.
Which one?
Switch to a different.
Which
do it.
one?
Switch to anyone. Go
Which
to KJV.
one? KJV. Why would you do KJV?
Just go to a different one. Let's see the difference.
I'm
Because
asking you
everybody
which
knows
one
that
you would
King
prefer,
James-
though.
King James was an expert of Jewish tradition, just like this guy.
Yeah, he really was, actually. Yeah.
Well, at least
Also-
I didn't make machines that killed millions of people.
My machines don't kill anybody. My machines make vaccines. So maybe you're just confused.
Vaccines are
Maybe you should.
our way to depopulate.
Maybe you. No, they're not. You're
Didn't
just.
know you were Bill
you're
Gates.
you're too stupid to actually know what
henchman,
vaccines
but now we
do.
know the people
So
who are watching you and listening.
yes,
Yeah, they know. who you
Yes,
are.
I'm the one, guys. I make centrifuges that make vaccines. You can blame me for being safe from smallpox and other shit. So, did you know that cloth, athanios in Greek is plural? Want me to show you in the Greek text why it's a plural rather than one? In John
Wait,
19:40, do you just want me to
It
show
said
you?
cloth though, didn't it? It said
It
burial
said-
cloth, not cloths, right?
Cloths in the plural.
But he's not a Greek expert, just a Jewish tradition expert.
Oh, that's right. That I should have asked. Yeah, it says linen cloths because the word is plural. This is a plural ending on the Greek word.
Meaning it can be multiple fibers tied into one. Yeah.
No, it's multiple cloths.
One.
No, there's a
Yeah,
word
By the
for
way,
fiber.
the
This is not
multiple
it.
fibers tied into one on the shroud is called 3-to-1 herringbone, which requires the technology of a loom that wasn't available until the Middle Ages. So yeah, if you're talking about the fibers being tied into one, it would have to be in the 1300s.
No, it's not true, man. Because if it's a
It's
linen
true.
cloth that's
Okay.
knitted together, yeah, there was.
It's called
cloths
3-to-1
back-
herringbone. That's the weave, the type of weave.
And you don't think that
Are
we
you
were able to
familiar
do
with
that?
how weaves work?
I am familiar with how weaves work, but you don't think that people knew how to weave back then?
No, the 3-to-1 herringbone weave requires the technology of a loom that wasn't invented in the 1st century. It's too intricate.
Sure. Just
Yep.
like there's no death from vaccines.
This guy's crazy with his conspiracy theories. No,
Wow.
nobody has ever claimed that
How do you
vaccines.
sleep at night, bro? I'm just
Uh,
curious.
Really well, like a fucking
Knowing you
next
killed
to
baby.
your
so many
mother.
people.
Like a baby. Yeah, every time
Yeah.
I meet somebody who's a grown adult
How will
that
you
never
escape
had
hellfire?
Every time I meet somebody who's never had measles, it makes me sleep every minute of every night. It makes my day. Not get the mumps? Great. Love to hear it. Yeah. Don't have hepatitis? Fucking great. Love to hear that. Oh, polio?
What
Yeah,
about
we
all
fixed
the
that.
people who
We
died
fixed
as
that
soon as they took
too.
it? What about all the
We
cardiac
well,
problems because of the COVID
what
vaccine?
about
As soon
What about
as
all
they
the
took
people
what
who
it.
had
about
permanent
the
immune disorder?
millions? So the reason
Just on the
why
way home.
shouting nonsense like some people had ill effects from the vaccines is irrelevant because vaccines is a numbers game, right? So for example, if you have a vaccine and it keeps say 1 million people from dying, but you have say 10 people that die from it, that is a numbers game. If whatever the disease is, if it's guaranteed to wipe out millions, let's say like it's Ebola or some shit like that, right? Well, it might be true that an Ebola vaccine could kill 5 people, could even kill 10 people, but we know that the death rate from Ebola is so much higher. The vaccine is still warranted, right? So vaccines are number games. It's never going to be a guarantee that everyone who ever takes the vaccine won't have side effects or might actually live. That's basically how that works. So yeah, I sleep very well at night knowing that my machines keep people alive in millions. One of my favorite things.
And I sleep
Also,
very well at night knowing that I took that vaccine. So
fucking
thank you,
A,
Justin.
yeah. So one of the things that we might want to recenter on, rather than doing a vaccine nonsense that's going to get you banned from TikTok, dummy, is maybe center it back on the historicity of Jesus before you get flagged on TikTok for misinformation and get the whole live taken down. You want to try that?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, man. You're gonna have to give an account.
I sleep great at night. Don't lose a single wink. So what's the historicity of Jesus? Because it's the Shroud of Turin obviously isn't helping.
Okay. Do you know what the name Yahweh means in Hebrew?
Sure fucking do you?
Behold hand, behold nail, right?
No, it doesn't.
It does,
You are
actually.
literally the dumbest motherfucker I'm going to talk to all night. I can guarantee it. I have no idea who I'm going to talk to tonight, but I know you're going to be the dumbest of them. So the name Yahweh comes from what Hebrew word?
What does YHWH stand for?
I'm asking you, what verb does it come from?
What do you mean verb?
What word does the name Yahweh come from?
Yod,
What root?
Hey, Vav, Hey.
Yeah, what's that word? What do you call it?
It's Hebrew.
I'm aware. What word? Do you know that
Quit
the
throwing up
name
the
Yahweh, the name Yahweh,
rebuke you and bind
this
you
would
in
be
the earth.
666, I suppose. This is 333.
No, you know what you're doing, buddy.
Oh no, I've been rebuked. Oh no, he rebuked me.
I
Okay.
bind you in heaven and earth. You're literally
not concerned. Actually, you know, look, it's funny. I can bind you, but you can't bind me. Look, I just shut your mouth up. See how funny that is? Your power is no good here. Your Jesus is weak. So again, this is not an argument for Jesus. The meaning of the name Yahweh, it comes from the root word to be. So that's it. This has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus existed. The etymology of the name of Yahweh has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. Even if I fucking believed in Yahweh, let's just imagine that I'm a Jew. It still doesn't do anything for Jesus. What's the evidence that Jesus existed, not Yahweh?
What's the evidence? Let's see. What did Christ quote whenever he said, my God, why have you forsaken me?
That's from Psalm 22, and that's irrelevant to whether or not Jesus existed.
Then how did David know how Christ would be crucified back then?
He didn't. It was not a prophecy.
Why did Christ
There's
fulfill
no
that?
He didn't. There's no crucifixion in Psalm 22.
My bones are out of place and out of joint. Bulls of Bashan surround me. My heart waxes.
It melts like wax. You almost had it. Yeah, you nearly had a verse memorized. Congrats. Where's the part where it's a prediction for the future? Because as it turns out, prophecies are like clear forms of speech. Like when somebody makes a prediction for the future, like this will happen or that will happen, or the Lord says X, Y, and Z information. Where's that in Psalm 22?
Look at the power of Jesus, guys. Look at the fake Jesus. He's gone.
Still looking for why Psalm 22 is a prophecy.
Why is it a prophecy? How did David know exactly how Christ would be crucified?
He didn't. It doesn't say anything.
Before crucifixion even existed.
Show me where crucifixion's mentioned in here, genius. Which
they have
verse?
pierced my hands and they have pierced my feet.
As it turns out, that's not
also
there.
in Psalms, right?
No, it's not
That's
in
also
Psalm
in that
22.
Psalm.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. In fact, my translation says, dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircle me, and they bound my hands and my feet. Interesting. Why does my translation say
because
bound?
you went to a different translation that is newer, that was meant to literally disprove Christianity. Probably created by your own fucking people who made the vaccines.
That's certainly not the case. Do you want to hear why it doesn't say pierced? Do you want to hear why? Would you like to hear why?
Because what translation are you on? Then
I can just show you. I can just show you in the Hebrew text why it doesn't say pierced. Do you want me to do that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So if you go to the Hebrew text, we'll pull it up for you. Psalm 22:16. What you're going to find is ka'ari, or it says ka'aru, but the standard edition right here, ka'ari, just means like a lion in Hebrew. I don't know why I highlighted all that. This word just means like a lion in Hebrew. Ari is lion. The kaf at the beginning of it just means like as. So this means like a lion in Hebrew, which is why it's translated as that in all of the honest manuscripts. They put here, just listen for a second and learn something. This is overlaid with the King James Bible. The King James Bible wrote pierced. That's not what this means. If you just look at the lexicon entry for ka'ari, what you'll discover is it actually just means like a lion. Now, they've got it tied to kara, which we can address in a second. Kara doesn't mean pierce either. But the hold on. The actual word here is ka'ari. Now, the reason why whoever did this interlinear translation tied it to kara is because they don't like ka'ari. But actually, what you'll see here, this second letter, this aleph, this does not appear in the name or the word kara. If you open up the root word kara, there's no aleph in the second place. That's because the original word was not kara, it was ka'ari. And it's been corrupted. There's multiple editions of it. Some say ka'ari, some say ka'aru. Ka'aru, if that is the correct rendering of it, it would then say they dug, meaning the animals. They dug at my hands and my feet, which is what you would expect if you were being attacked by a pack of animals. So it doesn't say anything about crucifixion here. It's literally just talking about something happening to his hands, but at no point does the word pierced show up. Dakar is the Hebrew word for pierced, and it doesn't show up in the text.
And of course, as Justin pointed out, if a dog encircles you and attacks you, dogs would bite. And if you want to say pierced, great, cool. It's not in there, but sweet. That's what a dog's tooth would do.
In other translations, it is in there, but okay.
Again, but that's what a dog would do if it bit you.
Okay, again.
It explicitly says dogs. It does not say anything about
everything that is on that is what happens to somebody during crucifixion and flogging.
They get attacked by dogs?
Before that ever even existed, no. About your bones being out of joint.
Actually, that would happen whether you're crucified or not.
It would not. Explain how. All of your bones. How?
Yeah, it would. In ancient Assyria and ancient Persia, they would horrifically maim your body. They'd pull your members apart. They would fillet you alive. They would take your skin off.
That's not mentioned in
I know,
song.
just pay attention. They would lay your skin across the pillar. So the act of destroying a person's body when they've been captured in war is a common one. This just happens to be one description of somebody who theoretically has been caught in war, or at least is pretending to say that their struggle is akin to somebody who's been captured in war. Which is why it says that his clothes are being divided. In the ancient world, when you were captured in war, your clothes were divided. This is clear in the Bible.
They cast lots for my clothing. That literally, there's no other people who've had that happen in historical reference. Why else would they cast lots and gamble?
That's not true at all. That's not true.
Well, still, how did David know that was going to happen before they ever started doing that?
He didn't. This is not a prediction.
Oh, but it came true.
It didn't come true. David is talking about his own life.
Oh, but did that ever happen to David? No.
It did. So yeah, he said it did.
All
isn't
his
it crazy?
Bones were dislocated?
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that David is saying this thing happened to me, and Chris is like, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. David's lying. What a wild accusation against David.
When did it ever say in biblical reference? When did it ever say that David had all of his bones disjointed? When?
Psalm 22.
When?
Psalm 22.
He's quoting.
He's talking about himself. No, he didn't say. Do you know how future tenses work?
And nowhere in there does it say it's going to happen to anybody. At best, it says it's happening to him.
That's right. They have bound my hands and my feet. These are all present tense and past tense verbs. It's not anything but the future.
Hold on.
You can't just call it a prophecy because you like it. That's not how that works. Prophecies are clear forms of speech about the future. That's why in Deuteronomy 18, you're told to test the words of the prophets to see if they come true. They're clear forms of speech.
Okay, let me ask this. I'm going to read it on my version. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why are thou so far from me? And why are my words of my roaring? My God, I cry in the daytime, and thou hearest not, and in the night season I am silent. But thou art holy, O thou who inhabitest the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee and thou didst deliver them.
Let me know when you get to the part where it says anything about the future.
And trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, which talks about the crimson worm, a reproach of men, and despised by the people. All who see me laugh and scorn, and shoot out the lip, and they shake their heads, saying, He trusted in the Lord, that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him. But
so we're waiting for you to get to the point where it says anything about the future.
Okay, hold on. But be not far from me, for trouble is near, there's no one to help. Many bulls have encompassed me, strong bulls of Bashan have beset me around. They gaped upon me with their mouths as ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, and is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my jaws. That has brought unto me the dust of death. Right before Christ died, he said,
Can you find me? Well, I don't really care what Christ said. I'm asking you to find me the verse in here that's about the future.
Hold on, I'm telling you, dude.
Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Hey, Jaron, I need a witness for this. Can you witness this for me?
This can't be David's.
My God, why have you forsaken me? Holy shit! I just fulfilled it because I said, my God, why have you forsaken me? And actually, just last week. Actually 2 weeks ago, I had my garments both divided and auctioned off. And then also, I've had both my hands and my feet pierced. I mean, they were construction.
In the King James Version, it says, For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me.
I know it does.
I just witnessed it, by the way. I just witnessed Justin having to
Psalm 22 is about me. Holy fuck, we've got a first-hand witness to the miracle. I am the... Oh, where's my crown? Hold on, where fucker.
For dogs have encompassed me, and the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me.
I'll take your tithes and offerings now, Chris. I'd love to have your worship.
When did your bones be exposed and stare upon you? When did that happen to David?
So that's the funny part. You want me to explain it to you, or do you want to talk over me?
Because you've got an answer for everything inside of your New International Version, which is bullshit.
I'm not reading the NIV. I'm reading the NRSV. No, it's not the NIV.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
The New International?
The New International is not the same as the NRSV, idiot. The NRSV is an academic translation put together by actual academics. It's not put together by an organization that does biblical apologetics. That's why it's the standard for academic study Bibles, is because it's not an apologetic translation. So again, the word pierce doesn't show up in the Hebrew text at all. It's not there. The word is dakar. If your translation says pierced, it's because it's lying to you. Whoever did your translation...
The New International Version is better than the James Version, which is an older version.
Well, that is true. Well, the Geneva Version's older than the King James. That means should we go back to Geneva?
Sure. I bet you it says pierced.
Okay, it doesn't say pierced. You want to go back to Wycliffe? Actually, the Geneva probably does say pierced, but it's still wrong.
There you go. You just proved it, guys. There you go.
I actually didn't prove it because we know the Hebrew word for pierced. What's the Hebrew word for pierced? What's the Hebrew word for pierced? What's the Hebrew word for pierced?
You look it up. Come on, man. You're the genius here, right?
I already told you weren't listening. It's dakar. Does it show up in the text?
Let me look that up and see if it matches in what I say.
Yeah, go ahead. You can just look up the lexicon and it'll tell you. Imagine being this dumb and this overconfident.
Or on TikTok, Ken and Paper
The
said,
car
imagine
means
being
to
that desperate
stab,
for a
to
win.
thrust through, or to pierce.
Yeah.
The car meaning to stab, to thrust through, or to pierce.
And does it show up in Psalm 22?
That's the same thing, dude.
No, it's
Yeah,
not in
it
Psalm
does.
22.
What does
Show me.
pierce mean? Not in the New International Version. My bad, dude. My bad. The newer Bible.
I'm in the Hebrew, idiot.
The Hebrew.
Where does the Hebrew word dakar show up in Psalm 22?
Is it written in Hebrew or is it translated to Greek to English? Real quick.
It's written in Hebrew. The Old Testament is written in Hebrew. Try to follow along.
Initially Hebrew, yes.
Do you see the word dakar in here? Because the word that's actually in the Hebrew text is ka'ari. Oops.
Manuscripts read kari, often depicting as they dug or pierced, while Masoretic text reads kari, meaning like a lion. So you're going off a Masoretic text, but
did you say Masoretic? You mean Masoretic?
Whatever, dude. It doesn't even
imagine
this
having
is a Jewish tradition expert, Justin. You got to give him some time to warm
up. Oh,
up.
That's right. I forgot. This is the Jewish tradition expert. Forgot. Okay. Yeah. So in the Masoretic text, it says ka'ari. In the Proto-Masoretic text, it says ka'ari. In the Talmud and the Aramaic text, it says ka'ari because that was the widest tradition. We have one manuscript from the Dead Sea that says ka'aru.
Wait, so the Talmud, you mean the one that says that anybody who's not a Jew is considered a cattle? That they should be slaughtered? The fake Jews?
No, he can't focus at all.
Yeah.
So my point is very clear. We only have one manuscript that says ka'aru, and it's clearly an error. So the manuscript that says ka'aru is the Necha Hever scroll, number 5-6. And it's got a problem. See, this letter, this second letter, the first arrow on the right, ka'aru is not a real Hebrew word. You'll never find that in a lexicon. So people who are writing pierced into their Bible are just wishing it in there. Ka'aru, if it was a Hebrew word, was a mistake. That yod at the end of it got accidentally elongated. It's easy to do. It's one of the most well-known copying errors in all of Hebrew copying history. And it probably just read ka'ari. Now, if it actually meant to say ka'ari, hold on, Chris.
Go ahead.
What is in this text, if you think this is original, is not a real word. At best, this would only ever get you to the word dig or burrow, but it would be a misspelling of that word. Ka'aru is not the actual way to spell dig. So either it's a spelling mistake or it's an accidental elongation of a yod. Spelling mistakes, adding an errant aleph in the middle of a word is not common. Accidentally elongating a yod is very common, which is why most scholars still agree that the original probably said ka'ari.
Okay, so the individuals you're talking about, because I don't want to butcher the name, right? They were known as Jewish scholars who didn't believe in Christ, right? So why would they not change one word to make it sound like there was no Messiah?
Masoretes and the documents that we have predate Jesus.
Right.
Yeah,
so
it wouldn't have any. They wouldn't be changing it to possibly like disprove Jesus. He wouldn't have been born yet if he could.
They changed it before Jesus. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The accusations on this one.
We got to make sure that these Christians who we have no idea about, don't get their hands on this.
All right. Well, listen, you've been up for a while. It looks like 47 minutes, and boy, I'll tell you what, it's at least been interesting. But we got to move on. We got a bunch of people waiting to get in. Come back anytime, Chris. I'd say this is at least fun.
Yeah. No worries, guys. It's all good.
Yep. Bye. Wow. It must be hard being that smart.
I want to quickly point out, this is just something that I'm just curious about. There is actually a text that dates to... When is this? This is the time of Hadrian, which would be Hadrian would be around the 130s or so, which is what I believe is actually around the time right before the Bar Kokhba revolt, and then you have the first New Testament actually published by Marcion in 144, the next decade afterwards. So Emperor Hadrian, he explicitly makes laws that dictate how to divide up or what to do with money or clothing or rings that a convicted person would actually have. So he actually talks about this, and it's kind of interesting that, yeah, I mean, I get that they were probably using the Old Testament to come up with some of these stories for the text, but nevertheless, it's still something that probably wasn't too terribly common in the first place. For Jesus to have actually experienced, if he was a real person, they probably would not be in full view of everybody gambling for his clothes.
Yeah.
Probably not. It's something that's, tied to something more archaic or more ancient.
Yeah, I've got
like
it.
The Old Testament. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got ancient practices that were documented in the Levant and in the Near East, that when your enemies capture you, you divided their belongings up. Here is part of the blessings and curses of the Esarhaddon Treaty with Tyre. So that's a Neo-Assyrian king, Esarhaddon. And so if you break this covenant, here's what you can expect. Here's the curses. It says, may they make disappear food for your mouth, clothes for your body, oil for your ointment. May Astarte break your bow in the thick of battle and have you crouch at the feet of your enemy, and may a foreign enemy divide your belongings. Because that's what the fuck happened when you got captured in battle. And that was 700 years before Jesus. So.
Yeah. So it's an ancient practice, but it would have been kind of dialed back and seen as uncouth once you get to like the first century and everything, like the Roman Empire. So yeah. And explicitly what Hadrian had said was, if it's a small amount, it says, if anyone is wearing a girdle, no one should claim it on the ground, but any clothing which he wears, or any small sums of money which he may have in his possession, the condemned, for the purpose of living, or any light rings, that is to say, any which are not worth more than 5 aurei, can be demanded. Otherwise, if the convicted person should have on his finger, rich things or large sums of money, this can by no right be retained as part of his clothing.
Nice. Well, do me a favor when you get time. We don't have to do it right now. Send me a copy of that quote. I'm going to add it to I have a whole presentation on Psalm 22 that I put together. I'll add it to one of my slides, and I'll even fucking put your name on it. So that was by Hadrian, right?
Yeah, it's the Divine Hadrian stated in a rescript to Aquilus Bradua. So it's found in a book called the Digest of Justinian.
Okay.
Digest of Justinian, book 48, title 20, section 6.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
I love
and
it.
Section 6 is all about that specific rule about like how to, like, what to do with money and how much you could offer or demand or something like that, or how much you have to give to like the governor who's in charge.
Fucking A. All right, let's grab some super chats, friends, and we're going to get formerly known as Dylan in here. And then after that, we had a guest that was waiting, but they left. So after formerly known as Dylan, it looks like I'm going to have to grab Hammer. I think Hammer and then Joy were next in line. So we'll grab them in that particular order. Science lover, good to see you, friends. Says plucking is a losing battle. Embrace the gray or white. Rock hard for Doug. Simply for sharing. Well, thank you. I don't pluck. I said I'm gonna go gray, and I'm gonna live with it. And this is the fate of all human beings. So it's gonna be okay. Harry, thank you for the super chat. Says, what about Nicole Orisme, who wrote in 1370 that the shroud was fake? Jaren, your dad says hi. Oh fuck.
So Carrie has been coming around for some time now. I will let him know that you mentioned him on a super chat. So thank you.
And also from Herbie, good to see you, Herbie. Says a pretty boy Flack in chat is educating us all about the truth of Jesus, but he won't call in. He called in to John Cohen a couple weeks ago, and he crashed so badly. Come on, pretty boy Flack, phone in. I don't see pretty boy in my queue. I'm going to assume that Pretty Boy doesn't have the guts to call in. But Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says, poor Chris, still waiting on the QAnon storm. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's actually the case. That guy was a conspiracy nut for sure. Lloyd Weatherford, thank you for the super chat. Says, shout out to Justin for contributing to vaccine production. Thanks for helping save lives, brother. Rock hard for Doug. And H4L. Fuck, what's H4L? Something for life?
My guess is it's I don't know. H for L. Oh man.
I mean, I gotta
I have
Google
no
that
idea.
one.
The only thing that it would be tied into, if it was something for me, would be Latras. I can't remember what exactly it was, but I ended up in a conversation with somebody who kind of crashed out, and they went back down to the chat, and they were typing, in all caps or whatever. They were just screaming, chirping it down there, and they ended up misspelling the word later, and somehow ended up saying something about God Latras. Latras. Instead of God later, they said God Latras or something. Latras. And so he is now Latras, the righteous judge.
Fucking A.
He is some deity that we mention every once in a while on the live. I have no idea. That'd probably be the only thing I could think of if it's talking about me.
Fair enough, friends. I'm going to grab, I think, 5 more chats, and then we're going to get formerly known as Dylan in here. I'm just trying to keep on the super chats as best as possible. Anyone that doesn't get read between callers will get read at the end. Dustfrom says, I love that you can say it's been proven or look it up instead of making an argument. I can just say it's been proven that the world was created by little gnomes. Look it up. I know. Isn't the look it up argument? Can we be done with this? Like, I get it that you think that it's a foregone conclusion that your view is true, but guys, you can't just say look it up, because it might be that you're the one that needs to look it up. And Insta Shrimp, thank you for the $100 super chat. That is huge. That is a maximal in all possible worlds super chat. Thank you. Says Justin. Thank you, Justin, for your work on life-saving vaccines. Fuck that guy. Actually, here's the funny thing. I didn't design any of the vaccines. I was lucky enough to design the machines that produce these vaccines, and I think the company does amazing work, or else I wouldn't have been part of it. Nevertheless, yes, vaccines save lives, guys, and I've met the people that work at these companies devising the formulas and the biomedical solutions are incredibly smart, way smarter than I'll ever be. When I walk into these companies, everybody has a PhD but me. I'm the idiot in these companies. That's how we have a lot of very intelligent people working on these vaccines. Real Marcus Holloway says, vaccines made me gay for Justin. Fucking A. And rock hard for Doug, and simply what for Sherry. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. If I had known that was a side effect of the vaccine industry, maybe I would have got it involved even earlier.
Adam says, they turn the frogs gay?
Yeah, obviously. That was the first step. We had to make sure the frogs turned gay.
The frogs.
Exactly.
Turn
that was
friggin' frogs gay.
100%. Adam says, Justin and Jay Aaron? Oh, I see what they did there. Love both y'all. Keep cooking, kings. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Adam. Super appreciate that, friend. Last super chat for now from Ashlyn Dari. And again, please correct if I'm saying your name wrong. Says, I'm a witness to the holy revelation. I counted the chest hairs of the Messiah as he was sharing his sacred possessions used for the needy. He is real. He is come. All praise Justin, the cloth giver. Indeed. That was the fundraiser I did not that long ago. We can fill you in, where they literally cast lots for my clothing. So I'm just saying, obviously, David was talking about me. Let's get in formerly known as Dylan, and hopefully we'll have some robust conversation. How are you doing, artist formerly known as Dylan?
I'm doing very good. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Are you a believer that Jesus was a real historical figure?
Yes, I am.
Sure. Why?
So I got a couple of points that I think I'd like to go over just to get you guys' input on. The first one I'd bring up would just be Josephus. Not necessarily the writings where he specifically talks about the death of Jesus, but more so the one where he talks about James, the brother of Jesus, and refers to him as such.
Okay.
Just kind of if Jesus wasn't a real person, why would he refer to him as that?
Yeah. So, are you familiar with that passage?
Slightly. Like I've read it like a while ago, and I just
Are you
kind of
aware
remembered
that
it
it
for this
says
point.
Jesus, son of Damnius, at the end of it?
Yes.
Okay. So that's most likely what it's talking about, especially since, generally speaking, Josephus would identify people as, the son of this person. And this is probably a marginal note that just kind of made it into the text there of Josephus, especially since the rest of the information found within that passage doesn't really line up with what the Christians talk about. They try to say that James, the brother of Jesus, was unalived uh, by way of throwing him off of a building. That's the first time that he gets mentioned in the late second century for his martyrdom. Prior to that, they don't really have any stories about it, and it doesn't line up with what Josephus said, which said that he was stoned. Later on, they eventually say that he was stoned because they try to line it up more with what they find in either Josephus or different quotes of it. Because they're talking about, in that particular instance, they're talking about a Jesus and a James who are brothers. That Jesus is definitely the passage's main focus, because it doesn't say they brought James, the brother of Jesus. It says they brought the brother of Jesus who was called Christ, whose name is James. So in other words, Jesus is the focus. Yeah, it lists Jesus before it lists James. It's very clearly something that is talking about the Jesus character. And it goes on for the next paragraphs after this. The next sections all talk about Jesus, the son of Damnius. So it's introducing this character, and it's a twist. The twist of the story is that Albinus actually replaces Ananus ben Ananus, the high priest, with this other high priest named Jesus there in the early 60s. I'd also like to point out that even though the Christians try to say that James was, unalived for his faith, regardless of how they say it, this would have happened in the early 60s. And then the Gospel of John, which definitely comes later, explicitly states that even the brothers of Jesus did not believe him. And John is a gospel that talks a lot about the ending. The first two times that it talks about Judas, for instance, it says this is the guy who's going to betray him. And there at the end of the Gospel of John, it talks about Peter or potentially John talking about how they were going to die. And there's some different takes from Christians. They say that John would continue living and he wasn't going to get unalived, but rather exiled, that kind of thing.
Right.
But where I'm going here is that the Gospel of John is explicit, even more explicit than the other Gospels, the Synoptic Gospels, that the brothers of Jesus did not believe him. So it doesn't line up with this, as well as the Jewish elites coming to the defense after he was unalived. That would be something that we wouldn't see really if Christianity and the Jewish people were at odds with each other at the time.
Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense. I got a couple other questions. First off, I'd say the three main important figures for Christianity would be Jesus, Paul, and John the Baptist. And I was just kind of wondering what your guys' belief of the historicity of the other two would be for Paul or John the Baptist.
I'd actually like to hear Justin's take before I give my take, because it may actually line up. I bet it would. What do you think, Justin, about John the Baptist? You think he was a real guy?
So I'm kind of inclined to believe that John the Baptist is a real person, only because there seems to be people that revered him and followed him. But unfortunately, the sources for John the Baptist are roughly the same as the sources for Jesus. So
Right.
yeah,
yeah.
Tacitus
to Jesus is kind of what I would see a lot of the sources for John the Baptist, much later.
I'm not really sure what exactly you mean by that, but I would say that John the Baptist is a real person, because Josephus does talk about him, and that line from Josephus doesn't seem to be inauthentic. Whenever I ran any kind of stellometry on that line, it because it's a big paragraph that talks about it, talks about him. It doesn't really come up as anybody separate. Now, I will say, however, that my co-author, Matthew, who may still be in the chat, I'm not sure, but my co-author, Matthew, actually isn't as sold on the idea of John the Baptist. And the reason for that is because, again, there's not a lot of information for the guy other than this Josephus reference that is potentially something that is added because there's another guy who seems a lot like him. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Matthew's still in there. Matthew, if you remember the name of the guy who you think he may have been based off of in Josephus, drop it in the chat. But yeah, more or less, there's another guy who was leading people to, I think Theodos. Theodos, that's the name. So Theodos was leading people to the Jordan River, and he was basically going to like separate it, kind of like Moses or something. Like there's some story about how he led people out to the side of the Jordan River, and that's talked about in Josephus. So there's a potential that John the Baptist is like another character that was made up by the Christians and just kind of worked back in there. But I would say that John the Baptist probably existed, probably. But the story that Josephus gives of him does not, or that we find in Josephus, it does not include anything about Jesus, or
Right.
it depicts him in a slightly different way than the Bible does.
And Paul, you think that like the accredited like letters that people agree on were written by Paul, and he wasn't like a made-up figure?
Oh yeah, I would definitely say that he's like a pseudonym. At least the way that the New Testament presents Paul is just not real.
Right. And so I think it is in Galatians where he writes of James again and refers to him as Jesus's brother.
This is a fun one. Okay. So, all right. So, no. The mention of him being Jesus's brother is not found in the earliest iterations of the Pauline epistles. In fact, James is just not mentioned there. Like the brother of Jesus is not mentioned. Now, you might have like maybe James the Apostle or something, but in 1 Corinthians 15 is really what most people kind of point to when it says that Jesus appeared to the 500 and everything, like 500 brothers and sisters,
and then James, and then the rest of the apostles.
James and Cephas and the apostles, and then Paul as one untimely born. Blah 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 blah. Point is, this is something that is definitely added later in reconstructions of Pauline letters that are made by different scholars, most notably Dr. Jason Badun, in his book, The First New Testament, Marcion's Scriptural Canon. He takes a look at what Origen, Tertullian, and Irenaeus, who were later church fathers who really hated, they really hated Marcion. So Tertullian actually does a line-by-line comparison between what Marcion had and what they have in their Pauline epistles and in different gospels and stuff like that, or like in Luke and stuff. But what my point is that based off of their quotes, we can reconstruct what Marcion published in 144, and we can see that the lines that are not found within Marcion's version are different authors than what are found in Marcion's version, meaning these are elements that are added later. They are not, Marcion is not just taking the letters of Paul in 144 and ripping pieces out. He is presenting them for the first time, and then other people are adding to them later. This is pretty clearly shown within the analysis. Now, that being said, the lines about James being visited by Jesus, this is nowhere to be found in the Pauline letters first presented by Marcion. It's an added concept, most likely added whenever they start coming up with this claim that James is... They probably saw a James and a Jesus in Josephus and started to focus a little bit more on this James character in the story, because they needed something. They needed something that they could tie back to.
Right.
But it is also like, think about it for a second. Why would Jesus go to James after his resurrection and not the rest of his family? Like, why?
Right.
But people point to that as the moment that James becomes a Christian. Like, he didn't believe in him, and then all of a sudden he became a Christian later.
Right. It said that a lot of his family was skeptical of his original ministry, and then you could
But why
say
did he single out James as the only brother that he appeared to? Why not Joseph?
Right. Maybe he was older or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he was favored or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, we can
Okay.
tell that part, those parts in Paul are added later. The parts about the
And
brother.
were you saying like the people that add to it maybe took from Josephus, or like took what they read from Josephus,
Yeah,
or
yeah. Once they
kind of
get
like
the
people
kind of the
talk about
story
with
for
Acts,
James,
or
yeah. The narrative for these characters, the background information for these characters, biographies, they are somewhat crafted by these influences, like the works of Josephus, in order to come up with these stories that are a bit more elaborate and give their stories more depth. Like for instance, like Paul doesn't mention anything about like, these different shipwrecks and shit like that. But then in Acts, he's got shipwrecks. And these shipwrecks are based off of what Josephus has in his autobiography. Apparently, he was on the same ship that Josephus was in a biography that he published in '99. That's really weird. So that's I don't know what to tell you. Like they're very clearly using these more popular stories in order to craft more of a backstory for these characters, and then working them in later and just presenting them as factual.
okay. So but my points with asking about whether you believed in John the Baptist or
Mhm.
Paul is just I'm trying to understand if Jesus is kind of like the odd man out here, what like the natural hypothesis of how the formation of the Jesus myth specifically came about. Was it like from old followers of John the Baptist, or
So, according to Josephus, the followers of John the Baptist, at the latest that we hear about them are really when they talk shit about how Herod lost a battle, because he had unalived John the Baptist. They say, "Oh, hey, that's what you get for unaliving a righteous man." That's basically the last we hear about him. He doesn't really mention anybody else, following John the Baptist or anything really in connection to it. So it's those. By the time you actually get the stories of Jesus in the second century, there probably weren't too terribly many people concerned with
Mhm.
John the Baptist at that point.
Well, then why would
Maybe
he be included within the Jesus myth?
because he's part of the story there that I would imagine that Marcion, because Marcion's gospel doesn't actually have any scenes with John the Baptist. He does not get baptized. He's obviously not a cousin or anything like that. There's nothing like that. There's no speaking lines or anything. He's just kind of mentioned in passing. And I think that's because Marcion was familiar with the works of Josephus. And so we just kind of mentioned somebody who was mentioned by Josephus. He must have been in the text, and then they utilize the works of Josephus. So he just kind of name drops somebody and just keeps going because it would have been around that time, around the time of Pilate, around the time of John the Baptist. That's when he's putting in this character, Jesus. But later on, they start developing more of a connection between Jesus and John the Baptist, culminating in Luke saying that he's an actual cousin.
So it's kind of like just for credibility reasons that it would have been added in.
Yeah, or just like, hey, we know that this guy's a real person, and it kind of adds to the time of when the event happens.
Now, would there have been like more notable Jewish figures to put into that role, or would, if they did exist, would they be so notable that people would know that it's bullshit? Or
Well, we do have other Jewish people worked into it in Acts and in the Gospels. There's other people who are mentioned. Hell, Pilate's mentioned, Caiaphas is mentioned.
Right.
We have Gallio mentioned in Acts. Festus is mentioned in Acts. Like we have other people
Well,
who
I meant more as
are.
a figure that is bestowing kind of credibility to Jesus, whereas Jesus kind of came from John the Baptist's
I
teachings,
mean,
or
oh, I see what you're saying. No, not really. I mean, it's only later on again that John the Baptist really becomes that like Elijah type figure because the Old Testament starts talking about. I correct me if I'm wrong. Is it in Malachi,
Malachi
Justin?
4.
Where, yeah, it starts talking about where like he's going to send a messenger first. He's going to send his Malachi, and that's the idea. And so they kind of connect John the Baptist with this like Elijah type figure that gets talked about.
Yeah, and like it's not clear in all the gospels if they wanted John the Baptist to be a I don't know, like a kind of
Yeah.
Elijah, or if he really is a manifestation of Elijah, because Jesus in different gospels words it differently. In Luke, the gospel that comes last is doing an apologetic, trying to say that he came in the spirit of Elijah, which is different than being Elijah. But so it's, the gospels actually contradict each other on who John the Baptist was in relation to Malachi 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, but we can see, just like Justin's talking about, we can see the development of the character and like why he's there. So it makes sense that like a lot of the connections are not real. Like John the Baptist did not actually baptize Jesus. John the Baptist is not a cousin of Jesus, because we can see the evolution of the character as things go. In the first gospel published, he's not even, he's just a footnote. Because he was more or less a footnote in Josephus. And so, but then they just kind of build on top of it there for different reasons.
And I'm not incredibly familiar with the Josephus source on this, but was he labeled as a Nazarite there?
Who?
Or John the Baptist?
No.
Okay. So that would
No.
be like a layered development to just kind of tie him in
You
with
say
Elisha.
Nazarite? Is that what you said?
Nazarite, yeah.
No, he wasn't.
I don't think so.
The reason why that suggestion is made is because he didn't drink wine. And they kind of depict him as being like a wild character, wearing sackcloth and eating locusts.
Long hair, maybe, I guess.
Or whatever,
my interpretation of this is that this has a lot more to do with his affiliation with the Essenes than being a Nazarite. But that's my personal interpretation.
I mean, that makes more sense to me. Yeah.
Which is why he was
But
obsessed
he doesn't
with
mention
baptism.
a Nazarite or anything.
Right, yeah.
I thought at first you were saying like a Nazarene, like someone from Nazareth. I was like,
no.
Oh,
Well,
no.
That actually is my next point, though, I guess. So this would be using the Gospel of Mark, which does label Jesus as coming from Nazareth, and that's it. He doesn't mention.
Interestingly enough, the Gospel of Mark, when it says Jesus from Nazareth, it only says Nazareth once, and that line is actually found in Matthew. And if Matthew is using it is using Mark as a source, because it's pretty much word for word, that line in Matthew doesn't have from Nazareth in it.
Well,
so,
I mean,
interestingly enough, it almost seems like somebody went back and added it in, because if Matthew would have been using it, he would have said from Nazareth, because Matthew has him from Nazareth, but he doesn't. It's actually kind of weird there, but it does call him a Nazarene. It does say that within Mark quite a bit, but it just doesn't say like from Nazareth. There's only that one weird out of place time,
right?
But nevertheless,
being
the
a
first gospel
Nazarene
doesn't
would
call
imply
him that
you're
either.
from Nazareth, right?
Yeah, this is where like in me and my co-author's book, it gets iffy. There's not really any evidence that anybody called a Nazarene is explicitly from Nazareth. And this actually goes back to something that gets brought up a lot, is the Jewish Talmud. Interestingly enough, the Jewish Talmud, or the Babylonian Talmud, it talks about Jesus the Nazarene. And that's really the only time that we know for sure that it's talking about the character there in the New Testament. But the reason why I bring that up is because it calls him the Nazarene, but literally never says the word Nazareth, ever. And even calls the Christians Nazarenes, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It makes more sense that it connects them with Jesus, who's the Nazarene, but it never says he's from Nazareth, because it literally, Nazareth isn't mentioned in maps, lists. It's not mentioned in Josephus, even though he's from Galilee. It's not mentioned in the Old Testament, intertestament books, Apocrypha. It's not in the Jerusalem Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. I mean, Philo of Alexandria doesn't mention it. No one mentions this place. So the fact that they're calling him the Nazarene means that they're pulling that from a gospel, as opposed to an actual like court case that they're remembering.
Well,
because they're connecting it with the Christians, they're connecting it with Jesus, and they don't mention shit about where he comes from. So Nazarene doesn't, even to the Jews, doesn't seem to mean someone from Nazareth. It means something else.
Okay. Well, I before you give me your idea of what I guess it could mean, the reason I'm bringing up the point is because in the other Gospels, as you mentioned, like Matthew, it goes out of the way to describe how Jesus was born in Bethlehem to fulfill.
Which Gospel?
Matthew.
You say goes out of the way to say that he's in Bethlehem? Is that what you said?
Well, it if I was right, and I guess I might not be, about Mark saying he was Nazarene, and that word would imply he's from Nazareth.
Mm-hmm.
The idea would be that there's a contradiction between where Jesus would be from. If, like, say in Mark, he would be from Nazareth, and then in Matthew, he'd be from Bethlehem, which they would be going out of their way. Sorry, he would be doing that as a reason to say that Jesus was the Messiah, because the Messiah would become from Bethlehem, or that's what people would believe. And sorry, I'm not saying this point too well. But he also refers to him as a Nazarene, right? Or
Right.
in Matthew.
Yeah, my guess is that because Epiphanius, writing in the late 4th century, a Christian historian, he says that there's a group of Jews that are called the Nazarenes. And he said that they were around before Jesus showed up. And he said that they have to be different because they're before Jesus. But my guess is that they're probably associated with more Gnostic Judaism, and that's probably where that term came from. It probably doesn't mean anybody from Nazareth, really. Probably not.
Okay,
But nevertheless, I mean, okay. I mean, Matthew explicitly says that he comes from Nazareth to fulfill a prophecy that, I mean, some people say, oh, it means like it's a branch.
Yeah, then that's
some people point to Samson saying the child will be a Nazarite from birth, but it's all connecting it to Nazareth, which is weird.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to postulate is that the reason Matthew would keep including that would just be because people of the time would know that Jesus is of Nazareth. Like, they would, when Jesus was going around and speaking to people, that's kind of what he was known as somebody from Nazareth. And that's why even though the Messiah would come from Bethlehem, it would still be included in the Gospel of Matthew to align with what the people would know at the time.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, we don't even really have any evidence that Nazareth was a place until, well, the 2nd century is the first time that we really get it mentioned by anybody. We do have some potential stuff outside, with people staying there after 70, after the fall of the temple, like after leaving Jerusalem and stuff like that, like going out to more rural areas and staying out there. And that's when we really start to get archaeological evidence for Nazareth itself, like actual houses and everything there. Prior to that, there's no mention of it. And it makes sense that Josephus wouldn't mention it because he's from Galilee. He's not, he's mentioning a town that's right next to it, which is Sepphoris. He mentions it multiple times in multiple books, but never mentions Nazareth. But he leaves in 70 to go live at the Roman emperor's compound in Rome. So he didn't know about this new place called Nazareth over in the late 1st century. He wouldn't have known about it.
Okay.
Well, listen, Dylan, we appreciate you coming up. We've got a bunch of people waiting to get in, so I don't want to. I want to try to get to as many as we can. But thanks for coming up and being cordial and offering some good question and answers.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll have to check out the book and just keep reading and learn more about this.
Sure thing.
Check it out and let me know how much you hate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.
Cheers, buddy. All right, good guy. Well, Hammer was up next, so let me grab Hammer, and then after Hammer it was going to be Schmel, if I'm reading the name correctly. But I'm going to grab a couple super chats, friends. Remember, any super chat that doesn't get read between guests will get read at the end when we're through with the guests. Elvis Presley touched me. I hope you're okay. Says leaning more into mythicism simply because of how annoying it is. Christians jump from aha, a guy existed, to aha, that means magic and God are real.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Don't give them the springboard. Don't do it.
Even if you're not a mythist, you can easily argue the mythist position, and it would be fun to do so.
Right.
Ajum says, please ask Jorkum to say Queen Laquifa, checkmate, daddy.
Queen Laquifa.
I did write the timestamp down so I can soundboard that one. Appreciate that.
Damn it.
Contra Deity, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if Jesus didn't exist, how do you explain the milk and cookies missing on Christmas? That was Krampus. Krampus did that to convince you that Jesus and Santa are real. It's a trick, friends. And MB says, if Jesus did exist, do you think he would like Yaoi Yuri? I did recently learn about this. Give me a second to refresh my memory. Yaoi Yuri were Japanese anime around the idea of what was it? Let me look it up. See, this is what happens when you guys tried to like make me remember like pop culture things.
I don't know anything about anime. I see Yuri, and I know this is going to be a deep cut that only like a few people are going to appreciate. But the only thing, when I see Yuri, I immediately think of the drummer from MXPX. His name is Yuri Ruli, and I immediately thought MXPX, which sounds cool. Maybe Jesus would like MXPX. I don't know. They're not Christian anymore, so maybe
fuck
not,
yeah,
but
I know that. I still remember when they were billed as like a quasi-Christian rock band. What a time to be alive!
Oh
Holy
yeah.
shit. But for people who don't know, Yaoi Yuri are a Japanese anime that are focusing on same-sex relationships. So cool, absolutely. If you enjoy anime, it'd be a fun series. And Gabe Guy says 666 in honor of Chris and Confident Ignorance. Oh, for sure, in honor of Confident Ignorance. He was like the top of the Dunning-Kruger curve. Cameron, good to see you, buddy. Says, what a great duo. Price before and Justin, NBA playoffs, or Justin Tim. Thank you for entertaining us. I think you mean Justin Time? Is there an E missing there? Thank you anyways, Cameron. I hope you're doing well, friend. And yes, I'm excited to have Jaron with us. He brings something to the table that I cannot bring to the table. I'm going to get 2 more super chats, and then we're going to get hammering here.
Blackness.
Wait, what? We got questions now. Oh boy, I was gonna say cowboy hats, but now that we're in it, HP Lovecats, my friend, great to see you. It says, what are your guys' thoughts on Robert M. Price's work on Jesus mythicism? I only came across it after reading about his work on H.P. Lovecraft. Rock hard for Doug. Great question, Lovecats.
If I may answer the question, so okay, Robert Price, as well as Richard Carrier, in all honesty, are where Matthew and I would need to kind of separate the person from the work. We appreciate the work that they do and everything like that, but there are definitely some things and some statements that have been done and said by both of these people that we do not associate ourselves with.
Yeah.
And I will leave it at that, but I do appreciate some of the things that Robert Price has done for mythicism, especially for like reconstructions of different things like Evangeline and work that he's done there. We've kind of used a little bit of his work to help divide up some of the sections of Paul to try to figure out, because he said, hey, I think this is one voice, this is one voice, this is one voice. And so dividing it up using his lines has proven to be successful there within stellometry. But
yeah. For people who are not aware, and I won't spill all the beans, Robert Price has said some pretty horrible stuff about other human beings that we love and appreciate. Mm-hmm. So for that reason, he'll never be on my channel. That's for sure. Last super chat from our friend Tally. Good question, by the way. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, Tally's a friend of both of ours. I assume he follows your channel too. Says, how do we account for all the coping the Gospels seem to be doing with inconvenient facts, like explanations getting them to Bethlehem?
Yeah, I mean, very clearly, these Gospels are being written by people who have different theological ideas. They're different sects of Christianity. I'm sure, as you're aware, Justin, a lot of Christians will say, oh, they're written for different audiences. They're written for different people, by different people for different audiences. They'll say, oh, John was written for the Romans and Luke was a doctor, and so he's wriing and including these things, and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, there's no real any evidence that would be the case, but they're kind of sort of onto something in the sense that these are coming from different sects of Christianity that just viewed the story differently. It's not just different people's perspectives. It's not like, oh, I'm an eyewitness and I perceive it this way. No, it's, hey, I've heard this story and I've also heard some different things, and I'm going to write it down in the way that I'm familiar with, or trying to elevate certain figures, or try to give authority to certain concepts that I believe in. So we have different things. And so with the birth story, it's no different. It's no exception. You have Matthew saying that they're kind of already in Bethlehem, like to begin with. They're not from Nazareth. It says that Joseph happens to go to Nazareth because he can't go back to Judea / Bethlehem because Archelaus is reigning in his father's stead. Whereas Luke says that they come from Nazareth initially, and then after Jesus is named, they go right back. So it's just different stuff. And to be honest, how do people cope with it? The most critical scholars just straight up say Luke is just an error for a lot of their stuff. And so they just kind of skip over Luke, especially for like the birth narrative, and just cruise on with Matthew. That's why if you look it up, you will see like the current consensus of people who think that Jesus existed say that he was born somewhere about 6 to 4 BCE, whereas Luke straight up has him born in 6 CE, 10 years later. So
one of my favorite Bible contradictions.
Oh,
well, let's get Hammer in here, and we'll see if we can get some robust debate or maybe some evidence. Welcome in, Hammer. Are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus was a historical person?
Yes to both.
Sure. And what would be a good reason to believe that Jesus was historical?
Yeah, so before I get into that, Justin, you might remember me. I was the Norse polytheist they called in a while ago. Yeah, and so
Norse
I'm
pagan,
here
right?
arguing for Jesus. Yeah, I'm here arguing for Jesus now, so kind of weird, but I do think he was a real person. I think there's ample historical evidence for it. Like for instance, we have Tacitus, I know you guys talked about Josephus earlier, but him and Tacitus, along with, I think, the inconsistencies in the Gospels, sort of trying what the last super chat said about them trying to work around inconvenient facts, tells me that this is based on a real person. Now, I don't really know much about like what he would have been like. I don't think the Gospels are a good account of who he was, but I think at the very least, we can say he was a historical figure.
Why?
Are you saying because he said because of Tacitus and because the Gospels don't line up?
Yeah, because of Tacitus and because the Gospels seem to be aware of facts that they're trying to work around, like how to get Jesus to Bethlehem, how to get him back to Nazareth.
That only happens in 2 Gospels, though. Why would that be something that, strikes you as something real?
Well, because if Jesus was real and he was from Nazareth, but they wanted him to be in Bethlehem, then they have to come up with some complicated way to get him to Bethlehem.
They did come up with a complicated way to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, and maybe make sure I'm hearing this correctly. Let's imagine that the Gospels are fiction, right? So Luke and Matthew are the ones that have the infancy narratives. Let's assume that Matthew came first. Well, it might just be true that when Luke was written, they already had contradictory evidence to the gospel, not evidence, but contradictory story to the story that was being told in Matthew's gospel, and they were trying to, work with the story that they knew, right? Just like there are multiple recensions of the Gilgamesh epic. For example, in the Sumerian version, when they go to the Cedar Forest is actually just north of ancient Babylon. Closer to China. But in the later recensions, when the Neo-Assyrian Empire became the dominant power, the cedar forest that Gilgamesh goes to switches to the Lebanese forest. Now, these stories, no one believes that Gilgamesh really existed. We agree that these stories are fiction, but the details change a little bit just because certain cultures or the people that are writing the stories feel like these stories fit better with the way we tell the story. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Before I get into a couple more points, I wanted to ask something about Psalm 22. That previous guest, who was kind of weird, but he mentioned Psalm 22 and about piercing hands and feet. And I was looking at the Greek Septuagint. I wanted to ask Justin, when it says oruxon, the word translated as like dug in the Greek Septuagint, is that where the King James translators got the translation for pierced?
So, yeah, kind of. So it's because of what happened in the writings of Jerome. So Jerome weighed in on the various Greek manuscripts. There's like 6 different Greek recensions of Psalm 22. Some of them say bound, some of them say disfigured, some of them say dug. The one that says dug probably was an interpretation of the misspelling of Ka'aru that shows up in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So when Jerome did his commentary on the Vulgate, he basically said, well, since we already think this is about Jesus, like the theology has already been told, like Origen already told us this is supposed to be about Jesus. So he says that means we must use this particular word, dug, as meaning to be pierced, or ruzon in the Greek text. But in fact, give me a second. I wrote down a while ago the variant Greek editions of what it says in Psalm 22. So we've got one that says disfigured, eskanon, and then they burrowed or they dug, or russo. Actually, 2 different variants of that with different spellings. They bound again, epidason, and then also like those seeking to bind in Symmachus. So we've got different recensions of the Greek Septuagint. We actually don't know which one would have been original, and we really don't have a good way of knowing like which one each individual scholar had access to at the time that they had access to it. So it's kind of a crapshoot. But to be sure, none of them actually say pierced.
Right. Does the Latin Vulgate say pierced?
Good question. I thought the Latin Vulgate did say pierced. Give me a second.
Yeah, because I actually know Latin, but like I can't remember what it says though.
I thought it did, and because of Jerome's commentary on this particular passage, he made a unilateral decision to do it that way. So I've got in the Vulgate, circumdenturunt me venatoris concilium pessimorum valavit me vinexerunt. Manus Mays et Pedes Meas, and I didn't pronounce any of that shit correctly. But I can give you the text. I can give you the actual text. Hold on. Give me a second to put it on the screen.
I'm kind of I wouldn't say expert, but I definitely like to study Latin pronunciation. That was not accurate at all.
No, there's no way that was accurate. But I don't worry. I didn't do Latin when I was in school. So it's actually going to be, let's see, Psalm 21.
It would still be kind of dug.
That's possible, yeah. So the verse is on the screen, if that's helpful in Latin.
Yeah, I can't really see it though. The box is like really small.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me make that bigger. Give me a sec. Oh, it pulled up the Hebrew. I didn't need the Hebrew. But I can just zoom in.
They dug, they have dug, or they delved. Yeah. So it'd still be.
Okay. So Jerome got it from the Greek.
That was his interpretation of the Greek. But if you even read Jerome's note on why it should be pierced instead of dug actually isn't about the word ka'ari versus ka'aru. He actually has a different idea of why it should say pierced. It was just a crazy argument. You have to check it out.
Vixerunt manus meas et pedes meos. Yeah. I think that means I can't remember what that was. I think it means dug. Is that what you said? I think it means dug.
I did a Latin to English, and this version there's different versions by the way, but in this Vulgate edition, it's got it listed as they have bound my hands and my feet.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm not as fluent in Latin as I used to be, but it looks now I remember. Yeah, but so yeah, that's fascinating because I was just like wondering where on earth did we get this pierced from? Like, where does this come from?
Not from the text.
I know, man. It's crazy. I have arguments with my Christian dad about this, and he can't seem to understand it. But so I want to get into a couple more points about Jesus. So first point is, would you agree that a death by or unaliving by crucifixion is kind of a humiliating way to go, especially during that time period?
I mean, as far as like the different ways that they did it, I mean, it's one thing. I'd say some of the most humiliating would probably be listed in Tacitus's annals about the Christians that admitted to burning down Rome.
Can I
Because
say
that's when Tacitus says that he says that Nero probably went a little too far.
Can I say one thing on that? Because if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there seems to be this apologetic about the teacher of righteousness, that the teacher of righteousness suffers to fulfill these typological prophecies, like from Isaiah 53, right? So there seems to be, at least in the Essene community, the idea that the teacher of righteousness, the one who's going to be like the Messiah figure, is actually supposed to suffer. So there's a certain sect of people that probably would have saw the crucifixion as fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, I get that. But like the point I was getting to was if Jesus was a made-up figure, a fictional figure, and they wanted to have like him be the Messiah, why would they depict him as being crucified? Wouldn't that be kind
Why
of
would
a
any gods be dying and rising gods with that logic?
Yeah, but like of all the ways to unalive your god or your Messiah figure, why would you pick crucifixion? That would be like the one that they wouldn't pick, wouldn't it? Because it's such a humiliating.
It'd just be something that's brutal. Is the idea?
Yeah, in fact, there's a pastor that I've known from way back, and I think he did a sermon on this once. But I think the general idea is like even if you're doing a fictional story about somebody that rose from the dead, how do you guarantee that they're really dead? Like in the story, you want to make sure they're dead, dead, dead. Well, have them crucified by the Romans. That's one good way in the story to say, oh no, this guy was dead as a doornail.
Yeah. Like if it was just like, oh no, they just like, stabbed him a couple times. Yeah. It's like, maybe. Maybe he just kind of got up and walked out.
Because if you're doing a resurrection, because in the other resurrection stories from the Greek and Roman histories, a lot of times it's not clear that the person was really dead. Like the resurrection of Aristeas, there's Calero, and there's a couple others, or even the one from Pythagoras's followers Almaxis, right? So in the Jesus story, when they tell of the death and resurrection, their story includes everything you need to know, all the detail to be convinced at least that no, this isn't just a normal dying and rising God. This guy was really dead.
Not to mention, like the whole embarrassing thing kind of falls apart because, like in the other stories that were swirling around at the time, like there were other embarrassing things that happened to plenty of gods that were worshipped. In order to create Aphrodite, we have Uranus's dick gets ripped off. So it's like, okay. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing, but people still worship Uranus.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. The Ugaritic pantheon trashes the gods all the time too. Like in the Bel cycle, El, the high god, gets drunk and wallows in like his own filth. Like he pees and poops himself, basically.
You bring up a really good point because, like in my own mythology, as like a Norse pagan, like Loki transforms into a horse and gets impregnated, so that's pretty embarrassing too. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Like that definitely makes more sense to me now. I still would say, at the very least, it is evidence that he may have been a real person. But I also would point to Paul and Barterman.
Again, just really fast. You do realize that like he doesn't stay dead. Like it would be embarrassing if you're like, yeah, and he was like the god that we should all worship, and he just fucking dies. Like no, like the next paragraph, he's alive again. So it's like that's not really that a temporary setback at best. Like it's not really that embarrassing. And again, like I said, there's plenty of dying and rising gods. This happened plenty of times in different cultures and religions prior. So why would this be something that's indicative of a real person? It's just run of the mill.
Yeah, I get that. You're definitely making a good point, and unlike a lot of guests on here, I can admit when my argument's weak. But I would also like look at Paul, because I know you guys probably believe Paul was a real person, right?
No, we're arguing that Paul's not right now.
Yeah,
Wait.
I would say that Paul is not.
Wait.
No.
Justin, I'm pretty sure you're not actually a mythicist, are you?
I'm arguing in favor of Jaren's position tonight, no matter what my position is.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what we like to hear. But
well,
no, yeah,
I
I
would.
would say that Paul does not exist. Paul is more of like a pseudonym or a placeholder, most likely from Marcion, there in the 2nd century, because at the very least, the New Testament's version of Paul does not exist because it presents him as somebody who's writing in the 1st century, but the texts that we have come from the 2nd century. So no.
Yeah. Well,
And I'm
I
not
would
talking about
make two.
manuscripts or fragments. I'm saying the time that they wrote it down, and it comes from different authors as well.
I would make two arguments against that. Number one,
Okay.
Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman says that the Jesus crucifixion is one of the most sure facts of history. I don't know if he said that, but he did say that.
Well,
he also uses.
but
I thought you were talking about Paul.
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm
No,
not sure.
I'm getting to that.
But I'm not sure that we're required to believe what Bart believes. Like, I think we're more convinced with the evidence, not with Bart's opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Bart Ehrman does kind of align with the scholarly consensus of Jesus's historicity.
Right. But our argument is not that the scholarly consensus agrees with us, right? So just saying that the scholars disagree, I don't know, gets us anywhere. I think the argument that we have is basically on the evidence, not what scholars think.
Okay. I think what I was getting
at one point in time, the smartest people on the planet, or at least purported to be, said that the sun went around the earth, and Galileo was jailed because he suggested otherwise. So I mean, like sometimes things change.
Yeah.
Like sometimes we find out, especially using math, that we've been wrong for a very long time.
Yeah, so I think what I was getting to with Bart Ehrman is that he uses Paul as probably his best source for Jesus' existence.
You are correct. Yes, it's because Paul meets James, and to quote Bart Ehrman, you can't have a brother and not exist.
Yeah, exactly. And I would make the same argument, but I would also argue Paul definitely was written in the first, well, not Paul, but he lived in the 1st century and wrote the various epistles in the 1st century because, we have the whole issue with the context in which it was written. We can read about the Roman emperors and whatever, like Nero. And
Nero isn't mentioned in Paul's letters.
I might be, yeah, you might be right about that. It's been a while since I've read his letters,
So,
but like
on my live, at this point now, we would have entered what I call hard mode. Do you have anybody who you could quote that mentions Paul outside of Christianity?
No.
Or any evidence for the Pauline epistles in the 1st century whatsoever?
I mean, we have the early church fathers of the 2nd century.
Yeah.
And I'm not totally familiar with what I know. They mention Paul and I know they write about Paul.
Okay.
They would be like the only witnesses outside of the New Testament that he was a real person.
Well, Tertullian, writing in 200, fairly early church father, he says that he has to take Paul's existence on faith, and the only reason he does so is because he has his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he believes that Marcion just kind of like discovered Galatian.
So your name's Jaron, right?
It is.
Yeah, Jaron. I just want to make sure I got that right. Jaron, you apparently think that Paul was Marcion, is that what you're saying?
A placeholder for Marcion, yeah, most likely. Paul means the small one. Marcion is pronounced Marcion, means little Mark. So I mean, sure.
Okay, so you think that Marcion wrote the Pauline epistles in the 2nd century?
The Marcionite students, yeah.
Okay, and what's your evidence for that?
The fact that he's the first one to publish them. Multiple church fathers mentioned that he was the first one to actually publish them and whatnot, like Tertullian. On top of that, we see that his versions explicitly are different authors. Like whenever we take a look at it stylometrically, we see that the material that's found in his versions are different authors from the rest of the material, which means he didn't take them and rip pieces out. He was the first one to publish it, and then other people added it in. We have elements like circumcision. Paul mentions circumcision, and he debates whether or not it's something that is required, ultimately landing on the side that it's not. But we see circumcision being argued by the church fathers from the middle of the 2nd all the way to like the early 3rd. But this would be indicative of somebody adding that into the text at that point in time. as opposed to Paul settling the debate 150 years before, and now they're arguing about it again. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's kind of like how in the Book of Mormon we can tell when Joseph Smith and his cronies wrote something, a specific thing about baptism of the dead, because he left a text, and I think it's in Doctrines and Covenants, where he mentions that he and his cohorts were arguing about whether or not baptism of the dead is something that they should do. But then in the Book of Mormon, we find a line that says that you're supposed to do it. So that's when he must have written it, because they end up on that their discussion ends with, yes, we should do it. So that's how we were able to kind of piece it together. So in this particular case for Paul, the conversation about circumcision must have been around the time that this is added in there for more authority on the topic.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but I wanted to know, when do you think the Book of Acts was written?
Definitely in at least about 150 or so, at least. And now if we're going to talk about Luke or Acts, I am just as sure that Luke and Acts were written in the middle of the 2nd century as I am that I am on a live right now with Justin from Deconstruction Zone. Luke and Acts are absolutely in the middle of the 2nd century.
Which reminds me, if we don't get Christ Before Jesus' YouTube channel over 1,000 followers today, I'm fucking ending live right now. Let's go. Why is the channel only at 601 subscribers when the channel is tagged in the description or in the title of this video? Let's go. Y'all, there's like 2,000 people in here. Let's make it happen.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. But yeah, the Gospel of Luke, Book of Acts are absolutely in the middle of the 2nd century. The Book of Acts is written by whoever wrote the beginning of the first few chapters of Luke and the last couple chapters or so of Luke. And the rest of it, roughly chapters 4 through 22 of Luke, come from Evangeline, utilize Evangeline with only slight edits. And Evangeline is published in 144. So at earliest, Luke would be like 145, and that's at earliest. Probably not. It would need Matthew to come out. No.
So do you think that like Mark was written in AD 70, like most of scholarship says?
So I would say at earliest you could maybe, I would entertain the idea that Mark was written 137, 138, maybe even 136, but I doubt it.
Wait, so you push the Gospels all the way into the mid-2nd century?
Yeah, that's where the rest of the Gospels are. Gospel of Peter, Gospel of Nazarene, Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, Proto-Evangeline of James, Infancy Gospel. Why is it that all the other Gospels show up in the middle of the 2nd century all the way to the 3rd century? But like those four, it's like, oh no, they're special. Like,
also,
what about
this isn't, people are rethinking the dates of these Gospels. It's not like Jaren's just making this stuff. I actually bought 2 academic books on the topic that I was going to read alongside of Jaren's book when I read it, that seemed to be engaging in the same discussion. The Origin of Christian Scripture, the Evolution of the New Testament Canon in the 2nd Century, by Trobisch, and also Rethinking the Dates of the New Testament by Jonathan Bernier. And I haven't read either one of them, but what I'm saying is this conversation is happening now. Like
Trobisch believes that they're in the 2nd century.
Yeah, this is not, Jaren's not just making stuff up. He's not like disagreeing with all of the scholars. There are scholars that are now entertaining this conversation.
So what about John? Because I know that P52
160s, maybe.
Isn't P52 like dated to 120 or 125?
Not anymore, no. The John Rylands Research Institute and Library, where it's housed at the University of Manchester, explicitly states on their website that P52 now dates to 200 because of recent research.
Okay, so that's like
it's dated paleographically. No, it's not brand new. I've been saying it for over 2 years.
What about the carbon dating, though?
They don't do carbon dating on fragments or manuscripts.
Yeah, not typically, because in order to do it on such small fragments, it actually destroys the little bit that's there. So they try to avoid it unless they have a larger section.
Yeah, that's a shame, because if we actually did carbon dating, we could know for sure. But that's unfortunate.
Well, we could get pretty close. But see, they use paleography, which is the study of handwriting. And unfortunately, this is considered a last resort. It's not very accurate. It's not super accurate, at least. It's not an exact science, at least. That's what the John Ryland's Research Institute states on their website. But a lot of the documents that they rely on are usually administrative documents because you need something that has a date on it. And then you compare the handwriting from that document to the document that you have. And again, that doesn't really mean that much. That just kind of means that they're writing in that style, and hopefully that's close enough. Again, it's not an exact science, but you are correct, though, in the sense that the first editor came out with P52 and said that it dated between 100 and 150, which would be about 120, 125, in the middle. But the problem is more recent research comes in and more administrative documents are found, more documents are found, and that date gets later and later and later to where now it's about 200 is what they say. So, I mean, unfortunately, scholarship that talks about these things, especially the people who are, using it for their argument, the earlier date, like 125, they do not update their stance. They don't. They don't go back and say, oh, hey, more recent research says 200. No, they're not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to cite other sources because scholars will cite other scholars who cite other scholars who cite other scholars. So when something comes out and says 125, it doesn't really matter if the science now says 200. It's going to take a while before that finally kicks in because they're still relying on that earlier date, especially when you have a scholar who's writing with a theological agenda. And so 125 is beneficial for them.
Okay, that's really interesting to me because like when I was a Christian, I studied this stuff so much, and now I look back on it and I kind of studied it with a very biased lens. And so now looking at it as someone who's not a Christian anymore is very fascinating to me. Like the date of these manuscripts, and like I did want to ask, because one of my favorite manuscripts was P66, the pretty much complete copy of John. That dates from like what 200? So would you say that that's like one of the earliest, if not could be even the original?
Well, if it dates specifically to 200, I wouldn't say that it's the original or anything like that because I mean I don't think that John was written in 200. It's mentioned a couple decades prior, but I mean it's possible that some of these things may be originals or so. If give or take a decade or so on these manuscripts, it's possible. It's definitely possible, but I would say that the Gospel of John gets written sometime in about the 160s or so.
I think the problem with saying original manuscripts is we would have no way of knowing. Like if let's imagine tomorrow we discovered an original, we wouldn't know. We have no way of knowing. So to me, I don't know if that's a question that anyone could ever answer. There wouldn't be a hallmark of being the original, Like it doesn't say like first edition on it.
Yeah, there would be no way to know that. Honestly,
if we're naming out our favorite manuscripts, though, my favorite papyrus is Papyrus 69, not just because of the nice number, but also because of the fact that it is a portion of the Gospel of Luke, and scholars don't know if it's Luke or Evangeline because it's the same material. So people are like, oh, we don't even have copies of Evangeline. We might, we just don't know.
I gotta look into Evangeline because that's really interesting to me. Like I'd never really heard of it before.
Get his book. Get Jaron's book.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we talk about later, dating for the New Testament. Yes, we talk about Jesus and Paul not existing. Like we're mythicists, we get that, but a lot of it really comes down to, believe it or not, Marcionite priority. Because we view that as like the kickoff of a lot of these texts, because Christianity as we know it today is a text-based religion, but they don't really get text until this point. There's no text mention. There's no mention of the characters or the content of these texts until the 140s, or maybe the 130s at earliest. And so we just don't see anything. So it just kind of goes different directions.
What would be your criteria? What would be your criteria?
Hammer, I hate to interrupt. I'm just letting you know that I think we've got time for one more question, and then I want to get Schmel into the conversation after you, so that we can get everybody. I think Schmel's going to be our last guest. But sorry, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to like overstay my welcome, but
no, it's okay.
I got like two more quick questions, and I'll leave. So first question is, what would be your criterion for believing that a certain person was a historical figure?
Are you asking me or Justin?
Well, because you're like Justin's, playing devil's advocate, I think. So I'm gonna ask you.
The devil would be lucky to have him as an advocate. But that being said, there's different levels. There's different things that we use to help establish somebody, and it's not necessarily saying yes or no. It's how sure we are that the person is a real person. But eventually, it teeters off into the no kind of land. So the pinnacle of evidence for somebody back then, before recordings or pictures or video, would be archaeology. If we have maybe some descendants or something like that that you could do, that'd be good as well. But some archaeology, like the remains or something that they owned or something that they made or something like that, that we could conveniently date to that time, or something that mentions them that we can actually like carbon date or radiometric date to that time. That'd be really good. Then you get writings. Below that, you get writings about them from people who knew them, contemporaries and everything. People writing to them, writings from them that stylometrically come back as them, like it comes back as one author that doesn't have any issues in the text, content wise, or doesn't come back as another author as well. That's pretty good. Then finally you get into like maybe some writings that are, or not finally, but the next step would be like writings right after their death that are mentioning them in a mundane way. That would be a really good indication that somebody just died or something like that, but it's just a little bit of information there.
Okay,
And then finally you get to what the Gospels are, which are things written over a century later about a guy filled with magic and lumped in with a whole bunch of geographical issues, anachronisms, third-person omniscient style of writing where you're able to hear behind walls, like the disciples knowing what Jesus prayed in the garden, but no one was awake. That's weird. A whole bunch of different stuff like that. That's very clearly works of fiction. Say what?
God. I said, but we know that because God told the writer to put that in
Right.
there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's how it works. But I mean, it's another thing that shows that it's very clearly fiction, and the fact that it comes up much later is not good. That's what we would consider mythology, generally speaking.
Yeah, I don't really have a rebuttal to any of your points. I didn't come up here expecting to get absolutely destroyed,
Good
but I kind of
points.
got absolutely destroyed. But one more question before I go, and that is kind of a similar historical figure. Do you think that the Prophet Muhammad was a real person?
Yes.
Okay, so you think there's more evidence for him than Jesus?
Yeah. There's contemporary. I mean, we have like writings from his 6-year-old bride.
Yeah, but those
She's
weren't
not writing when she's 6. She's busy
those.
taking care of other things, unfortunately.
She's got to be
and
cleaning
playing
up
with
protein
dolls with him.
stains. Yeah.
Wait. Those weren't written down for like 250 years after he was unalive because
Kind
they were
of.
oral traditions. They were oral traditions for 200 years, weren't they?
Nevertheless, we also have somebody who was writing about how he was doing military conquest regardless. Like there's people who he
Yeah.
fought against, who write in the 600s about him.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my understanding is that the earliest hadiths are within like 50 years of the prophet's supposed life.
Okay.
So I don't know what that does for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was just
Yeah.
kind of like, if he's wanting
Okay.
something like at the same time, then I mean, there's people who were talking about him
Well,
like,
yeah, we've got, I mean, outside of the hadiths, we've got evidence from Muhammad as well from the same time period.
yeah, he is
Yeah,
not.
I agree.
I want a full disclosure. He is not a good guy, but I mean,
Yeah.
he did exist. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like when it comes to Islam, I don't really trust the hadiths as being very accurate, but I do know there is like this one Roman source that talks about him at the time. Interesting. So yeah, I get that. Like I can kind of see where, because when I was a Christian, I used to think, oh yeah, Jesus, there's plenty of evidence for Jesus. He's just as valid as Muhammad as being real. But now I kind of see now where the evidence for Jesus is actually pretty weak.
Oh yeah. Even Bart Ehrman mentions that in his book where he argues for Jesus. He says the evidence is not good, but it's at least there. The biggest difference, though, between like what me and my co-author talk about and what Bart Ehrman talks about, or his ideas, I guess, or where he's coming from, is that we date things later. And when you shift the New Testament to the 2nd century, where we have evidence of it being written, it just, we see the evolution of the religion in a much clearer, better way that that shows a mythology that comes together. And instead of, a lot of people view Jesus as a historical person who becomes deified over time, but in reality, he's a deity who becomes historicized over time. And we see this when we shift things to the second century, and a lot of the certain claims of, oh, this historian wrote about him, this historian wrote about him, just kind of falls to the wayside.
All right, guys.
I would say one other thing. I was doing some checking because I knew there was a contemporary source for Muhammad. If you're interested in, it's actually a Christian source in the Doctrina Jacobi. It's a Greek text from the Christians. It talks about this prophet Muhammad while they're still alive, and this happens under the. Let's see, which emperor was this? 1 second.
Yeah, I also know there's an Armenian source too.
That is the case. So, anyways, the long and short of it is there are sources outside of the Hadith that talk about the supposed Arab prophet, and they're from the time period that they were still alive. So, this is something to think about.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So
I had a good,
but he's just not a good guy.
Yeah, I agree.
I had a great time, guys. This was a fun conversation. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, thanks, Hammer. Good to see you, buddy. All right, let's move on to next one. I'm going to grab just a couple of super chats and we're going to get our last guest in here. Friends, thank you so much. While I'm doing this, please go to the title of the video and find Christ Before Jesus's YouTube handle and drop them a follow. Would super appreciate it. Both he and his partner, Matt, the book authors are two authors. Both Matt and Jaron put the book together. Hope that helps. Make sure I say that correctly. That being said,
partners, my life partner, death partner, even because our current book is over the Quran. So my death partner,
soon to be,
soon to be dead. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, guys. We're from North Texas, and our book is backed by Smith & Wesson. So thank you very much.
And it's not a picture book.
It's not a picture book. We may, draw in some stuff. Oh my God. Because we put like little notes at the beginning of our books whenever we sell the signed copies or whatever. So someone's surely going to be asking us to draw Muhammad in the front.
It's going to happen.
I'm obliged.
Friends, I'll pray for you. Friends, follow his channel on YouTube and get him up over 1,000 here tonight. Herbie, thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Says thank you both for a great live. I hope Jared, spelling, Jaron, unless you're fancy, then Jerome. How do you spell your name, Jaron?
It's Aaron with a J in front. So Jaron, Jaaron.
Okay. Fantastic. Appreciate that. That's actually easy to remember. It says we'll be back for more of this. 1 to 10. Oh, it's 1:10 in UK time. Yeah, you need to get to bed.
Oh, wow.
I'm off to bed. We'll finish watching later. Lots more of Chris too. I loved his calm conversation. Yeah, Chris. He really did bring something to the table, I'll tell you what. And it wasn't that Colossians chapter 3 Christian love. Tracy says, Justin, I hope you're happy knowing your machine made me super gay. I know you meant super, yes, J-Y. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for shared, gay for Justin, and gay for Jaron. Well, fuck yeah, Tracy. That's what I'm talking about. And that means my work paid off. And Tracy also says, Chris came to win a battle of brains with a microfraction of a brain cell. I think that's an accurate description. That there's a deep chasm, an empty space inside of that head. Astronova, my friend, great to see you. Says, if you don't know much about anime, definitely don't Google Rule 34 Jesus. Oh, no, I don't even... Listen, I don't want to get a virus tonight. Fuck YouTube for making me edit this. Ian got me on that one last year. Well... Maybe I'll Google it in like a safe search and see if it'll pop up something that won't destroy my computer. Thank you for the suggested and famous Amos. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. So sending my tithe for accidentally requesting up early. No worries, it happens. I promise I'm not 12. I was outside playing frisbee with my dog and didn't know I requested. Hi from Texas. Rock hard for Doug. And Justin's fucking rock. Justin's a lifesaver. Well, thank you, famous. I really appreciate that. And last super chat for now from our friend Cameron. Thank you for the super chat. Says yes, just in time. Sorry.
In time. Yeah, he's fixing it. Yeah.
I knew that is what you meant. I got your back, buddy. I know what I'm reading your mind over here, Cameron. Thank you for being here, friend. Let's get Schmel in here. and we'll
Schmel.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing, Schmel?
That's a good Schmel.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 18, over 18, and I think Jesus probably existed.
Sure. Well, let's have your best evidence or your best argument for why you think Jesus was historical. And just for record keeping, are you a believer or not a believer?
I'm not a believer, but yeah, I wouldn't say I believe in the Bible.
Okay, so you're not a Christian. Great. So why do you think that Jesus is a historical person?
Like I would say one of the strangest evidences for the existence of Jesus is probably the Bible itself, but not how you think it is. Because if Jesus wouldn't exist, I think like a actual rabbiner or like a Jewish person would have written the story about Jesus, and not like some Greeks. Like I don't know if you believe that Greeks, Christian converts wrote the Bible. In your opinion, not in what place do you think who wrote the Bible?
Well, I think Jaron and I might have different answers, but I don't think the Bible was written by Jewish people.
No. Well, wait.
Yeah,
what do you mean the Bible? You mean like the New Testament?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
that
no, I don't
Greek
think it was.
Christian converts wrote the Bible. I don't believe that Jews wrote the Bible.
That seems to be
And
the case.
Yeah.
If Jews would have wrote the Bible, they would have definitely
Done a
wrote
better
like this.
job.
Yeah, but think about it. In the situation where Jesus lived in, there was many different sects of Judaism, like the Pharisees, the
Sadducees.
and
Essenes.
the Essenes and other parts of the Jewish sect. Why wouldn't they write like a more believable story about a crucified Messiah than like some randoms in the first century? Like,
So, are you arguing that Jesus did exist?
Yeah, I make this sense. Like, if he would have been like a fake person, like, why would they make the story so weird? Like,
I mean, have you not read Greek mythology? It is weird.
yeah, I think.
And I mean, even so, something that would be similar, much more similar, like, because I know some people are like, but yeah, Greek mythology is like Zeus turning into a goat and fucking a sheep or something. Like all kinds of like. I get that it's wilder in many cases, but we do have something that is so similar to the story of Jesus that Bart Ehrman used to in his classes. He would actually start off the first day of the semester by saying, "Hey, class, we're going to study today. We're going to study this semester. We're going to talk about somebody who lived in the first century and had a particular following, was born of a virgin, did miracles, did healings, and wasn't talked about until much later, decades after he died. Of course, I'm talking about Apollonius of Tyana. And, everybody in the class like, yeah, and they get into Jesus. But the thing is, that is something that is very similar. In the later second century, the late part of the second century, one of the empresses of Rome, she commissioned somebody to go and write the stories of this Apollonius of Tyana, and it sounds a lot like Jesus. Because I mean, that's just what people did. Is just kind of there's some stories that were swirling around because influences from different cultures and beliefs would impact your writing. So I mean, yeah, these Greek people who were writing these things, and non-Jewish people at least, they would write it in this style. So if you're saying why is it so weird, it's like, well, because that's just what they're into.
Yeah, but like, I think we can agree that there was like one guy at least that spun this, like explained the story of Jesus, maybe through like legends or like whatever. Like one guy or like maybe two guys, maybe a group of people started this legend of this Jesus fella.
Okay.
Why wouldn't they like make up a better story if if they actually believed in this stuff, like if they actually.
Well, there's not really much of an indication that they really truly did. I don't really know the answer to that, but the first gospel published comes from a guy who didn't think he was a human being. He's so Marcion publishes in 145, or sorry, why do I say that? That's weird. I've never said that. 144. He publishes Evangeline, and Jesus descends out of heaven as a fully grown man. He's a descendant of not Yahweh, but another God known as God the Father, a previously unknown God. And Jesus comes down out of heaven, and he's not human. Like he's just a deity. So I mean, I don't know if that was meant to be taken literally. I don't know. I mean, eventually people take it literally, but I don't know. So I mean, you're questioning, like, I get where you're coming from, but it's not necessarily a good argument for his existence, because it's possible that they didn't really take it that seriously, and it was supposed to be more like a mythology initially.
I would agree with you that probably there were legends about some kind of higher being, but why wouldn't they just, like the rabbis itself, that probably, I don't know, maybe they didn't prosecute the Christians. Maybe is this the position they didn't prosecute Christians in the early age of Christianity?
We don't have any evidence of them really being persecuted, no. I mean, they were
Okay.
being punished for, like, crimes, but these crimes were explicitly part of the Roman law, and that was what they were
Like,
going against. Like meeting without a permit. That's why Pliny the Younger breaks them up in 111. But he also broke up a volunteer fire department before then because they didn't have the right permit. And then he finds out that they're doing another thing, kind of like getting pulled over for a busted taillight, and then you got the devil's lettuce in your car. But he also finds out that they don't worship the Roman emperor, and they won't. He says a true Christian is said to not be able to do that. And it's like, well, that's not, I mean, it's not a great law, but it's explicitly the law. And so they have to be, put to death for that.
Yeah, after after I waited for a long time to join you guys, I found a really weird guy. He's called like
Chris?
Gamaliel the
Oh.
Elder. No,
Oh.
sorry.
Gamaliel?
Gamaliel the Elder.
Mhm.
And in the sources I read, he voted against the conviction of this Jesus fella. Maybe it's just a Christian source and it's got corrupted. Maybe it's just like
What's the
a
source?
Jewish source that was also like
What's the source?
I think it's probably something later after Acts, because he's mentioned in Acts as the guy who stands up and makes that statement. Isn't it Gamaliel who makes the statement in Acts that says, like, if God is with him, you're not going to be able to defeat
Something
him?
along. I thought
Yeah.
maybe I have to double check, but
Yeah, so it would make sense that he would be kind of talked in a positive light later.
Yeah, we definitely need a source for sure to examine what it's saying.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah, that's who does it. Yeah, it's Gamaliel. But I don't know anything about him doing anything with Jesus.
Yeah, like the funny thing is, I find a lot about the Christian sources, but it's really hard to find it in the Jewish sources. Like, he was a prominent member of the Sanhedrin, and if the sources on the Christian side are right, Gamaliel was like a tutor of.
Does Gamaliel leave us the writing, or is this what somebody else is saying he's doing and saying?
I think it's what somebody else is saying.
Right.
But,
if Gamaliel wrote something for us to examine, that'd be a different story.
That'd be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like the funny thing, also, I read that Gamaliel was like the tutor of, or like
he's supposed to be the tutor of Paul or something.
Supposed to be the tutor of Paul.
Yeah, he's not. He's not mentioned in any Pauline letters. You'd think that he would mention them.
Like,
He's mentioned twice in Acts. He's the one who stands up and does that speech, that like pro-Christian speech there in Acts 5, and then in Acts 22, he's mentioned as the teacher of Paul.
Okay.
Which doesn't really make a lot of sense if you really think about it. Like, wouldn't he be the guy who's sending Paul out to, you know, like unalive the Christians? But he's also like, just let him go. like what?
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, if there was actually like a reason why, like, we know that Paul of Tarsus was an actual guy, like, or do you think?
Well, we don't know that either.
No, yeah. There's not a lot of evidence for that, and by not a lot, I mean 0.
Like,
yeah, I would say even less for Paul.
Yeah,
there was at least one guy who spread like something about in Rome. Like there is one guy who spread the Christian community. Like this Protopole. Let's call him Protopole. He probably converted through the stories from like a random storyteller, and then he converted people to Christianity in Rome, right?
I don't know who you'd be referencing, but I mean, Christianity makes it to Rome eventually, but I don't know who you'd be referencing.
Like, I'm not sure like who it would be. Like if you just say like everybody who we don't 100%
Well,
know.
that's kind of like, oh well, if we don't know how the universe was created, it must have been God. Like that's no, it's just an argument from ignorance at that point.
Yeah, like it's just hard to say. Like if we don't know, like if we can get like one person who probably spread Christianity, I don't know how to like counter the statement. It's like if everybody, like, do we actually have 0 sources besides the letters that Paul maybe existed? Like, or are there?
No, there's no mention of him outside of Christianity.
I can't think of one.
Okay. I heard that the Talmud also has a description of a trial of a.
Yeah, in Sanhedrin 43a.
Yeah, the Sanhedrin 43a.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna cook Jaren with this once too, and then he cooked me. So
hey, look, everybody who's watching, I don't say that. I don't say that. That's Justin's words, not mine. I have never said that I've cooked this fella. Never once. So hey, don't be adding me anymore and being like, hey, remember when you cooked? No. I'm not going to agree to that.
Actually, I only said that so I can clip you saying I've never cooked this fella, and I'm going to put that on my soundboard.
God damn it.
It's a double cross. All right, go ahead. Sorry, Shmel.
Okay. I will better Sanhedrin. What is your explanation that Jewish, like, is it like the wrong guy or like a different guy?
For who? For what?
Like in the Talmudic trial.
I would say that it's Jesus, but they're just talking about Jesus because they're familiar with the Gospels at that point. The Babylonian Talmud was written between the 3rd to 6th century.
Okay, so you just say the Talmud is
yeah, they're just familiar with the story of Jesus. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, it says that he has five disciples. I've talked a little bit about it earlier today, but another point that I wanted to make was that it talks about 5 disciples. Only one of them even comes close to one of the disciples, and that's Matthew. And Matthew is only named Matthew in Matthew. Otherwise, his name is Levi. But it's kind of telling that they would call him the Nazarene because Matthew's the first one to really try to present him as the Nazarene. So, yeah, there you go.
Like, one really weird thing about like Christian thought is like the person of John. Like, if we believe that John was the beloved disciple in the Bible, like,
okay,
Christian canon says, why didn't the Christian invent an execution for him? This said that he was exiled to an island in Patmos. Like,
it doesn't. No. So in Revelation, that guy who's on Patmos never says that he's a disciple of Jesus.
Oh, so he was not the John.
In fact, most Christian scholars today acknowledge that there's 2 different Johns there.
Yeah, John the Elder.
Yeah. But I'd also like to point out that I personally, even though there's no evidence for any of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament or Paul outside of Christianity, honestly, I don't really have too much of a problem with the inner circle, like Peter, James, and John being some people who maybe were influential in Christianity, and getting some cameos in the story, if you will, because they seem to be brought up quite a bit by later people who are trying to attach things to them and use them as apostolic lineage. But again, there's not really any evidence for them. But if there's a guy named John who was around maybe the turn of the 2nd century or something, that would kind of sort of make some sense. But he's not like a disciple of Jesus or anything.
Okay. Why do you like? Why can I have a question about? Wait, yeah. I know you don't like that. Josephus mentioned him in the Annals of Jewish History, right? You said he's not really the brother, right? Can you explain
Oh
yourself?
no, James and Jesus would just be 2 brothers there that are mentioned there. But it's
Mm.
Jesus, son of Damnius, is what it's talking about there.
Son of Damnius, okay.
Yeah, it says that at the end of the passage.
If so, if he wasn't like actually. Yeah, I think after this I'm gonna be Jesus
Yeah.
skeptic.
Tusen Tag, mein Ven. Tusen Tag.
Like my main problem is like really just why wouldn't a Jew make up a story about it? Like why wouldn't some Greeks that converted to Judaism believe in it? Like that's like my best point I have. Like it's so weird.
Yeah, it's almost as if this is made up by Greeks.
Yeah, like
something else that's kind of interesting that really highlights the fact that it's very clearly Greek speakers and not like anybody from that area is not just the issues there with geography and stuff, but Jesus reads from the Greek Septuagint when he goes and reads the scroll of Isaiah. He reads from the Greek Septuagint, and then my favorite part about like the language issue is that as he's dying, he says, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani." All right, cool. The people around him don't understand him. That doesn't make sense. Especially when they go, like, if you're like, oh, maybe it was just the Romans who don't know. No, because they go, he's calling out for Elijah. How the fuck do the Romans know who Elijah is?
They
the
would
only
not.
people who would know who Elijah was, or the people who would understand that he's not talking about Elijah. So it's clearly somebody who is like Greek and knows that like the sound for Elijah is similar to Eloi, and like be like, okay, this is what I would think maybe, but it's nonsense. It's very clearly it's very clearly in the mind of the authors, this character is a Greek speaking Greek person, not a Jewish person speaking Aramaic around other people who speak Aramaic.
Okay. One thing about the Aramaic, there's a saying of Jesus that he, if he existed, probably said, which was the Shabbat was not for the man, or was how was it?
He said that Shabbat is for man, not man for the Shabbat.
And it makes more sense in Aramaic. Why wouldn't they just make up like a Hebrew saying and not like an Aramean saying? Like I would believe more like if Arameans made him up. Yeah, okay.
Well, to be sure, Aramaic at the time of Jesus was still the traditional language, unless you were like an actual scribe that handled the biblical text. Even in the Talmud, like a great deal of it would actually be Aramaic, not Hebrew. It was really abundant. Aramaic was.
Yeah, like it was the lingua franca, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, of Judea at least. Yeah. Another fun one is, and Justin, you may know about this one, is the word that gets translated as daily in the phrase "Give us this day our daily bread." It is a word that is only found in the Bible.
Yeah,
once.
I'm actually familiar with this talking point. Yeah, there's a famous, semi-famous troll that calls in on the Atheist Experience that is pretending to worship bread and uses this particular verse, from Daily Bread to make his argument, which is why I ended up having to look at it. But the bread troll. If you ever get a guy that's talking nonsense about this verse, he's just a bread troll. He doesn't believe in any of the stuff he's talking about, but he'll make his rounds on TikTok eventually.
I mean, that's weird. I've never heard of it, but yeah, I mean, I would say that it's even more indicative of these authors very clearly imagining a Greek-speaking person as opposed to somebody speaking Aramaic, because it doesn't have an equivalent in Aramaic or Hebrew or anything. So, and obviously the people who are listening to him would also need to be speaking Greek and know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, could explain it. Yeah, I could agree with that.
Well, listen, Shmuel, it's 9:39. I've kept Jaren longer than I initially told him I was going to, and we still got to read super chats. So a lot of questions from super chats. So maybe one more question, and we'll have to move on, my friend.
Quick question, Justin. What time do you think it is for me?
Oh fuck, you're an hour behind me, aren't you? So it's only 8:30.
Yeah, there we go.
Well,
yeah.
we do
That's
have.
That's why I was I was like, we're going to be 6, and you're here in 5 minutes. I'm like, it's about to be 5.
Oh, I keep forgetting.
I was like, what's happening?
Sorry, we're in separate time zones.
Okay.
That's on me.
Yeah.
That's on me. Sorry.
I was so confused. I was like, what is going on?
You know what? I've made that mistake a handful of times. It's totally on me. I apologize.
Oh no. It's not a problem at all. I just hopped on early.
But your flexibility is much appreciated.
Oh,
yeah. My last thing would be like, my last question would be like about the trial in the Bible. Yeah, if you don't know anything about like Jewish culture and like Hebrew culture at the time, I don't think like just some random Greeks would just make this trial up. Because if you mention like, I don't know if a lot of Greeks would have known that Pilate was the prefect of Judea.
They would have been. Josephus writes in multiple books about him, and his books were well received, according to him, all over the empire, and he writes in Greek.
Yeah, and would they also know about like the high priest and
Yeah, Josephus.
So the same sources as Josephus would legitimize the guys who later wrote the Bible. Is that the point, or
no? They have a text of Josephus. It was information that they would have had, and we can clearly see that they utilize it quite a bit. One of my favorite examples of this is in his autobiography, sections 420 and 421. He mentions seeing through.
Jaren froze. The Lord took him.
Holy shit! I guess
Jesus is real. Oh my gosh! You know what, friends? We're gonna convert on the spot. Or did the devil take him? I'm unsure actually at this point. There is actually an interesting book that recently came out. Give me a second to think of who wrote it, but their thesis. She's got a PhD. She's a professor. The thesis is that the Gospels were written by, we would say, wealthy Greeks. Jaren, do you know the book I'm talking about? There's a professor that's making the rounds now that recently published a book suggesting that there were wealthy Greeks that were basically doing what would be akin to like literature contests as authoring the biblical texts. Or the Gospels specifically. Give me a second. Paula Fredrickson, I think, is who was positing this. Hold on.
And who is this? Or they're trying to say what?
It might be Paula Fredrickson. Was it Paula? Is either her or somebody else. Hold on. Let me double check. But I think the general idea was that the Gospels were written by essentially people that were like fans of the myth. By like educated Greek-speaking people who were just fans of the myth that were writing fanfic.
I don't know if I've heard that before.
It's a new one. It literally is brand new on the scene. Give me a second. go ahead and finish talking to Shmel. I'll find the book because it might be of interest for this topic.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying earlier is that there is an instance in Josephus's autobiography, sections 420 and 421, where he sees 3 people crucified outside of Jerusalem after the First Jewish-Roman War, and he goes to the Roman leader in charge and asks for permission to take the bodies down. 2 of the men ultimately die, but one of them survives. And Josephus's Aramaic name, or his not his Latin name at least, is Joseph. That's his name. And they're in the New Testament, in just about all the Gospels that I know of, the character who suddenly shows up when 3 people are crucified and goes to the Roman leader in charge to get permission to take the bodies down, and 2 of them die and one of them ultimately survives, is Joseph of Arimathea. Arimathea isn't even a place. We have no idea what Arimathea means. We have no idea where it's at. No idea. It's just a made-up word, probably tied to the fact that Josephus's father's name was Matthias, so he is Joseph bar Matthias. So, I mean, okay.
The author, I apologize, is Robin Faith Walsh.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. I've heard of her.
I can't tell you what's in the book because I haven't read it yet, but it's on my to-do list. It came out a couple years ago in 2001. So that's who I'm talking about. So that I don't know if she agrees or disagrees with mythicism, but it's at least something that might contribute to the position.
Yeah, so I think that I'm pretty sure if I'm being honest, I think that we may end up, I think we cite her in our book.
I think the book is The Origins of Early Christian Literature, Contextualizing the New Testament within Greco-Roman Literary Culture.
Yeah.
Okay, so you already gotcha. Just making sure. In fact, I'm going to buy that book tonight.
What?
Go ahead, fellas. I already bought yours. I'm going to get Robin's. I'll read probably yours alongside of Robin's and Trobish's. But I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to get the information
Maybe that
out
was
there.
a different. Oh, no. We The Origins of Early Christian Literature is what we cite there in 2023. We even give a little note. We say Dr. Robin Faith Walsh's book, The Origins of Early Christian Literature, was informative in regard to our conceptualization of how authorship took place in 2nd century CE. While the book is a bit heavier of a read, the information presented is very useful if you want to understand how books were written, published, and spread during the time of early Christianity. So yeah, we give a little bit of a shout out there for her.
Well, Shmel, anything else you want to cover before we wrap things up?
Okay, I think I have one last question. Like, who do you personally think started this myth? Like, I still can't believe that it just got made up. Like, I know there was a lot of Greeks living in this area, but I don't think like such a weird story for like a Jewish messiah. Like,
I know that Jaren has an answer for this, but I would also point you to the worship of Asclepius. So Asclepius didn't exist. Like, there's no way he existed. However, the religion surrounding Asclepius absolutely did exist. In fact, there were right now in current day, we know of 300 locations where there was a site dedicated to the god Asclepius that was dedicated to doing healings with the name of Asclepius under priests of Asclepius. In the Roman world, there were literally hundreds of institutions dedicated to this deity that originally was a human being that died and came back to life. It was another dying and rising god, essentially, and they worshipped him. And there were stories that were told about his death and resurrection, but he clearly was fictional.
Yeah. One of the locations that we found for his worship is at the Pool of Bethesda, mentioned in John 5, where people would suspiciously lay under 5 porticos and get into water in order to be healed.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like Asclepius worship, and that definitely wouldn't have flown in second temple Judaism, right across the street from the temple.
Why would anyone just make up the story of Asclepius if Asclepius was a fake person? So I would say the evidence that we have other fictional dying and rising deities from the same time period would be evidence that this is another one of them.
Okay. I think I get the mythicist position better now.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Well, thanks, Shmel. Good to hear from you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Cheers. You do the same, buddy. Good conversation, good questions. And I'm sorry, friends, I apologize I can't go late tonight. I've got an appointment early tomorrow morning, so I'm not doing like a midnight stream. And Jaren has been graceful enough to come on early. He was supposed to be coming on at 6 o'clock his time, and I mistaked and got him on 6 o'clock my time, so an hour early.
It's all good. It's all good. I sincerely, I wasn't doing anything. Like, legitimately, I texted you. I was like, "Hey, should I? Do you want me to hop on now here in 5 minutes or like in an hour?" Because I was straight up going to take a nap.
Oh, I totally get it. Yeah.
So I mean, I wasn't going to be doing anything. I was literally bored out of my skull.
So we got lucky there, but also, friends, we're gonna read super chats. I don't know. We probably got like a half hour worth of them to go through, but here's the thing. Right now, I'm looking at the Christ Before Jesus YouTube channel, and it's only at 824 followers, subscribers. We started with like 2,000 people watching on YouTube, and we only gained like 200 followers. This is abysmal. I might cancel my next stream if we don't get them over 1,000 followers by the end of these super chats. So we need some activity here, friends.
What is this? What is happening? What is this? What's going on?
Listen, we're fighting for truth.
I guess so. I care about the truth, and I hope that everybody else does too. I'm glad they do too. Yeah, I mean that's how it is.
This is actually a really fun position to defend, by the way.
Oh yeah, and again, even if you don't take up the mythicist position, at least look into it. I feel like the best thing to do is to question why these things are said. If there's not good evidence to believe something, maybe at least just kind of say, I'm gonna wait until some more evidence comes out. Maybe you don't take the hardline mythicist stand that he didn't exist. Maybe you just go, I don't know. Because I don't know can definitely be the truest, most honest position that you can take. It could be.
Right. And I think for a lot of the mythicists and even people that kind of are on the other camp, we actually agree on, thank you for the galaxy, Lee. We agree on more than you guys might realize. Like the gospel, even if Jesus was historical, like the historical Jesus has virtually nothing to do with the biblical story. That shit's all myth. Yeah. So even if we could point to, yes, there might have been some historical goof named Jesus who was a Galilean pretend rabbi. We know nothing for real about this individual. At best, we could say he lived and died. Hey, we don't know much beyond that.
I call them a Jesus in name only or a Gino.
Fucking A. Jesus. Gino is fantastic, by the way. Oh, shit. All right.
That's how that works.
Let's read through, friends. This is from earlier when we first started from the Apostate Ape says poot.
Hey. Oh God. All right. Yeah. The Apostate Ape loves the fact that I have a soundboard on my live and that I do fart noises. He thinks that's hilarious. So he came up and sat on the panel for a while there a couple days ago, and even though he had a bad connection and it would be delayed every once in a while, he would just make a poot sound every once in a while. It was just awful. It was just terrible.
You know what?
But yes, thank you to Apostate Ape for watching.
That is like one sound that for some reason my brain didn't think would be on the soundboard, but it has to be on the soundboard. How do you have a soundboard without a fart noise?
Okay. I have 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
3 different ones to varying intensity.
Hunter says squabbling child. Yeah, that first guy. What the fuck was his name again? He was so mad. Like he just came in.
Was that Chris?
The full love of Jesus. Yeah, that must have been Chris. Yeah, he was the one that was mad.
Yeah, it was rough.
Oh, what are you gonna do? And from Jay Danger says, wait, is Justin on your side now? Myth Bros Unite. Well, fucking A. I'm definitely gonna be arguing in favor of it when possible. It's a fun fucking position. Fuck, maybe I'll convert. God Eating Penguin says, shout out to Richard Carrier. Maybe.
Yeah.
There are opinions. Yeah. Steven says, word has it, Jaren dates horses.
I don't even know where that's. I have no idea.
I've got questions.
Me too. I honestly have no idea where that comes from.
Damn. Okay, well,
or maybe I do. I think there. Look, in my Discord, well, not my Discord, but I guess my Discord channel within the Discord that I'm part of. There's some people who make AI images of me, and I think here recently somebody made one where like there's a horse that's like, I don't know, like got me tied up or something. I have no idea. I have no idea. I try not to pay a lot of attention to the AI because it's scary sometimes.
Fans of Jaren, what I don't want you to do, and fans of myself, you absolutely don't do not start the hashtag Jaren dates horses. Whatever you do, don't start that hash. Don't do it. That would be terrible to do that.
Check, please.
And Agem says, if you did believe in gods, would Hanji be your goddess? Interesting. I listen, Hanji's fucking interesting. Like she's a lot of fun to be around, but I don't think she claimed to be a god. Did I miss something? Did she ever claim to be a deity?
I will at least say that here recently she has made I guess some kind of an image or something like that where she was like some kind of deity that was like in some steamy pictures,
cosplay,
AI
yeah.
pictures with another, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes. I'll just go with it. I'll go with it.
There are people like F. that saying she is a goddess, so she's got worshippers.
Well, yes, but like, would she be my goddess? Like, if I believed in a god, yeah, I assume so.
Fair point. Fair point. A Beard of Empathy, good to see you, my friend, says the lack of graffiti from the 1st century CE about Jesus supports mythicism. Beit Shearim in Galilee has tons of graffiti from the 4th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. No Jesus tags. And this is actually a really good point because like even in late antiquity, the Jewish people were pretty fond of inscriptions. I think once they had power, like after the Hasmonean took hold, they did their best to reform the place to their likings and to restore the kingdom like they wanted it. So the fact that they just, there's even nothing about him, no graffiti, other than the what's Alexamenos? Yeah, other than the Alexamenos donkey drawing, that's about it, right?
Yeah, and there's at least one scholar who says that it could be the face of a jackal and not a donkey. Another good point is that technically speaking, the word, I believe it's stauros, which would be the word for cross, which could actually, as the Jehovah's Witness say, be more of a stake where your hands are above you. So that would mean that this depiction wouldn't even really be Jesus in that case. Well, at least historical version of him. But yeah, but other than that one, we don't really have much graffiti that could potentially be Christian.
Yeah. From Prisoner Fan, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. You get a new PFP? That's a new PFP. Says just a quick, hey, hopefully your kitties are doing well. Team Volta, rock hard for Doug. Well, you know what? I sprayed some of the bitter apple on my cables. See if Volta would stop ripping the cables out of my camera midstream, and so far we haven't lost the camera. So I think Volta is doing well. They're not with me right now, in fact, because and I'm not bitter about this at all, but my significant other is here, and they say fuck this guy when she's here and go cuddle with her. So but again, I'm not bitter at all that my cats have abandoned me for another, not even in the slightest. Ohio Re-Guy says, what does Christ before Jesus say about the claim that early Jews wrote about Jesus? Does this strengthen a historical Jesus?
Claim about the early Jews. I'm guessing this is just the Talmud, I guess.
That's what I'm thinking is Sanhedrin 43, which, by the way, as far as I know, is the only mention of like Jesus theoretically that's explicit. People. The rest of them seem to be like sideways glancing references.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really strengthen it. It shows up much later. Yeah, It shows up later, and it's pretty clear that they're just taking the story from the Gospels, or a gospel, as opposed to remembering it from some trial that they had back in 30.
Yeah. And that makes perfect. So when Jaron gave me his explanation of Sanhedrin 43, I was like, "That's a perfectly good explanation." I couldn't fight it. And Brett Hayes says, "My thought is that scriptures that claim Jesus made prophecies that didn't come true wouldn't exist if he didn't make them." Thoughts?
The scriptures that claim that Jesus made prophecies that didn't come true.
I think what they're saying is, if they're writing a story about Jesus, he wouldn't be failing prophecies, right?
Well, he wouldn't be giving them. So in other words, I've heard this before. It's the argument of like him saying, "Hey, there are those here who won't taste death," or something, but until they see the Son of Man coming back. But interestingly enough, the first gospel that includes that line would be Mark. Mark includes it. And later gospels kind of make some claims that are similar to it, but they base it off of what was originally found in Mark. And Mark has the most present tense verbs. It also has just about every sentence beginning with Kai. So, and then, and then, and then, and then. And so it seems like it's a drama, or almost like maybe a one-man play, like something to be read aloud, that kind of thing.
Yes.
So I would say that this may actually be specifically something that is talking to the people that, like, it's meant for the people who are listening to this play. So it doesn't really have to be something that is explicitly given back in 30 and they're thinking, oh my God, that didn't come to fruition or something. But I mean, even still, it's pretty clear that the gospel writers are not like the brightest. So it's possible that they just have that in there and didn't really think to take it out, or didn't really think this is a problem, really.
Right. And it also, by the way, if the gospels were penned by essentially non-Jews, it actually explains some of the reasons why they don't know fuck all about the Hebrew Bible. Like, they're just messing it up at every turn. But Noxy Proxy, thank you for the super chat, says, if Jesus was made up, wouldn't the gospels be more convincing? Then Jesus rode donkey. Could have Jesus named Emmanuel fulfill actual prophecies, etc.? It is a fair question.
I don't even know if he rides a donkey into. Let me actually look that up here. I don't know if he rides a donkey in the first gospel published. Let me check to see.
Well, in Matthew 21, he does. I forget if Mark.
It's not an evangelism, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's just some like later thing, and I think it's when they're starting to try to, because there is like some. So here's the deal. There's a lot of people who say, and let me write that down just in case you do take that down, but really fast. Okay. So there's a lot of people who say, hey, Jesus fulfills prophecies. And it's like, no, not really. These are not prophecies for Jesus. But I can see where you're getting that, because if this material was available to them in the Septuagint, then you would imagine that they'd be able to write a character based on the blueprint that they find. So there's going to be times where it does line up with the Old Testament, but not because he's actually fulfilling these things or the prophecies are about him, but rather that they are taking influence from the Old Testament and coming up more with the stories. So there is that line in the Old Testament that says, you're king on a donkey and stuff like that. But I don't think that that's a prophecy for Jesus. I think it's more just that someone is saying, hey, here's something in the Old Testament. Let's just kind of use this in some half-assed way. No pun intended. But Matthew goes around and says that he rides two donkeys. I mean, it's clearly they're not doing a good job of it, but it seems more that they are influenced by these texts rather than he's fulfilling prophecies and stuff like that. But they're still trying.
Right.
But again, riding a donkey is not found in Evangelion, the first gospel published. But I did want to talk really quickly about Emmanuel, though, because Emmanuel is. So that verse is not brought up until Matthew. It's not in Mark. It's not found in. It's not found in Evangelion. It's just not.
It's literally only in Matthew, if I recall. It doesn't show up in
correct,
any of the
correct.
three.
Yes. Yes, because it's trying to definitely tie him in more with like your like
That
Christ and Jewish concept.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
oh yeah, go ahead, bud.
the reason why his name isn't Emmanuel in the text, he could have been Emmanuel, but that wasn't the initial idea for the character. So by the time Matthew wrote a gospel about Jesus, he's still got the name Jesus that he's got to deal with. So even though he throws in this random prophecy about his name will be Emmanuel or whatever, he can't change the name now.
Right.
So he just keeps going. The name's already established. The character's already there.
And I would also point out this. So in I've kind of mentioned this before on live stream, friends. If you're if you're not a real Hebrew and you're writing a story about this dying and rising God, but you want to make it like Jewish in nature, you want to convince people that he's like a Jewish Messiah, you would try to go into the Hebrew Bible and find these parallel connections. And I think the ones that are in the New Testament are even worse than what we find in Jewish writing. When we look at the Talmud or at the Dead Sea Scrolls, I'll give you an example. The way that they are reinterpreting prophecies is altogether different. Like the way the New Testament is doing it, they're saying like it's types and shadows. But even in like the Pesharim, they're not doing types and shadows. They're actually just doing a complete reinterpretation. I'll give you an example here's one in the Nahum Pesher. And the quote from Nahum is, "Wherever the lion goes to enter, there goes the whelp without fear." Now, this was actually supposed to be originally about the destruction of Nineveh. And the Pesher just says, this actually refers to Demetrius, king of Greece, who sought to enter Jerusalem through the counsel of the flattery seekers. So they're taking the prophecies and they're saying, listen, just like Revelation uses Babylon for Rome, the Pesharim are saying, no, the prophecy still remains the same. It's just that now the enemy's name is different. It's like a coding, right?
Yeah.
And so what we find in the Gospels doesn't even follow that. It's just like, does it sound vaguely familiar? Let's just call it a prophecy.
And just go with it.
Yeah. And that you would expect that if you had a group of people that are only tangentially related to the Jewish religion.
Yeah. And which ties in with that last statement, like actually fulfill prophecies. Well, I mean, if the writers were actually Jewish and knew about the prophecies, maybe they would have made it better.
Yeah. That is the case. But we'll have to do another follow-up on this. I think this topic is so interesting, even though I know a lot of people in my community aren't mythicists, although a lot are.
Yeah.
We got to do another follow-up live stream on this. But your mom smells funny. That might be the case, actually. Says, how did DQ get pregnant for BK? Forgot to wrap his Whopper. Yep. Fantastic.
Wendy's jokes get that bad.
I'm just a 200. No, friends, you know from way back if you're a millennial that you got to wrap it before you tap it. Be careful out there, friends.
Yeah, even if it's a quickie.
Yes.
Wrap the sticky.
Yeah, you nailed it. Yes, exactly. Rob Delow has a question. It says, question for Jaron. How did you find out about Jose Luis Perales? One of your drops is that song in Spanish that says, Y se Marco? Is that how you say that?
Y se marchó, y de su barco le llamó libertad. Yes,
yes. Fuck, you got a good voice.
Oh, thank you. So the reason for it is because I saw a meme a long time ago. The song is used in memes, generally, posted by Latino people. That it's like if someone falls off of a motorcycle, or if somebody falls off a bike, or if they drop off the boat or something like that, it'll say "Iste Mancho," and so it's talking about, and so he left. Like that's basically what it's talking about. It's a metaphor for death, I guess, but it means like, and so he left. And so I saw it. I thought it was funny. My wife, a good portion of her childhood, she grew up in Ecuador. That's where her family's from. And so she kind of explained it to me, and she said that would be funny to have on your show or have on the live as a sound whenever somebody just leaves, because and so he left.
That's a good idea.
And so I play it whenever somebody just runs.
I love it. I don't actually have a sound effect for that. I'm lacking.
Well, I have a few. Like I'll have like the song, I ran so far away. There's some fun ones that I'll play every once in a while, but I do like that song.
Hunter Girl, good to see you again, says, I wonder how much of the food-related rules in the text are because someone had an allergy. Actually, yeah, that's not too far off, actually. If you read the Egyptian literature on some of the clean and unclean animals, it seems pretty clear that one of the reasons why they were unclean was because they were afraid that the animals would essentially get them sick. Like these scavenger animals, like dogs, would make them sick, and they would defile the temple as well. And remember, Egypt Egypt and the Hittite people had real issues with plagues, like bubonic type plagues. In fact, both cultures write about them pretty extensively. It's one of the reasons why the Hittite Empire nearly got cut in half in the late Bronze Age, is because when they went to war against the Egyptians, they actually caught the plague that was happening in Egypt and fucking knocked out nearly half the people. Anyways, the long and short of it is they were obsessed with clean and unclean because they just assumed that these demonic spirits, the unclean spirits, were what were infecting the humans, and they would come in through these unclean animals. It's a whole thing, but we'll worry about that at a later time.
I do have one small thing to note in regards to like food and whatnot. So Evangeline, which is used as the primary source for the Gospel of Luke, but then it's added on to at the beginning and the end to make the Gospel of Luke. So Evangeline presents Jesus as not a human being. He's not a human. That's the theology of Marcion. But Luke presents him as a human being. He's born here. And so what it has in the post-resurrection scene where Jesus shows up after his resurrection, it's the only gospel where Jesus says, hey, do you guys have any fish? And they give it to him, and it says he eats it in front of them. So in other words, it is explicitly saying that he is a human being. He is still a human after he resurrects. He's not in a spiritual sense resurrecting at all.
So it's a polemic.
That's a theological point.
A polemic against Marcion is what you're suggesting then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, it's a polemic against
good.
Marcion, or polemic against the idea that this is just a spiritual resurrection or a spiritual being. He is still a human being from when he was born, and now he's still a human being after his resurrection.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Also, friends, because I'm so inspired, while I'm reading through these, I was looking for fart sounds. If you hear a weird noise, because there's like advertisements popping up on this webpage, if you hear a weird noise from like an advert, please send me a message so I can mute the thing. But anyways, from Shipiersted, thank you for the super chat. Says, was the story of Adam and Eve part of oral tradition before the writing of the Bible, or did that story originate when it was written? So there's a lot of thoughts on this. Klaus Westermann talked a little bit about this in relation to the connection between like Beth Eden. So there's a place in like up near Lebanon called Beth Eden, which means House of Eden. And it's possible that this was a shared cultural narrative that even was shared by non-Hebrews and non-Jews, which is why we've got Beit Eden. So we don't know exactly the origin of the story, but we do know that the story itself is like heavily plagiarized from the Babylonian literature and the Assyrian literature, which say similar things. Like God took the clay of the earth and put his blood in them and put his breath in them, and that's what animated the first human being. And that predated the biblical story by a long time. Now, the origin of the garden scene, it's debatable, but my personal opinion is that the biblical text is riffing on a mixture of Babylonian mythology, but also mythology that was popular in Ugarit in Syria, which is up towards the forest of Lebanon, which is why the temple, the historical temple that David or actually Solomon built, was built to mimic the cedar forest. If you look at what's in that temple, how it was constructed, what it was constructed with, it's designed to mimic that particular Lebanese forest of the gods. However, the building of that temple predates the Genesis. So that must be a very ubiquitous cultural narrative, but where it originated, I don't really know. Based Ashera says 6,830 minutes, Justin. Based, I'm so fucking happy for you, by the way. Thank you for the continued updates. Also, after, no one knows what Shera's talking about other than like me and two other people, but
I thought she was
after
talking about like how long she's been watching.
no, it's not. After the supposed day Ashera, I would like to know some deets. Dre from Costa Rica, good to see your Francis guys, but we have the Holy Shroud, duh. I'm very excited for this one. Hopefully we get to watch a couple of crash outs. Well, we got one crash out for sure.
Yeah, at least one. Yeah.
But I would say this, also, Jaren, you're anything that we've done here tonight, you're more than welcome to download it off my channel and clip it and repost it on yours and reap the benefits, which would remind me.
Even the part where you said that I cooked you.
Actually, I already edited out while we were streaming.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's like 3 seconds missing here.
I would point out while we're doing this, we are we need less than 100 new subs on Christ Before Jesus' YouTube channel to get them up over 1,000. Everyone, like 1,000 is a magical mark on YouTube where you get some algorithm favor, you get monetized. Well, once you get enough views, view hours. Yeah. So let's get them over the hump. Let's get Matt and Jaren's channel popping on YouTube. He's already popular on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, you already know this face. I don't need to introduce you, but we need to get the YouTube side familiar for those who, aren't like the TikTok folks. But Steve, good to see you, buddy. Says, can we please get off the mama jokes? I mean, I just got off yours. Oh, you joke stealer, Steve. I used that just like 2 days ago, but you know what? I love you. Thank you for letting me know that you liked my joke. Although I stole it from somebody else before me. I didn't make any of these things up. Herbie, my friend, thank you for the £5 super chat. Says, there's debate in chat about your position, Justin. Have you changed from what you've previously said? So I'm still I would say like I'm Jesus agnostic, but I would lean historical. But I would say this. Nothing has moved me closer to mythicism more than knowing Jaren. This hands down, I've not seen anybody articulate like I got introduced to mythicism at least 10 years ago when Richard Carrier started to get popular, and I was wholly unconvinced by Carrier's position, even though I watched his lectures. I didn't read his book yet. But just listening to Jaren address these topics on his live streams has done more to move me in that direction than anything I've seen so far. So I think he's the best at it. But
I would also say that a lot of it is not just me and my co-author, which, by the way, little shameless plug here, but Christ Before Jesus. But it's not just the work that we've done and the book there, but it's also the community here on TikTok and the friends that I have and everything like that. There is a website, by the way. If ever you're like, oh, hey, I'd like to actually argue that position just, on one-off on your show or something, there's a website, mythicism.web.app, and it is created by a guy, one of my friends, Gray Eyes, and it is an incredible resource. If you go to it at the top, there's a hamburger button, and you just click what century of information you want, and it'll actually pull up tons of resources on different things that people use to try to argue for Jesus or for Paul or something like that. There's even some stellometry information in there. So it's really good resource there for arguing for mythicism or for understanding mythicist positions a bit better. But that being said, it just kind of highlights how many people have been working, every day alongside me and Matthew, trying to refine these arguments. Because my argument now is slightly different from what it was back when the book came out 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. So, I mean, it's a matter of getting in front of people and hearing these arguments, hearing new information. And hell, if someone comes in and says, hey, I think that you're arguing from a standpoint that's not really that correct, I try to go back there and try to figure out how to make sure that I fix it. It's really the refiner's fire, really, just getting out there and talking to people every day for hours.
And for people that might be questioning, Jared didn't start out like an atheist. you were in the religion just like I was at one point, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And so, like, it's not like you set out to disprove Jesus or something. This just happened to be where the data led you.
Yep. We initially thought that Jesus was a human being, and we were looking at, the Christology of Jesus, and just slowly but surely just started realizing that this stuff is written later than previously thought, and there's no evidence for it.
Right. From Gina says, Doug has blessed us with 2 handsome men tonight. I would say rock hard handsome men at that. Well, at least the person to my right, your left, I would include in that category. Also, which reminds me, Jaren, it's funny, people think that I'm huge because probably my camera positioning. I don't know what you've been telling people, but I'm a short king. I'm like 5'9".
I guessed that you were about like 5'8". That was my guess. Yeah. So 5'9". Okay, 5'9". So
and you're a giant.
I am 6'2". That is my height. But I'm, as they say on my channel, a spindly, fairly lanky. I described my my physique. I was like, oh yeah, I got like long, skinny arms, and I'm 6'2". And people are like, oh man, he's so skinny. Oh, he's a shrimp. Blah 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 blah. And finally, somebody nailed it and said the best comment on that topic. They said, I bet he has a killer jump shot. And I was like, hell yeah, I do. My Reggie Miller-esque body over here.
I forgot about Reggie. I would make.
Oh, that's my favorite team. So.
Oh, Pacers guy. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So he's fresh on the mind.
I get it. John Jenkins says, is the Jesus myth based on one historical figure, several historical figures, or is the Jesus myth a complete fabrication?
So, okay. The New Testament, officially, the statement of me and my co-author is that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist, which means we win on technicality simply if there's a contradiction, and there's plenty of contradictions. So we technically win even in that case, because, Matthew says that Jesus is born 10 years before Luke says he's born. So just right there, we would win. But we go one step further, and we would say that the guy's not even really based off of anybody, because it tries to say that this is all happening to one man. Now, if you were to argue that there's a bunch of different Jesuses that go into it, we would actually probably concede at least a little bit to that, because there is a text that is known as the Wisdom of Sirach, which Jesus tends to tuck or have some teachings that echo the Wisdom of Sirach.
That's in my cheat sheet, by the way, if people want the parallels. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. I'm glad that you know it, because we actually ran stellometry on it. And one of the things that we take a look at in stellometry is not just the most frequently used words to see if the authorship is the same, but as I mentioned earlier, when someone asked about it, it actually takes a look at words in a row. And the Gospel of Luke actually uses 6 words in a row at least once from the Wisdom of Sirach, the Greek version, obviously, which shows up in the late 2nd century BCE, translated by the original author in Hebrew, his grandson. And the original author is named in the text, and his name is Jesus. He's Jesus ben Sirach. So if you're going to utilize this text and make your God this teacher who echoes this guy, there's the name right there. So could you say that, yeah, Jesus did exist, but he's a different guy? Yeah, sure. Why not? But that means that the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament didn't exist, because the guy who wrote that definitely wasn't anywhere close to Pilate or Herod or anything like that.
Yep. Dustframe, good to see you, buddy. He says, I was under the impression that the gospel was written by Joe. Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, that is a distinct possibility. And
Joe.
Fucking everyone knows Joe wrote the gospels. Come on.
Joe
Mama?
Really.
Oh!
Hey!
Rachel, thank you for the super. It says, super interesting topic. I've personally been on the fence, and I'm going to have to pick up your book. Thanks for doing this. Well, hell yeah, pick up the book. The ebook is only like what, $3.99
$3. Well, remember
$3.
we can't do this because that's 666, obviously.
Oh, true. Yeah. Well,
So,
but we are
yeah.
demonic, so I mean,
Oh, that's right.
theoretically, I mean,
That
it's
is
not gonna,
right. That is right.
not going to affect us.
But yes, $3 for the ebook. Yeah.
Which Daniel already knew.
Nope.
He super chatted. Kindle edition of Christ Before Jesus is only $3. Get it, friends.
Yep, only $3,
and
it will
follow
stay
the
$3.
channel. I just want to, not to belabor the point. Listen, friends, we're less than 50 subs away of getting Jaren over 1,000. Let's make it happen. TWE says, so what's your take on Galatians 4:4? If Paul existed? Is that what you meant to say?
If 4:4, let me see.
I don't know if this person is suggesting that he did or didn't exist, but
I think I'm not really sure. I think it almost looks like it got cut off in the middle of a sentence. I would imagine that what they're asking if Paul wrote this, it would be pretty obvious that he's talking about Jesus being born of a woman, because it says pretty explicitly that he is. So taking a look at the Apostolicon there, which would be the original or the earliest versions of Marcion. Let's see, Galatians. Give me 1 second here. Should be.
I'd be curious if the Marcionite Galatians reconstruction includes it.
I doubt it. Let's see. Where is it? Okay.
So I've got
okay,
the textual reconstruction.
No. So yeah, if you look at Badoon's reconstruction, it says it picks up in verse 3. And it says, when we were infants, we were enslaved by the ordering forces of the world. Then it says, but when the completion of the time arrived, God sent forth his child. And then goes to verse 5, so that he might purchase those under the law. Yeah. So it doesn't. So basically, someone went in later and just said God sent his son, born of a woman, born under the law. They made sure to add that in later on.
Yep. And MB says he looks like Joe Bertolozzi with a receding hairline and a lot less bulk. I don't know who that is, but Jaren doesn't have I've got a receding line a little bit. I don't think Jaren does. He's got a full head of hair.
No,
he's a young man.
It's yeah, but it's it's all under a hat at the moment. I want to.
Jaren's a spring chicken.
No! Oh my God, that guy! Look that guy up.
Oh no!
It's the Chris guy. I mean, just search that name and it immediately pulls him up. Like that. That's what he looks like.
Oh shit! That looked just like him. Okay.
Is that the guy?
It can't be.
Not. He says he's a TikToker and a YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers.
Not the same guy.
And he's known for his funny videos where he screams at the camera.
They do look alike, but I don't think it was the same person. Nobody with that many followers is going to come and publicly crash out on our live stream. His publicist would like have him like pulled off the live stream in the middle of it.
Drawn and quartered.
Yeah.
I don't know.
MB says, okay, so he is just as loud as Joe Bart.
No, he's just as loud as him, yeah.
He was fucking loud too. And Ben says, is the sub-Vatican Lucifer picture signed? To my good friend, the Pope, keep shining, Lucifer.
Keep shining. Yeah. Hugs and kisses. Oh, gosh.
NB says, nanotech? Iron Man? Yeah, fucking, listen.
Oh,
these people are not smart.
Vaccine stuff, yeah.
Mike says, silly Jaren, you should have used Ask Jeeves. That's where he went wrong.
Because someone was going after me because Chris was like, oh, you're using Google? It's like, oh, no, man, I'm using Ask Jeeves.
I'm glad that thing died out. I remember when it first came out, and I was like, oh, why is this a thing? Please make it end.
Well, I at least liked the little butler guy. He was kind of cool looking. But then again, I was younger, so I thought, no offense to you, but you probably were more annoyed by it, but I thought it was like cool, like this little mascot, like that, I don't know. We're only what, like 3 or 4 years apart, maybe?
Well, I'm 41.
Oh, okay, so 8 years apart.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. A little bit, yeah. Only LC says, I got the vax and I'm fucking peachy. My bros' cousins didn't get it. We're sick as fuck. One almost died. Also, you have tracking tech in your phone. Stop using your phone. Oh, true. If you're worried about the vaccine tracking you with nanotechnology, then
he's literally using his phone to talk to us, and he's just like, I don't want to be tracked.
We need to tell you about cell phones. Only LC also says, newsflash, Satan works for Yahweh. Yeah, the book of Job would basically demonstrate that, to be fair. And Handsome Cat says they found Indian DNA on the shroud, gypsy forgery.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. Like, if you look at some of these articles about like all the DNA found on the shroud, it is insane just where it's all coming from around the world. So for someone to say, oh, there's things from like the Middle East, that is so intellectually dishonest. To just kind of pick just a little bit of what they found on it and say this is where it's from.
Yeah. And the blood is a different story. But Simeon says, Chris Fenix is the quintessential Christian nationalist. You can literally see his brain melting out of his ears. Remember, you vote in November, y'all. And trust me, we need to get to the polls. We got to get to them damn polls.
Oh my God, yes. Oh yeah. And if you're in Texas, I know this is coming from not only an atheist, this is coming from a mythicist. Talarico, guys. He's a Christian, but he honestly, if I hate using this phrase, but he's one of the good ones. Like I'm James Talarico, guys.
Andrew says a nuclear event worth of energy imprinting the image of Christ on the shroud is hilarious. It would have vaporized the cloth. Total nonsense. I agree. Yes. Like that's such a dumb thing.
Marks on it.
Yeah. It would have been destroyed, and like people would have radiation poisoning like within the vicinity. Like it's just the whole thing's stupid. Oh, unless it's magic radiation, obviously. Only LC. No, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, thank you, Jay, for my vaccine. Thanks to you, I didn't get sick. And you know what? Vaccines have saved many, many people's lives. And I became a believer in vaccines when I had my 5th grade teacher introduced to me who actually got fucking polio. So she was the one that turned me on to the life-saving benefits of vaccines, because guess what? Guess who doesn't get polio anymore? Only LC also says we don't even know the true pronunciation of Yahweh. That's actually fairly true. The way we pronounce it is like the scholar's best reconstruction, but it's hard to know for sure because we don't have a spelling of it that goes back to like Proto-Canaanite or Proto-Sinaitic, or we don't have it in any of those ancient scripts. So it might have been a little bit different. Liga says, I think you need to explain what a verb is for this scholar. Oh, fuck, you know what?
Yeah,
he probably didn't know.
Future tense or past tense. Yeah, it's just a verb.
And only else he says, this guy drank too much of the Kool-Aid. Too far gone. Oh yeah, he's not only too far gone, he is the smartest person in the room, according to him.
Quick note. Kool-Aid gets a bad rep because it was actually Flavor Aid that they drank
down
there in Jonestown. It was Flavor Aid. Everybody says drink the Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's like, the fuck do we do? It's Flavor Aid that they use down there, which is funny because like people say drink the Kool-Aid, but I don't even think I've had Flavor Aid before. Kool-Aid got like free publicity from the death of these people.
Well, I would not want to besmirch the good name of Kool-Aid if I didn't have to. So I'm going to have to rethink how I describe that event. House 70 says the anti-vaxxer forgot COVID mortality rate in 21 was 2%. 1 in 50 guaranteed to die. We in healthcare had to work through that. Thanks, Justin. Exactly. If the death rate is 1 in 50, holy shit, that's humongous. That's a catastrophic death rate. The supposed death rate like from a vaccine would be like 0.00001% of 1%. Simeon Church says the heart problems he's saying is so stupid. Only the COVID vaccines that was slightly a risk was AstraZeneca, but was immediately taken away. And I would say that the J&J too, but the stuff in the J&J actually wasn't the reason why some people were having some heart issues. Wasn't actually because of what was in the vaccine doing the vaccine work. It was an additive to it from J&J. That allegedly, I'm not giving medical information on the internet, allegedly that was an extra part of the vaccine, wasn't really required. and that was causing problems. So they just took that ingredient out. Allegedly. Anonymous says
it's not required. Like grape juice, like we just added it just for funsies.
Well, yeah, it was like when you take like a pill of some nature, like a Tylenol, or sometimes there's other stuff that help you digest it, or
or help it dissolve or something like that.
Yeah. Anonymous Undead says monumentally stupid caller embarrasses himself publicly. Thanks for putting him in his place, Jay. Actually, we got 2 J's now. Jaron and Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Anonymous. And yeah, you know what? That was a fun call, to be fair. Not a Robot says, finally a Messiah with contemporary witnesses. Rock hard for Doug. I mean, I think the people here have already borne witness to my messiahship many times. And Furtive Patach, I knew you would catch that. Thank you for letting us know you did. Massortic.
That sounds like something to do with the heart. Like
my massortic valve.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Matthew Schaefer says, here's 666 because we're demonic, y'all. For no reason in particular, that clown was ridiculous, and I agree. The dude could barely get into his clown car with his clown shoes on. And Serenity...
Yeah, there we go. I know her.
Must be a fan. Get the book for Christ. Get the book for Christ before Jesus. W vaccines. Indeed, get the book, friends. It's $3 on Amazon for the Kindle edition. Ashandari. Oh, thank you for the pronunciation. Ashandare. There we go. Ashandare. I can remember that. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And Tired of Liars, good to see you tonight. Says Justin, you should auction off your chest hairs as holy relics of the prophet Doug. You know what? I'll pray to Doug about that and let you know where we come with that particular decision. Maybe for our next fundraiser. And Agem says, shout out Christ Before Jesus' book and Gray Eyes website from your faves. Hashtag toxic sludge and fam.
Yeah. So cyber deconstruction, our good friend, our good friend from Idaho. So he ended up come up on the panel on my live. This was months ago. And someone else who an op that I was talking to was complaining about how the chat was saying some things, and they were reading the chat while talking to us. And Cyber said, "Don't worry about the chat. They're toxic sludge. That's just toxic sludge." And I was like, "God, you don't say that."
That's some wild shit.
And so they've just kind of owned it and said, "Yeah, we're toxic sludge."
Fair enough. You know what? You got it. You know, if you know, you know. Serenity Serpent says, we appreciate you, Jaron. Great community. Thank you. We do appreciate Jaron. Adds a lot to the community, by the way. Mark Rothenbuehler. There we go. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I totally believe that Jesus was hysterical, not historical. Do you remember when he cursed the fig tree out of season? That's hilarious. Oh, historical. Never mind.
So, have you heard my talking point on the fig tree issue there?
I don't know if I have.
So one of the things that people talk about, because it surrounds the temple scene where he drives people out of the temple, and people like, for instance, Dan McClellan have actually mentioned that things like the scene where he drives the money changers out of the temple, the people selling doves and everything, that would have caused a scene and could have potentially just got Jesus crucified because he's a rabble rouser. But the issue here is that no, likely not. This is a scene that is lifted from Hosea 9. Hosea 9 goes through some poetry for Israel. And in Mark, what happens is it says that Jesus saw the fig tree early in season and he cursed it because he didn't find anything on it. And then he goes to the temple and drives out the people selling doves and everything like that. And he says, my house will be called a house of prayer. Then the next day, they go back to the fig tree and they see that it is withered from the root. In Hosea 9, it talks about how it says, when I first saw, I believe it's Ephraim or Israel, it says it was like finding figs early in season, or the fig tree early in season. And then it goes on to say that Ephraim's glory will fly away like a bird. and because of their misdeeds, I will drive them out of my house. And it says later on that it goes back to the fig tree analogy and says their root is withered, they will bear no fruit. So it goes early in season figs, drive them out of my house, fly away like a bird, and then goes back to the withered root. Later gospels take that and they're like, why does it go fig tree, temple, fig tree? And so they'll say that he curses the fig tree or so he drives them out of the temple and then he just curses the fig tree and it immediately withers. But the earliest gospel stories talk about how they go back to it because it's being pulled from Hosea 9 and it's just like a story gets pulled from a passage, and that's where they get the narrative as opposed to an actual historical event. So this is why I have a problem with people who would say, hey, Jesus could have been a real person who just caused a lot of issues there in the temple and then got crucified. Because no, that story seems more like it's pulled from poetry. And if you take that out of the Gospels, there's no reason for him to be crucified. There's no reason for anybody to even have a problem with him, really.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty widely talked about opinion, actually. There's one passage too that is debatable that they might have been able to pull from on this as well. So in Zechariah 14:21, it talks about in like the final days when both the Hebrews and the foreigners will join together doing sacrifices and offerings in the temple after like the Armageddon battle. And it says at the very end, there shall no longer be traitors in the house of the Lord of hosts on that day. So it's certainly possible that in their mission of reaching back into the Hebrew Bible to find anything about Jesus, they could have found this as well to make part of the story.
Really quick, because I'm taking a look at that verse. Is there anything? I don't know anything about it because I'm not really sure what it means. But for the word traitors there in the NRSVU, it has a little footnote that says "or Canaanites." Is that a
Yeah. There's
what
some
is that
textual
from?
variants.
Oh, it's just some variant somewhere.
Yeah. So I think the general idea, because if you read the passage, the foreigners that are left over are going to be worshiping at the temple. So and that would have that certainly could have also included the Canaanites. I think the Greek Septuagint though does specifically say Canaanites. And there is some debate as to whether or not it meant Canaanites or traitors, which is again that's a whole nother discussion for textual critics.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it's possible.
I mean, either way, they're pulling from the Old Testament. I do not think that this is a historical event. I mean, obviously, I don't think that Jesus existed, but I'm saying that this historical or this claim that it's a historical event just truly is without merit. I don't see how that would be the case there. Not to mention, if he was doing that kind of stuff there explicitly at the temple, you would think that he would probably be mentioned by some people pretty quick.
Yeah, actually, that was my thought. If Jesus really did turn over the temple tables and chased the money changers out, which they're allowed to be there by law, by the way, and like made a whip, like and this, you don't think the Sanhedrin's going to write about this? What are you insane? Obviously, they're gonna. But JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks, and Benny, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what's the chance that the Buddha had influenced the story of Jesus? The Silk Road would have brought monks and Roman traders together. This is an old theory, by the way, but what do you think there, Jared?
So we consider the idea that there would be at least some influence from Buddhism or possibly even Hinduism that would show up over in that area. I would say that yet again there is some influence there from some older religions. I would even say that there's some potential Buddhist or Hinduism influence on just the Torah in general. In which case it would kind of flow over to or the Tanakh and everything like that, and then flow into some of the Jesus stuff there. But I don't think that it's too terribly direct, but I feel like there's a possibility of some influence definitely from some of those religions that were swirling around before.
Yeah, for sure. Christina the Godless, thank you for the super chat, says it's so great to see past and future Girls Gone Godless podcast guests
there
together.
We go. Girls Gone Godless. Hell yeah.
by the way, make sure you email me so we can get it scheduled, and definitely be looking forward to it, friend. Soft Static says, Hammer here. Love talking to you guys. Gay for Jaren. Well, fuck yeah. That's what's up. Thank you for letting us know. Ken the Skeptic says, Jaren Ford, everything unholy. Please post your videos to YouTube. Jaren Ford?
Oh, for everything. Oh, okay. For everything. Yeah.
Oh, for.
Yeah. I will try. Honestly, the reason why I don't is because every once in a while, I can get a little spicy with some people, and I don't want people on YouTube because I feel like on TikTok, people are at least kind of sort of used to that kind of vibe on TikTok.
Mhm.
But like on YouTube, that's like my mom doesn't have a TikTok account, but my mom has a Google account. And
Right.
so like, people like that would probably be like, oh, hey, here's this guy who's wanting to be taken seriously, but he's saying stuff about moms every once in a while. So I just, I try to, I don't know. It's tough. I may transition a little bit over to YouTube or possibly post some videos on there. Maybe.
It's great for
We'll see.
doing educational content.
Yeah.
Also, I would reiterate, we are now less than 15 subs away of getting to 1,000. Let's make it happen. We need 15 more people to sub to the channel. It's in the title of this video stream on YouTube, friends. Z Lion says, what's J Aaron website again?
It's mythicism.web.app. It is not my website. It is my friend Gray Eyes. He created it. It is a really good resource. It does mention, Matthew and I's work, in Christ Before Jesus, the book and everything, and our stellometry, and even our TikTok. I'm pretty sure. But nevertheless, the website's really good. It's mythicism.web.app, and you can pretty quickly navigate it and find realistically anything that somebody's going to bring up in some argument.
Absolutely. Max says, not sure if Darren remembers me, but hello to both. Well, shit, do you remember?
I don't remember names really well. I remember profile pictures.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, hello anyways, MXXXD, thank you for being here and for supporting. And Ariadwin, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says joke time. Oh, I love this. In fact, this is one of my favorites. We just had this the other day. A priest, a minister, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit says, I think I'm a typo. Just want to wish happy Friday to everybody. If it's Friday for you, have an awesome day. Rock hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. Well, amazing joke, by the way. Appreciate that. And happy Friday to you. We're just not quite there yet. What are you going to say, Jordan?
Nothing. It's just the joke. It hurt me.
It's classic. Obviously you're not a dad yet. It's okay. You'll graduate one day to dad jokes. Only LC. Thank you for the super chat again. It says, love the stream. More like this, please, with Jaren. I love getting into the technicalities of Christianity. Also, wasn't Lazarus a made-up figure? I mean, I would say so. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Someone in the chat on TikTok, I noticed, made an interesting point. Poor Lazarus had to die twice. Imagine you come back to life. You're Lazarus, and you're like, oh man, it sure is good to have Jesus around. Man, the next time that happens, Mary, Martha, make sure to call Jesus around and I'll come right back. And then you watch as he gets crucified and you're like, shit. I'm staying dead next time. I'm not coming back.
The other thing too is like in Matthew 27, all of the supposed zombies had to die again too. Like, what's the point in having these? Yeah. The New Testament authors clearly understood or were painting a picture of like we're at the end of days where there'll be the resurrection of the dead and we're all going to live together, and like here are the first fruits of that. But they didn't expect that they would just die. But anyways, Cranky Old Cuber, good to see you, friend. It's been a minute. Says, I subbed. Jaren, please keep talking. Oh yeah. Hi Justin. # rock hard for Doug. Yeah. Thank you, Cranky, for making me a side piece on my own stream. I appreciate that. Love your friend.
Oh, God.
Babs says, is my mobility scooter an iron chariot? Rock hard for Doug. That's why you're not saved, Babs. There's too much iron inside of that chariot. And you know what? Have you ever had yeast bread while you were on the chariot? Because that's a double whammy for Yahweh.
Also, according to 2 Kings 3, if you happen to sacrifice your child to Shemosh or Chemosh, you also run away Yahweh pretty easily. So there's that. There's that too. So Yahweh, even in the Old Testament, is not as powerful as people think.
Yeah, actually, that is the case. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Let me get that again. There we go. Sloshy says, Justin, the cowboy hat means I'm a proud Texan. You know what? You're allowed to be a proud Texan. My head is too goofy shaped for cowboy hats, and I'm not. I don't know if I have the look for it, but Jaren is mastered the look. Uno, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Christ before Jesus is mine. Just bought it. Fuck yeah. We need guys. Please make me proud here and buy some copies of Christ Before Jesus and read them. And you're never going to guess, we just passed 1,000 subs on the YouTube, which means now you're required to drop a new video.
Okay, you know what? I will. I'll make something specifically for YouTube and put it up there. Yeah, I'll do it.
Gretchen says, TikTok Jay, tick fucking talk. I'm listen, Gretchen, I'm on it. Thank you for being here, though, friend. Hope you're doing well. And also from Chaos Engine, good to see you. It's been a hot minute. It says, hey, Justin, will you tell Jaren to check the Discord real quick? You mean the Discord thread or his Discord messages?
I don't even know. I have no idea.
I am in the Discord.
And it doesn't even know when it would be.
You mean the Discord live chat for Justin's live chat?
I don't know what it would specifically be about, but it's oh God. So somehow somebody has, I don't know if you'll be able to see this much, but somehow somebody has made like it's like old versions of us or something.
Oh,
we're like really old. Yeah, I don't know.
And they sent it to your Discord
it happens.
chat?
Yeah, or something. No, yeah, it was on mine.
Oh boy. Well, thanks for sharing. And
I'd
we've got to
scroll up to find it, but yeah.
You know what? Maybe I'll check as well. Carnage, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says you can have your cat back on the condition that you say 6 Bumbleclaw egg, and I just did. I will trade you 6 Bumbleclaw eggs for the demon spawn cat Volta and my furry lover Faraday. We'll exchange after the live stream, friend. That's an inside joke. Sorry, Jaren. There's a lot happening there. If you need to know, you can like YouTube Bumbleclaw eggs. You'll figure it out.
Okay.
Satan was framed. Says I just bought the book. Fuck yeah! Everyone get the book. What Jaren was talking about tonight is the tip of the iceberg. Get the book. Says I just bought the book, even though I don't give a fuck about Jesus. This Christ mythicism has sparked my interest. Thanks, Jaren.
That's I'll take it. Thank you. I mean, if you don't care, you don't care, but it's still kind of interesting, I guess.
I've got I think like 6 or 7 more super chats, friends, and then we'll be wrapped up by about 11. Says Matthew, from Matthew, thank you for the super chat. Says don't have a dog in this fight, but what's your response to parsimony mythicism? Seems a little more convoluted compared to historicism. What little I know, is that a type of mythicism? Like there's a comment in there. Sorry, the response to parsimony. So I think what he's asking is, how is mythicism the most parsimonious way of interpreting the data?
So, in other words, he's saying that it's a bit convoluted, it's too complex, and it'd be a little simpler just to say that it just happened. Well, to be fair, any fictional story would just be easier just to say that it happened. But I would at least say this. In order for us to view Jesus the way that we view Jesus today, most people, or scholars and whatnot, it has to go through years and years and years, decades, centuries, almost 1900 years worth of historical revisionism and whitewashing and retconning, and peeling back those different layers of all these things and trying to clean it all up. It takes some time, and it does get messy every once in a while. And so, yeah, there are even times where I will sit there and, I'll have a guest on my TikTok live or something like that, and I'll be trying to explain to them, like all these different talking points, and I'll go through all these different ones, and it does feel almost like I'm just being ornery and just saying I'm not going to accept anything, and I'm being almost anti-intellectual even, but it's not that. It's the fact that at the end of the day, it should not be easy at all for me to take down all of this. It just really isn't, or it really shouldn't be. And the thing is, um, we understand that it might be more complex, and that Occam's razor says that generally speaking, the most simplest answer is probably the correct one. But the, in this particular case, we know that there's edits that have been made. We know that there are people who disagree with each other, even within church tradition, on elements of the story that should have been known the whole time. In the case of like Tacitus's Annals, the oldest manuscript we have, we literally see the word Christian being edited, or the word Christian being edited to make it look like Christian. We can see the sausage being made. And so it kind of tells me that they've been making sausage the whole time, like there's some other errors here, and that we're onto something. And that's why we utilize things like stellometry to try to give us a bit of an edge, because previous to us making these claims about like second century stuff and stellometry, a lot of mythicists just sound like conspiracy theories, because
Right.
they're saying, oh, this is this and this is this and here's a parallel and blah blah blah, and you almost feel like the guy with the on the wall with all the little strings everywhere. But the stellometry is, realistically, if I may toot my own horn here for a moment, it is the biggest contribution that Matthew and I have given to the field of mythicism, um, because it finally gives a data science driven backbone to the theory of this is second century, and that really starts to open up doors there.
Yeah.
And so I truly do think that it's more than just some kind of weird hunch or something. I have yet to have somebody come up, and we have talked to scholars, we have talked to people with PhD. I talked to somebody with a PhD yesterday, and we have yet to hear an argument that has completely debunked us and shown that Jesus actually did exist there in the first century.
Now, I would add too, like if Jesus' death and resurrection is supposed to be like the most magnificent historical feat ever, none of us should be able to get up here and just so easily dismiss it. Like there would be so many mountains of evidence, and there just isn't. PDX Geek says, your mama looks so bad, she went to the beauty parlor and they had to do a credit check. Oof. PDX Geek original. Thank you for that. We do need to popularize some your mama jokes again, maybe even some your daddy jokes, because they're really fucking funny, by the way. And Sand Sensibility, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, friend, says, I'm excited to order your book. This has been a great show. Rock hard for Doug and Dad bod positive. Well, thank you, Sand Sensibility. I appreciate that. And yes,
that is
friends,
definitely good.
Well, I got you. I had to mute your TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
So, friends, get the book. I promise you, you won't regret it. Because I know Jaren, and it is on my reading list. I'm going to get to it. I promise. Lancelot says, "Go Browns, go OT, then wide receiver." Nice picks, Rock Harder for Doug. Thank you for the update. I wasn't sure what the draft was going to look like for the Browns, but we do need we need some line. We really need like some good offensive linemen. So we'll see what happens. Maybe if we can protect the quarterback a little bit, we could throw the ball and actually score more than once a game. Genji, thank you for the $12 super chat. Says Jason. Oh fuck.
It's probably me. Yeah, that's a very a very common autocorrect.
I get that a lot as well, but they're probably talking to you. Jason, have you shared any of your research on Reddit Academic Biblical?
No, not that I'm aware of. I think there's been some people who have talked about us on Reddit, which is interesting. I find it interesting. So I searched for Christ before Jesus there on Reddit, and somehow I ended up on someone mentioned us or our book in a comment that was about your live. It was a video of You're Alive or something there on Reddit where someone was talking about it, and people were in the Reddit comments saying "Hail Doug," and I was like, "Oh my god, it's spread to Reddit."
Fucking A, yeah.
But I saw that somebody said they said something like, "Love Justin, love Christ before Jesus, love cyber deconstruction."
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know who it is. I'm sure it's a friend of ours or something like that here on the.
It's going to be a big year. We're taking the TikTok creators mainstream, y'all. We're all gonna. You're gonna see our faces outside of TikTok more and more. Cranky Old Keeper says, "You know, I love you, Justin. I know, Cranky. I was just giving you a hard time. Seriously, great discussion. Well, thank you, Cranky. And yes, it's been a fantastic discussion." MXXXD coming in again. Thank you so much. Says, "Oh my cat, both of you don't remember me. I had you both on my channel for interviews. I'm from Uruguay. If that's any help." Well, we don't know your real name. Did you go by MXXXD?
Oh, okay. No, okay. You just didn't have the same profile picture. Yeah. So, have you been on a Modern Day Debate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the guy who does the after party.
I don't think I've ever been to the after party on a Modern Day Debate.
Really?
Yeah.
No, that'd be him.
Never did.
Yeah, he's from Uruguay.
I was on Modern Day Debate doing did Jesus fulfill prophecies against what's that guy's name again? I don't know. He's been kicking around the precept circles. No, it was Wi-Fi Gospel, aka Dial-Up Gospel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dial-Up Gospel. Yeah, no, we did one. It was a 2-on-2, me and Matthew versus Barian and someone else, and it was over the resurrection of Jesus. They wouldn't let us do over the historicity.
Oh, interesting. That's weird.
Yeah.
Well,
it was kind of strange, but I'm pretty sure that's who that is. Pretty sure that is. Yeah, and he was a cool guy.
Well,
but
thanks
I just
for
don't
introducing
remember the
yourself.
name or the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, the name's not familiar to me. Ariadwin with another super chat says, "Sorry, dude, I live with my dad, and dad jokes 24/7 are my life. So you can suffer with me. LOL." I'm not suffering. You know me. You know I love dad jokes. So you can keep them coming on every live stream. And Sloshy, I need to start doing competitions every live stream for who gets the best dad joke. But the chat says Dalton is also from Texas. Now you'll remember that they're both from CST. Great show, guys. Yes, actually, a lot of creators are actually from Texas. But
Dalton's over on, I think, on the other side of the state. He's like East Texas or something.
He's in the middle of nowhere. Like he's
yeah, I think he's like pretty far out.
Not even in the bush. He's in the tumbleweed. Like that guy's out there. And last super chat from Manic Hippo. Manic, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That's humongous. Super appreciate it. Let's get 100 W's for Manic. Says, "I held the grenade pin for 20 years. I threw it straight up today. Glued my feet and ruined my family, but at least I have God. I appreciate you and your existence." I may not fully understand what you mean to say you have God. You mean you left Christianity, but you still have God? I might need a little more context to fully understand what you're talking to. But I hope you're okay. It sounds like you might have caused a dust up with your family.
Hopefully this is not historical. Yeah.
And nevertheless, thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And please be safe. Best of luck to you. And Jaren, thank you so much for joining me. I had an absolute blast. I'm sure we'll have to do a follow-up. A lot of people in my community have been asking for this mashup for a long time. And so I'm pleased that you were able to get in here and join me for this. So deepest thanks.
Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure. And like I said earlier, there's nothing but love that comes from my side of things. They're on TikTok. We always talk with high praise for Justin Deconstruction. Maybe not for Doug, but
Fair enough. I understand. Not everybody's in the cult. I'll pray to Doug for you.
Yeah, please. Yeah, put in a good word.
Well, friends, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I know we don't typically do Thursday night streams. This was a special stream, and y'all showed up. So thank you so much for being here. We'll be live at the regular time tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Last question I would say is, Jaren, when do you usually go live so people can find you on TikTok?
I usually go live. It's about, I'd say the easiest way to find is about 10 a.m. in the morning, Central Times. 10 a.m. Central every weekday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm there about 10 a.m. Central, and I'm usually live for about 4 hours or so. I usually go into bed about 2
Nice.
Central.
Awesome. Well, friends, before we leave, I'm going to send TikTok and YouTube over to another stream. We're going to go raid Leaving Faith. Leaving Faith. You guys know Sarah. Also, give her a huge congratulations. She's now a member of The Line, and she's going to be doing regular appearances on Saturday nights on The Line. So huge congratulations to Sarah for joining the team. But if you don't know the profile, she's on TikTok and on YouTube, and the channel is Leaving Faith, at Leaving Faith. She's live right now. She is the nicest person in this entire debate space, and I promise you, you will absolutely love the content. Go let her know that Christ before Jesus and Justin sent you, and lots of love, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow.